Welcome, guys. Hey, City Prepper, good to see you. Hey, Second, how are you, buddy? It's good to see you. How is everyone doing here? I hope everyone had a great day so far. Well, I hope there will be popping in some more people. Well, I'm doing good. And by the way, the last time I talked to you, buddy, you weren't feel that well, buddy. So you had an appointment for the doctor. How did that go, buddy? Hey, darling, vlogs. Good to see you. Let's see if we can do like this. It's good to see you guys. You're very welcome, every one of you. I hope some will pop up soon enough. One in the house so far, but we'll see. People will drop in. And if someone want to join me here, just click the link. 3 in the house. Hey, Stuart. Good to see you, buddy. I'm doing fine, darling. Vlogs. Hey, Retsam. Okay, Second Star. Well, that is good. You get some meds to solve that problem. Hey, Dana. Good to see you again. How are you doing? I hope everything is just fine with you, Dana. That will be just fine, Second Star. It's always nice to have people up here on the panel. It makes everything easier for me anyway. So, but anyway, it's good that you got some meds for it, buddy. So I hope that meds will help you out. Dozens of tornadoes last night, Donna? Whoa. Yeah, Donna. Yeah, darling, vlogs. You can do that. Well, if you don't know each other, you can get to know each other better. Please do, feel free. So I don't mind. I don't mind at all. So I do like this for you. Well, you can drop your link, darling of vlogs. Yeah, Donna, you need to really get prepared for anything these days. especially tornadoes, if you have them in your area. So feel free, if you don't know each other, please get to know each other better. I don't mind. We need to build a community. Okay, second star. I'm interested in to hear where those reports. This got to be really interesting to hear about. Well, I just do this again, and it makes everything easier for everyone. Hey, Die Bullfrog. Hey, Uncle Al. Good to see you, buddy. There is the link if you want to join me here upstairs. How are you doing, Uncle Al? I hope everything is okay with you, buddy. It's good to see every one of you. Much appreciated. Ah, there you go, darling. Vlogs. I hope everything is okay with you, Uncle Al. I know you're tired, buddy, but I hope everything is okay with you. And I know you're pretty busy too, Uncle Al, so. Do you want to come up, Uncle Al? It's always nice to have you here up here. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. I delete that one. Yeah. Where? I paste this again, just in case. Well, 7 million. I see 7. No millions. If I had 7 million viewers, I would be happy. But I know that is a joke. But it's fun. When you have 7 and you say 7 million, that's really funny. You want to come up, Uncle Al? Yeah, I figured.
Hi, Jordan. Good joke.
Yeah.
I'm still alive. It takes me a little while to hook up and transmit because you're in Sweden and between us is the storms.
Yeah.
Whoops. I got to clear that. Sorry about that. That's feedback on my side because I had to put a new router in because
Yeah.
of storms. And it takes me about maybe a 10-minute delay sometimes to contact people because the internet's slowing because the repeater stations between Texas and Kentucky, tornado repeater station, they're gone. So what
Okay.
I'm doing is bouncing off of all the airport repeaters and that's the long route, folks. This is a secret you're not supposed to know. A lot of intelligence agency put a mini tower between the main repeater and the airport. So if they want to hack your phone, let's say Jordan goes to the airport in Sweden and he uses his cell phone. What happens is it gets picked up by the mini tower, which is probably Russian, and it transmit to the main tower, which is good. You get faster service, but the problem with a mini tower is they now have access to your phone. Okay, so they could hack it, take all your information, and if they really want to screw with you, they could put a virus in there, and you're wondering, why is it working so slow? Funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Uh, hey,
A
Donna.
recommendation: don't use your phone on the airport.
Yeah, and if you're smart, do like Uncle Al, put it in a foil interceptor bag when you're at the airport so nobody reads your phone and use the landline. This is why I keep telling people payphones are coming back because of 5G, because everybody will, yeah. Hi, Donna. And hi, everybody. Hi, Van City. It's like, and Matt and Resum and doing the blogs. You have to be careful nowadays because we're changing to not 19. What year is this? 2021.
2021,
Okay.
2022 next year.
Yeah, I get mixed up because in what you call it in 1926, the start of the 20th century, we're getting close to 2026, the start of the 22nd century, and everybody should be caught up by then.
Then,
No, Donna. Starlink will be one of the problems with that because the Starlink system runs on 6G and 5G. And what it is, it's a commercial satellite link for the entire world. But the problem is Starlink, mini tower, your phone goes to mini tower. They can find everything you do. Oh, you like little boys porn, or oh, you're dealing drugs, or oh, you just shot your husband. You have to be careful with these mini towers. They could be anywhere. They could be at the shopping center. They could be at the grocery store. It looks like a regular cell phone tower, but except for one thing, they're all pointing and not doing heaven or disco. It's to a satellite up there or a ground station further away. And I was right. Oh, you can get this in Amazon. It's good for tea, keeps everything hot. I don't promote stuff, but this is really good. It holds 2 cups of tea or 2 cups of coffee.
can you brew coffee in that one?
It's not a brewer,
Okay.
it's a pot. You
Okay.
can't brew it, it's double hull. If you try put it on the stove, you find this blows up like a hand grenade. So don't put this one on the stove. Okay, it's boiling hot. It's vacuum inside.
Ah,
So wait one second. Bad habit. I drink hot coffee black. Hi, Mix TV. Hey, Van City. Remember, folks, you have to be very careful in the 22nd century because the biggest weapon or event is technology, and then I forget either repeat of the revolutions of 1920, 1920, 21, 22, and rise of Islam. So that's going to be a great fight. And United States is like 30 years behind political warfare. And China made a threat to Japan, which I thought was funny as hell. And Japan just smiled and looked at them. You only have 290 nuclear missiles because Japan has good intelligence service. And they said, we have 6 times that amount. And they're all looking at each other like, what? You're a peaceful nation. Yeah, because they were developing plutonium for France and Israel at the same time. They kept a little bit.
okay.
So that's since the 80s. So think about it. They're peaceful nuclear nation. They got rid of their so-called plutonium by selling it to France and Israel. What they didn't tell anybody is they kept a third of it to themselves. So since the 80s, how much plutonium warhead do you think Japan has stockpiled since 1983?
Uh, I don't know if this is true, but I haven't seen that video yet. But it's Black Scout Survival. I saw the thumbnail of that video. It said that we are heading to nuclear war.
Nah,
But how much truth is that in that information?
again, it's not a full tactical nuclear war. Nobody's that stupid. You know, where they throw mass mutual destruction, that's 20th century thinking. No, it's tactical nuclear war. What small amount of missiles you could use or bombs or whatever to destroy the other country. And people forget technology leaps and bounds by warfare. So why throw all that money away? You only need to take out one city or two cities or three cities, and that's it. End of the war. Because if you kill the head of the government, like they land one in in your government seat, what happens to that? Is there a secondary
No
seat in
government.
Sweden?
No more government.
Right. So you walk in and like, we're the new government of Sweden. Because the only tactical nuclear war I could think of is China versus itself or China versus North Korea. Because North Korea got too big for its britches. And let's see, this one's not a nuclear war, but it's Indonesia, Brunei, and Malaysia versus the southern Filipino states. Because those guys have sultans and they have what you might call it, 800-year clans that didn't believe. What do you mean it's the 21st century? We're still in the 12th century, except with 20th century weapons. And the sultan of one of the smaller islands in southern Philippines trying to invade Malaysia, and Malaysia's like, excuse me? It's like your province in Sweden said, let's go over to Ireland and invade them with 200 people with automatic weapons and rocket launchers. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yep. Hi, Harvey.
Yeah,
Hi,
Harvey.
Thorhaven. Yeah, here we have to worry because a lot of people don't understand China's doing a six-prong attack from if they're going to do a tactical nuclear war, they have to set up the chess pieces. They're going to try to go through the southern route from Australia up. That's why I'm worried. That's why I keep telling people you got to make Guam 51st state so we have 5-year leeway so we could survive. They're going to try the southern route up to Hawaii. The next one is coming from Vancouver, Washington. Hey, you have a horrible flood. We're Chinese investors. We're going to come and fix your port of Vancouver. Not a problem. And then, how far is Vancouver from America?
I have no idea.
It's not that far. You could drive it in your car. Okay. Here's
Yeah,
Vancouver, BC, and there's America. So instead of 3,000 miles away, it's only like 500 or 600 miles. Just, yeah, we walk in. Hi, Americans, we're invading. We got tour buses. We're taking pictures. Surrender. And it's easy to invade Washington because it's all screwed up. And like you find out from civil defense, we don't have any more fuel or food or water sources. Remember, Jordan, when you were a kid, they had these big warehouses of food and they
yeah,
had these big warehouses of fuel and water and emergency equipment.
yeah.
You go over there. What do you mean it's a Tim Burton's coffee house or it's a yoga therapy retreat or it's a mosque. Why are they praying? You're looking for food, but everybody's praying, and you know why? Because the crown, not the crown, but certain businesses hooked up to the crown, like, well, nobody will notice this in the next 20 years. We'll just sell it off, and Sweden can do all these wonderful save the trees, save the squirrel, save the birds, and
Yeah,
then when you really need it, the cupboard was bare. It's like that old nursery rhyme. And you look in the cover, there's nothing in there, spider webs, and a little IOU. We're sorry, we sold this for a Starbucks.
yeah. The problem is, I saw recently in the newspaper that it was a female farmer in the newspaper. She said that she had to lower her and her husband's salary because she could needed to pay her employers she had on the farm. Uh, but now she's worried that she can't produce anything at all because the costs on fuel, fertilizer, and the power to uh, keep everything running. So she's really worried. They probably need to shut down everything because,
Or get investors. The Chinese will invest into her farm. Hi, we're Wing Ho. We'll invest in your farm. You just send all your produce to us,
yeah,
which is bad for Sweden. Then here's you at the grocery store. What do you mean it's 10,000 kronins for a loaf of bread? We're sorry, but the lady farmer sold all her products to China, and this is your loaf of bread. It's a little bun shaped thing, and they hand it to you. People don't listen to Uncle Alan. Hi, Chef. It's like this is why I'm doing 65, yeah, 65 more videos and I quit. I'm becoming a ghost. And a lot of people out there don't know what a ghost is.
yeah,
And that means I'm off medias. I'll do a couple of things, but I won't talk about self defense. I won't talk about martial arts. I won't talk about survival and prepping it because right now we are being monitored. And it's worse when you're doing a live stream in a foreign country because Jordan right now is being watched by the Swedish intelligence service. Remember when you get the little circle in the live streams? Remember those, Jordan? When you have a
I can't
delay
say.
or
Yeah, when it buffering.
yeah, that means they're monitoring you. They're trying to match this frequency, and a lot of people don't get that. So we're just chalking, Chef. Basically, I'm pumping information that you shouldn't know. I'm getting old.
We
I'm getting
all
too.
getting old.
Yeah, even when I dye my hair, it's like Uncle Alan's just getting too old for this craziness. That's why he's quitting all this stuff. And then I just got another alert. We ran a scan and found you were being monitored by two agencies. That got to be Sweden and got to be United States.
Well, I'm not surprised if they're Russia monitoring us as well, because
Yeah,
they
but
do.
Russia's a little behind the times. It's North Korea, Iran, and China. And usually on my system, I can pick up if Russia's listening to us. And so far, nobody's listening from Russia. It's Belarus and Georgia and Ukraine. You got to remember, Ukraine also has a lot of crooks in there, and they're always
Yeah.
monitoring. And what you call they won't see troops over in Ukraine. It's I keep telling them, you want to stop the problem, have Russia join NATO. It's a lot easier. They're a lot closer. I keep telling, same game, different players. No, the all there. oligarchies want to join the EU and also NATO. Why? Because they could trade goods with it. Sweden has an it's right there. You get fuel, oil, customers. Yeah, we'll buy food. We're Russia. Because Sweden's like this and Russia's like that. So you got to think all the customers in Russia. And
Yeah.
people forget about that. That's why the West like, oh no, if we lose the EU to Russia, they won't buy our stuff. Who wants to buy our stuff anyway in America? Nobody. It's like we're becoming Zimbabwe.
Yeah, probably.
True. This is why I love Sweden. The only mistake they did was the socialist government. Everybody can go to Sweden. All you guys who are radicals and killing people with machetes and axes, come to our country. Wasn't that wonderful, Jordan, what they did? Sweden used to be a really nice country. And a lot of Japanese were thinking, live there, work there, go back to Japan and ask for formal permission to live in Sweden because they love Sweden.
Yeah.
Now they say, I don't think so. Most of the Japanese who were invested in Sweden pulled out because what the hell is the government doing inviting killers and crazy people into their country? I don't think we're going to invest in Sweden anymore. Remember in the 90s and the early 2000, a
Yeah.
lot of big tech firms like went like this and then they booked. That's why they invested in India. It's like, you know how Apple sold out America big time. This is a good craft. But like Apple, the smartphone, do you know how much money they spent to China in the last 10 years?
I have no idea.
$270 billion to pay off the Chinese communists. They say, okay for slave labor, okay for toxic metals, okay killing everybody so we could get you $1,000 phone in your hand. That's
Yeah.
evil. I'm sorry. That's truly evil. Yeah. True, Donna. America doesn't make anything anymore. That's why I'm investigating certain things. Like, if you want to make money, what does everybody do with when they're coughing or have a sore throat? Hard candies. You could do this in your kitchen. Wrap it with a little paper, put a little vitamin C, some sugar, some honey, and presto, you just make a couple of million of them. And after a while, like 10 for a crooning, it's like you're always working in the kitchen putting out that. But sooner or later, you're going to have a million crooning. It's just going to take you longer.
Yeah.
But still, everybody will use that instead of buying a wallet. You see, retail food, and I forgot the third item that makes you the money the fastest. If you do like McDonald's, make some kind of Swedish dish that everybody likes to eat, but I think IKEA took over that. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not for that's to track your kids. They don't tell you about the two other tracking devices in your phone that the Chinese and the American government use. I did get a new book from one of my churchgoers. He used to be a
Prison
pres-
Roman.
Yeah, he used to be a 20-year, but he turned to Jesus, and I got him out early, and he has a nice family, a good job, and we're helping him getting his tattoos removed. And he sent me this book. It kind of cracked me up. It's because ramen is a big commodity in prison.
Yeah.
But he's if you want to get a good trade, learn how to be either a nurse, surgical nurse, or phlebotomist, the guy who takes or injects things into you. he's making over $100,000 a year, and he got offers from other country because the people that works in your healthcare, if you ever notice, they're kind of getting old. You remember last time you went to the hospital, the nurses looked older than you. Yeah, that ginger candles are great, but you got to think uh, how many people use ginger candles by daily use. So they have to use a ginger candle every day for next 365 days. With this, it's in minutes. So I could chew 10 of these, and Jordan will make one Croning if I eat 10 of these a day. See, supply and demand.
Yeah.
But you got to think out of the box of the hobbies like leatherware, candle making, soap making, salve making. If you're in a market and you can compete with the commercial guys, it's fine. But you got to find a market that moves fast. I keep telling people this and they all look at me like, you ran over our cat. No, I'm trying to tell you how to make money because Uncle Alan's been off the radar for a long time and I know all the tricks. Candle making, um, there's two kinds of candle. You have the festive gift candle, and then you have the emergency candles. But you have to be careful on that because I keep telling people if you use the wax from China, they have high concentrations of toxic metals and leads. So every time you use that kind of paraffin wax or Chinese wax, you run the risk of getting lung cancer.
Ah, killing candles.
Yep. Yep. So, like I said, you could see Die Bullfrog 79. That's my channel. And like I said, you cannot believe when I do the activity log on my watch hours. Guess how many watch hours I have?
2,000 or 1,500?
No, 8,000 watch hours. Now, I
8,000.
should get monetized, but they said due to certain instances, you have violated, and they gave me a list on the email of all the violations I did in those videos. So they won't approve those videos for monetization. So I only got 57 hours approved. And they say we will examine all other videos in case of violations. So it's like, okay, that's great. So I need 1,019 more approved watch hours.
OEM, original equipment manufacturer, is what made America great. A lot of the trade arrangements during the 80s made our OEMs leave our country.
Right. The bad thing, Tammy, that's 40 years ago. And you have to catch up. Right now, everybody has OEMs, original engineering machines. I keep telling people the 3D printer on your table is outdated by 10 to 15 years. When I was looking into it in the 90s, we had CADs, computer assisted machinery. So you could throw in a piece of metal and it makes out the fabric. They don't use that anymore. That's 30 years behind the time. Right now, it's advanced 3D printing, advanced machine working. Oh, let's see. Yeah. Uh, yeah, true. But also, the problem is it needs advanced form of software. And who's the best software engineers in the world? And it ain't China or Japan. Keep tell everybody it's the folks in India. And
Okay.
yeah, they have a really good software engineers. That's why the new CEO is Indian.
I didn't know that. I always thought Japan were the leading in software
Was
in
it's
microchip.
now it's now third. Microchip is now used to be Silicon Valley, then went to Japan, then it went to Taiwan, then went to South Korea. Japan and South Korea dropped its ball on the microchip, and we don't use microchip. We use what you call it. How they call that? My cousin told me um, it's more silicon discs instead of using a small chip. They do whole discs, and they'll carve out the whole computer system on that disk or plate or anything. And Taiwan's the leading manufacturer. If China capture Taiwan, everybody in the world will freeze because 90% of the chips are coming out of Taiwan until we get our plant in America running in Texas or New Mexico. But that takes about 5 years. So
Yeah.
we have to protect Taiwan. That's why I keep telling people you got to make Guam 51st state so it could harden up like the rest of the states. And everybody's looking, but it'll cost money. Yeah, because, you know, a lot of people don't understand that Guam's the key, and a lot of people think, where's Guam? You know, and if Japan was smart and they did took over Guam, but they didn't think seriously enough and went to the south instead of winning to the north, boy, Japan could have won World War II. We came this close. But also, Japan had the world's worst intelligence service. Oh, tornadoes. Yep.
I'm gonna check those.
That should be Kentucky, Tennessee, Illinois, and I can't think the other three. Wait, that's Kentucky, Illinois, Tennessee. Oh, that's his three. What was the other two? Oh, Arkansas and a little bit of Missouri or Oklahoma. Can't remember. At least I made $150 back. Sorry, folks. Because me and my friends are weather nuts and we always bet against each other.
yeah.
Oh, and I tell people time grows short because you better stockpile. How's your stockpiling doing, Jordan?
Well, it doing good so far, and I will fill it up even more when I get
Paid.
more money. So that will be a nice thing
Everybody send
because
gift cards to Jordan for food. It's a good way you bypass PayPal. Send to Jordan all the food gift cards. What's your grocery store near you?
from Tammy.
Yep. So everywhere, folks, send Jordan food gift cards. You could buy it, and they think it's a Christmas gift, and you could send it to Jordan email or mail and say Merry Christmas on top of it, so nobody gets suspicious, especially the Swedish government or the NSA. Oh, it's 6 states and counting: Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, Missouri, Mississippi. Oh, I miss Mississippi and Tennessee. I didn't realize Mississippi was in there. Thanks, Harvey.
Yeah, Harvey's really good because he gets the stuff fast and he finds the stuff really fast.
Right, but I'm kind of spooky. I already knew this 2 days ago, and nobody ever listens to me. And I was like, gee, I think our cows are gone and the barn's gone. I should have listened to Uncle Al and got the tornado shelter.
Yeah,
Remember, folks, if you're in those states, Lowe's has a tornado shelter offer for when I told this about 2 years ago, and everybody laughed at old Uncle Al. Uncle Al's nuts. Why should I get a septic tank and put it in my backyard? Well, Well, let's see how you outrun a tornado. uh, sorry, folks.
You don't run out of tornado.
No, you fly in a tornado. But like I said, folks, if you prepared in advance, like Uncle Alan 10 years ago, I offered all my neighbors fruit trees, two of them. Why? It's 10 years. So I got baskets of persimmons or pears or kumquats or a loquat. And I'm like, you see what happens when you plan ahead and you get, oh, I got all these persimmons. Oh, I got all these. I only made one mistake is ginkgo nuts. I donated to the parks. Do you know what ginkgo nuts smells like? The
Hey
fruit is,
Gemma,
hi Gemma. The fruit
good to
is semi-caustic, toxic, but then you want the nut inside, but it smells like dog poo poo. So my whole house still smells like dog poo poo because I have trays of this stuff that I've been harvesting and drying in the dehydrator. Ah, let me go get one. I'm slow at this, but I'll bring it right back. I got to show you these what ginkgo nuts look like.
it's good to see you, Gemma. How are you doing, Gemma? I hope everything is okay with you. Oh boy, Harvey. And let me guess, Harvey, they didn't listen, right? They didn't listen when you warned them. It's always good to see you, Gemma. That is good. That is good. You are okay. Okay, guys. Um, do you expect any ice storms?
Okay, I'm back. I gotta get my glasses. I can't see.
Yeah,
Ah, there you are, Jordan.
yeah.
Yeah.
Harvey put up these. He says, "Yes, I was warning people a day or so ago. Always have to be prepared, Uncle Al. A nursing home took a big hit, destroyed much of it. Only one of 80 died."
Right. I have to agree with Harvey, but it doesn't help when it happens, Harvey, because I've been telling this to people for 2 years ago about the major disasters and storms, and they all laughed at me. And I said, the shelters are cheap for $10,000. They'll backhoe a hole in your yard, put it in the not bomb shelter, the tornado shelter for you, and it's that cheap. I have to hobble because I have a cane, but this is an old pub mix jar, and this is ginkgo nuts, and it has the worst smell in the world. See all that? That's not pub mix. That's what I forage.
Okay.
And then ginkgo nuts is a red berry from the ginkgo nut tree. Um, okay, you have to get the red berry. Do not do the white or the blue one. That's even more toxic and it smells worse. It's like if Jordan bring one of these into the house, his wife would throw him out of the house because it smells like 40 dog poo pooed in the house.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's worse than whatchamacallit, durian. But I'm old school, so I know how to harvest and clean these. And when you clean these, wear gloves, folks. It's caustic. The fruit is caustic. So I have people who are not used to prepping or foraging, and they're trying to put it in their mouth, and I'm slapping them back of the head. If you put one of these berries in your mouth, you're going to the hospital.
with poisoning.
Yeah. Well, no, caustic burns because
Ah,
before you swallow, your mouth is bleeding and you're spitting out blood. So don't eat the fruit. I keep telling this to people. These are the people who went to college. Do not eat the fruit. Ginkgo nut, poisoned outside, but you want the nut. And I still have to process this. This is only first stage, staging, airing it out and drying it. And that's why it's not covered because every 2 days I take it out of this uh, jar, put it on a tray, air it out, put it in the sun, dry it, check the air temperature and moisture because a lot of people don't understand. Hi, Guardian.
you want to
On
come up, Guardian?
Yep, we got certain kinds of fruits and berries that you have to process before you eat, and I'm going after the nut of the fruit. And people look at me like, why? Because if you go to a Asian food store, do you know how much a handful of these cost in a little
Probably a
packet?
lot.
Yeah, I can't remember how much is $40 in Kronings.
That is expensive.
Yeah, I used to know it, but I forget. Memory's going. But if you're in Sweden and try to get a handful of these, like, dear God, he has a fortune there. I could buy a new car. Yeah, but to process them to eat, make them edible, it's horrible. My house smells like dog poo poo. It smells like I have 40 dogs in the house and I don't. And uh, trust me, you do not want to smell this.
Trust me, I know how dog poop
Yeah,
smells like, and it's
have
horrible.
40 of them and you're trying to air it out and season it, and the final processing is boiling. Do you know what this smells like after you boil it for 2 days?
Probably worse.
Yeah, worse than durian. My mom threatened to leave the house. My neighbors complain. They're 2 houses away and they still smell it. And I have the windows open because it's 50 degrees outside. It doesn't bother me, but my neighbors are complaining, your dogs are stinking up the neighborhood. I don't have any dog. I'm food processing, folks. They still got mad at me when I food processed the deer. There's a dead body in old man Sato's backyard. It's a deer, you idiot. You know, they haven't seen a full scale carcass of an animal. I'm trying to age the meat. That's why it's in the bag. They thought I killed somebody, put it in a bag. I didn't kill anybody. It's a deer, folks. I was trying to age it. You ever had aged venisons, Jordan?
Not what I can remember.
Oh, it's so good. But I have to keep the blowflies off of it. And I got to put this back because the smell is getting to me right now. I'll be right back. You want to get rid of your wife and girlfriend? Open one of these up in the house. They won't
Yeah.
come back. I'll be right back, folks.
Where did I have that one? Um, if I take that down and let's see if I can find it. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Okay, guys. I hope you can see that, or I can enlarge it a little bit. Well, these are the pics um, Harvey sent me, and it's obviously a video.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah,
And let's see how much damage. Okay, folks, this is the after effects of a tornado, and this one's a double tornado. This is why you think ahead, plan, and prepare yourself. You cannot go out there and shoot it with a gun. I keep telling people this, but they keep doing it. Don't shoot at a tornado. Bullets come back. Um, this is why you put, if you live in these regions, you should have a basement or tornado shelter. I keep telling people this. Also works on nuclear bombs too, but you should have a shelter like this. Now, if Sweden had once a year tornadoes, you will see everybody building tornado shelters in Sweden. Doesn't matter, But in America, it's like maybe out of 10 people will have a tornado shelter. Isn't that nuts?
yeah.
You live in a
But
place where
lucky we don't have tornadoes here.
right. But I keep
Hurricanes maybe, but
yeah, that's a different issue. But um, tornadoes, if you live in this area and you don't have a tornado shelter, you're asking for trouble. It's like driving a car without car insurance. You want to have a tornado shelter because sooner or later the odds are against you. Oh, and then my mom yelled at me in Japanese. If you do eat the ginkgo nut, it's not for kids. It's only adults only after you're 30 because it's a heart stimulant. So if you eat too many of the ginkgo nuts, you die from a
you
heart
will
attack. It's a
you
heart
will have
stimulant.
serious problem.
Yeah. So please, when you're foraging and stuff, have
It works
somebody.
like nitro pills.
Yeah. So if you're what call it, if you're doing stuff like that, please understand the side effects. My mom chewed me out for about a minute over there about ginkgo nuts because she told me a lot of people, other than like Koreans and Japanese and some Chinese, understand the effects, but everybody else in the world, like, oh, it's a cute berry. Let's pop one of these in our mouths. It's poisonous. It's toxic. You have to know how to prepare it. It's like mushrooms. Jordan, you don't go out in the Swedish countryside and just willy nilly pick mushrooms and eat it, right?
Well, you don't pick any mushroom because some of them are poison, so you don't want it.
Right.
So,
But there's some
uh,
mushrooms are edible.
yeah, some are, but you
Right.
need to
But
know exactly which one are edible.
right. Because
If
a
you're
lot of
not
people make
sure, don't pick them.
right. Because a lot of people make mistakes. They think, well, it looks like this mushroom. It smells like this mushroom. And then when they eat it, they die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. True, Harvey.
y- yeah, that's true.
That's why I have to tell everybody 10 gallons or 20 liters per person in the household. Because people don't listen to me because why do we need 20 liters of water? Uh, turn the tap and tell me how brown is your water. Is it brown like this color? Oops, I already drained it. Like this color as you're coming out of your tap, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's really bad. You don't
Yeah,
want to drink that water.
no. And it's worse when it has chunks. So I keep telling people, shoot, I got to get up. This hurts.
It's okay, Uncle Al. Okay, darling of vlogs. Thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated. And thanks for your support.
Okay. Now,
I'll see you next.
Jordan, the soda bottle you were drinking, that
Yeah,
wash it out later, and you can hold water in it. That's
yeah,
approved because it says on the bottom of these things, the little triangle.
yeah.
These will hold water. I got picked the aloe vera because this is about 2 liters of water. So I have 2 liters of water here. Jordan, how much is your soda bottle carries? Under a liter or over?
This is 1.4 liter.
Yep. So after you finish drinking out of it, you can put water in it and it'll keep for a month or 3 months, depending how much chlorine you got in the water. And it's fairly easy, folks. It's not rocket science. And also, when you're trying to work out, it makes a great weight.
Yeah,
ah, getting old.
and these are good to store food into as well. So
Yeah. You could do rice, beans, lentils, peas. I always tell people always look into peas and lentils.
yeah,
Yeah, because those are the easiest to cook, and those are the most nutritious of the beans and rice. Rice provides starch, beans provide protein, but lentils and peas provide oil. Because you ever cook dried peas, you see that oily stuff coming to the surface? That's peas' natural oil system, but it doesn't produce enough. But it does produce enough for your body to survive. That's why the Swedish army, the English army, always had peas on the menu. Why are we eating this stuff? It's peas. It's good for you. Eat that. Is that right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Because
yeah. I believe it is for that reason.
yeah, that's why you see it. You see it always on English and Swedish military, and everybody in the military is looking at that and like, why do I have to eat this? Because nobody eats it, and that if you're in charge, you have to make sure that your troops eat that to keep regular, which I thought was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what time it is in Johannesburg. I have my clock set over in my.
In South Africa, or in the say have the same time as I am.
Oh, okay,
So they are 2 minutes, 9:58 p.m. in South Africa.
right. And remember, he has a kid and wife. I wonder if they're making rusk or they're making hardtack. Rusk is fairly easy. It's basically dried toast. And then you have a hardtack, which is like a cracker. And I showed people different versions of the cracker. If you add milk solids and oils to it, it's an officer's cracker because the officers used to have bad teeth or wooden teeth or sheep's teeth, and they need a softer cracker to eat. The men got hardtack. It's water and flour. Good luck. Yep,
And maybe some
hardtack.
salts as well.
Yeah, if you see a Guardian Prepper, yep, hardtack video out coming out tomorrow. Hey, Matt,
Hey,
Hey,
again.
family.
what's
How y'all
going on?
doing?
Oh, still alive, still kicking. I have to
Nothing
take it
much.
easy. So how are you doing in Texas? You should have a warm spell in your area. Uh,
We we did.
yeah, it's all right, Matt. I explained to everybody your repeater towers are. That's why you're getting this weird. You listen to Matt talking. He can't produce a picture, but his voice is off because the repeater towers are not functioning in sync. So you see this disruption a little bit. Give it a second. It's trying to reprogram. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, he's always has
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you. You got maybe a minute before it disrupts again.
Great. Yeah. There's there's already people protesting and everything in Austin about signal problems and everything, and I'm having to go up to Austin right now and protect the I forgot what building it is, but it's one of the government buildings up there.
Oh, and hi, Ramon.
I don't even know if I'm getting good signal. It's saying I'm on complete bars, but
I wouldn't trust that. That's only for your phone. What's happening right
yeah,
now is all the repeater towers are out of sync because it went from Texas all the way up to Mississippi, Arkansas, Illinois, Kentucky, where the tornadoes went through. It threw all the
yeah.
towers out of sync. So it takes about a minute or 5 minutes to resync with everybody.
Okay,
That is
Basic,
okay.
yeah, that's why we're not getting a picture, and your sound sometimes garbled because the tower is
Yeah,
like, well, he's in California, he's in Texas, and he's in Sweden. Where the hell we have to send a
right.
signal to? you
Yeah,
know,
like yeah, a lot of like tech people up in Austin are they're trying to do a technology riot right now in Austin, so I'm having to go up there to one of the signal carrier
right?
buildings, something like that.
Yeah, you're protecting
And
building. They don't understand there's nothing in the building but office people like, oh my God, where are the guards? Matt's coming. You have to wait a minute. Ain't that true, Matt?
because
Lost the signal.
yeah, we uh, security like security in the states we're low on security guards in every part of you know every city in Texas, and like I can only get like 5 guys up there right now until I get up there, and we don't even have any level 4s that can carry heavy equipment.
So basically, you're at
I,
level 3 stuff.
yeah, I've got just level 3 security guards right now, and I'm the only level 4 that can be up there.
Yeah, because Uncle Al used to be a security guard like Matt. I had to give it up. A lot of people don't want to see your security guard hobble with a cane. Doesn't look good. But
Right? Yeah.
yeah, or use a walker. There's different different levels of being a security. I know, like the Gun Guy TV, he teaches a training class. He has a YouTube class on it. There's 4 levels, and his stuff is good all over the U.S. And he's like backlog for a year on providing level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. Level 1 is just basic security guard stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Level 2 is, I think, the baton and mace or chemical weapons. Is
Yeah.
that right? And level
Yeah.
3 is
Baton, mace, and taser.
taser. That's it. I think, didn't they move
Like,
taser
yeah.
from 2 to 3 for the whatchamacallit?
Well, yeah. Well, it's different. Level 2 is the handheld taser. Level
Right,
3 is the actual taser gun training.
right. Because they transfer it because people were This sounds stupid, but people still tasering themselves by shooting them in the foot. Am I right, Matt?
Yeah. Yes.
It is funny. I seen one guy shot himself in the crotch.
Ouch.
Oh,
How in the hell you do that at close range? It's a yellow or bright colored taser, and it has an arrow pointing forward. You don't point it at your crotch and pull the trigger. And
well,
thank God it was a woman.
Ouch.
well. The thing is, it's also the quality of the taser gun. Also,
True.
like, if you get a taser gun from China, or another wonderful import company from
Yeah, I know who you're
somewhere
talking
else,
about.
yeah,
Yeah,
their charges aren't accurate. It may have enough propulsion for one of the darts, but the other one's going to dwindle out before it even releases out. Then it comes down and will latch onto anything.
right.
So
I know what Matt's talking about. It's a certain company from another southeastern country,
yes,
and it's
yeah,
so funny because the second dart, you could see it. I think somebody on YouTube filmed it. They fired the first dart
mm,
at the target, went straight through fast. Second one, like,
yeah,
put, and it started to uncoil, and you could see it uncoiling in the air, and then landed on
yes.
the ground. I couldn't stop
It, it,
laughing.
it's horrible. It's I don't know. And we've had classes of the models of different projectile taser guns, and it's actually the gun itself doesn't have it's not magnetized well. Like like the bottom magnetism is like 3 or 4 voltage shorter than the top magnetism, than the top magnet, and it'll it'll also switch magnetism, and sometimes the top one will shoot backwards on you. I've seen it shoot up and come back around and latch onto somebody's shoulder from behind and continuously shot both people. Yeah.
Yeah. This is my card. It's good for life. Okay. This is from
Yeah.
2004. This is my tear gas training. And to ask Guardian Prepper, the only problem with a fog discharger is which way is the wind blowing? Because
Yeah.
that's why
Yeah.
everybody used the foam or the jet stream. Because if you're in like tornado activity, everybody gets paper maced. Not the person you're aiming. He gets it, you gets it, the dog gets it, the little baby across the street gets it. Instead of
Yes.
it projecting on the intended target, everybody in a 15-foot area gets sprayed because it
Well,
happened. Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, well, in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, any of the windy states, anything that is desert or whatever that has a high wind velocity, you can't use any of that stuff. Because of what Uncle Al said. It's a rot. It gets carried by air.
Right.
Even the foam, like right now, where the wind is hitting 15, 20 miles an hour at night, even the foam will blow back onto you or blow into somebody else. And you can't take that kind of risks doing
Right.
that.
And you have to be careful when you're using the stuff indoors because I
Yeah.
had somebody did that and gassed the whole building. And I'm looking at him
Oh,
like,
yeah.
what the hell? You just get a mat. he used mace, and it was on the
Right.
news. He maced the whole damn shopping complex because we got the shoplifter and we detained him and everything, but everybody in the shopping center were going, "Oh, my
Yeah.
eyes are burning," because
Because they don't realize that it goes up through the recirculated air and comes back down.
right, they had to evacuate 12 stores. These are not
Yeah.
walk-ins; these were department stores that hooked up to the main mall. So for 2 days,
Yep.
they had to decontaminate the whole mall. And that guard
Yeah.
wasn't working with my company anymore because he got fired and got billed for the cleaning bill, which ran about $20,000 because they had
Oh
to
yeah.
clean the vents, they had to clean the filters for the recirculation system, not for the mall, but for every store in the mall, 12 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that was
Oh
back
yeah.
in the early 2000, and it only cost them 20,000. I told him it could have been
Oh
worse.
yeah. Yeah. It could have.
Oh,
I
are
mean,
you guys on level 4 in Texas are trained by pistol and shotgun or not?
I am trained. I'm trained in shotgun. I'm trained in import MP4 training. I'm also trained in bullpups. Also.
Pistols?
Oh, the pistols. I'm allowed to carry a Smith and Wesson 1911. I can carry up to a 45. But most like level 3 training is mostly all 9mm. But when you get into level 4, then you get into the high caliber
Right.
handguns.
Yeah.
Because it's Texas. So,
Right. Because you have
but
distance. Here it's
yeah,
mostly pistols and shotguns.
uh, yeah, we're allowed shotguns. We're allowed MP4 assault rifles and bullpup semi-automatic rifles.
Right. Because you guys got distance. Here it's mostly for
Yeah,
crowd control. And we use the shotguns not lethally, but for whatchamacallit, beanbag, rubber bookshot. What's
yeah.
that new stuff they got in the anti-personnel but non-lethal one?
Oh, the glaze ice bullets, like what they call ice bullets, which is a hardened beanbag that's got
Right.
a silica
Insert.
covering around it. Yeah,
Yeah. That you don't shoot that close range, folks. It will go through a person.
yeah,
But if you shoot it off a wall or at a distance, what it does, it replaces the old wooden bullets. This is
hmm,
before Matt's time. Wooden and hard rubber bullets, and it will knock the
yeah,
wind out of you. It's like if somebody was on meth, you shoot them in center of mass, and they'll go down like that. And
yep,
you're still tasing him. Like, why isn't he going down? We tased him
yeah,
empty 3 cans. He's on meth.
right,
Matt knows what I'm talking about. It's like beanbag time right in the crotch. And usually that knocks the
yep.
wind out of them. So you grab them and handcuff them. And so they don't hurt
Oh yeah,
themselves or anybody else. Because I seen one guy was biting concrete.
yep. I've seen guys that thought demons were after them and trying to rip up metal benches that's bolted into concrete and cracking the concrete with inhuman strength. Like it,
It's scary, isn't it?
there's things. Yeah, I mean everybody believes security guards are like Paul Blart, but that's not it. I mean, there's other areas that security guards guard that we are private security. We are contracted security. And we have to hold up to the same codes and conducts and everything as literally the police force does.
And
Um,
sometimes more,
yeah,
depending who you're being.
because, you know, yeah, and we can't arrest anybody. I mean,
No,
we have cuffs to detain, but we can't arrest. We can't do anything, and Our cuffs is literally to detain a major threat or somebody that's off their medication or on drugs.
Right.
So
they
they
don't
don't hurt anybody.
mainly not to hurt
Yeah.
themselves or your team, because it's kind of dangerous
Right.
when the guy's freaking out and swinging a machete. Sir, you could calm down
Mm-hmm.
now. Put down the machete. Oh, there's demons out there. I have to beat off the
Yeah.
demons. I'll chop off my hand. Like that
Right.
situation. I tell a lot of
Yeah.
people, like Steve, of course, they're trainers. You always fire the first 2 rounds non-lethal. And I have other
Yes.
trainings, and you see my card. I have other cards for other levels, but they're about a decade old,
Mm-hmm.
except for the gas one, that's a lifetime. But the other cards I have to get
Yeah.
renewal because that's for, I forget. In Texas, it's every year or every 2 years for 3 and 4.
They it used for level 3 it's every 2 years. For level 4 it's every 6 months now.
Yeah, they changed it because
yeah.
because of the incidents they had in Texas. Remember, folks, a lot of people who are doing like level 4 or level 5 kind of security. I know guys in overseas that makes lots of money carrying M4s and stuff like that. They're playing a
Yeah.
risk because they're security and they're not a military or militia. So if they get caught overseas, unfortunately, 3 of my friends got caught over the seas and they were on the evening news. The guerrillas captured them. They were protecting, I think, either oil facility or a research facility. They killed the scientists and
Mm-hmm.
they killed them and they hanged their bodies on top of the bridgeway, saying it's a people's victory, and they cut off all their heads. That's you have to be
Yeah.
careful. You have to be careful, and when you go into international waters, it's a
I'll be
whole
right
new
back.
it's a whole new board game because once you're international waters, you're subject to that country's rules of the shoot. My brain's frying right now. I can't think of the word. um, the countries. If I was in Swedish
We
waters,
are
um,
we are reliable to that country's laws and procedures, like,
right,
because we have no tie with that country or America.
right. But it's worse overseas because once you get into certain countries' waters, they said you can't use M4s, you can't use shotguns, pistols only for self defense, and your main weapon is either microwave guns, to repel borders, or fire hoses. That's real fun. We'll just hose them down. And they're shooting everything that the third world offers: RPGs, machine guns, whatchamacallit, those pirates in the Indonesian waters. Oh, they were shooting catapults loaded with gasoline. Because my friend used to work on the oil tanker. That's scary. So in Indonesia, everything's locked up. The weapons you have is non-lethal beanbag guns, which is not a shotgun. It just fire a 40 millimeter shell beanbag round, and that has a limited range. But unfortunately, you're in range for every kind of military weapon. So you have to be very, very careful. What's the formal difference from non-lethal and less lethal? I think 5 years in a prison. That's the answer to Ramon's question. Non-lethal is it should not kill you, but it can. Less lethal is it may or may not kill you. And also, it's 5 years in prison throughout the world if you goof up on that one. It's good pay, but you got to read everybody's laws.
Uncle Al, we talked about pepper spray and things like that. We are not allowed to use pepper spray here in Sweden. It's only law enforcement who are allowed to do that, to carry that. Right. I shared this from a web site. This types of sprays we are allowed to carry legally. There is no problem with that. You can carry these without problem because these are license free.
Right, but these right here, dog defense sometimes doesn't work on humans, but it works on canines and some cats. The knockout, I have to be really careful. Do not smoke when you use the body knockout spray.
You are
Because,
familiar with that one?
yeah, it has an alcohol base to it,
I'm
and I
back.
do, yeah. What happened to vinyl net when you smoke and you and you spray that? Same problem with the bodyguard
It's kind
knockout.
of like a mini napalm.
Right. So you're on fire. The guy you're trying to knock's on fire. You're both smoking and your hair's on
Yep.
fire too. Not a good sight, but it is a good product. And also you have to be
See, like
careful. Go ahead, Matt.
like the dog protecting sprays and bear spray and stuff like that. It's not meant for the eyes. That's the difference between like animal spray and pepper spray. Pepper spray is a big cloud that hits your mouth, your eyes, your nose, burns every hole that it can get into. Dog spray is a highly like a neuro gas for the dog or bear major senses, like their nose. It doesn't stop them from seeing you, but it runs away because it's burning their breathing capacity.
Right. It affects the mouth and nose.
Yeah. And it doesn't work on humans, though.
No, unless you eat it with a taco.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta say hello, Lori D. Hi, Lori D.
Welcome, Lori
Jordan.
D.
What you do
Yes.
is you go to your grocery store, get a bottle of white vinegar, and get the hottest pepper you can afford in Sweden. Boil those two together, strain it, and put in a spray bottle. There you go. Homemade seasoning. Good for tacos, good for attackers. Because if you put ever a hot pepper, peel hot peppers and touch your eyes, you understand what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if the police arrest you, oh no, this is a seasoning for tacos. Let me get a taco. Hold on.
Yeah. And just
now
spray
Uncle Al got hungry.
But yeah, I mean, if anything, can you have bear spray in Sweden?
No, we
Shadow.
are not allowed to. That's illegal here.
Really?
Yeah, it's illegal here.
Yeah, but what you do is you tell them it's a seasoning.
But you have bears, don't you?
Yeah, we have brown bears.
Yeah. But like I said, the homemade
So
spray.
why would it be illegal?
It's Sweden.
I have no idea.
It's Sweden. They think it's a chemical weapon, Matt. So, but you put that in a spray bottle, and if police arrest you, you make tacos and you spray it on the tacos, and you give one to them, and you tell them it's a hot seasoning sauce dispenser.
Yeah,
you got to outthink people.
When I was in Mexico, when I was in Tijuana and everything, and I was guarding the marble when Tijuana was hit with the earthquake back in 2008.
Yeah, it was 2008.
The marbles, the marbles factory. I mean, everybody should know the marbles survival gear and everything. You know, they came out with the weird axes and all that stuff. Well, it got demolished, and people were there trying to raid, like, free hatchets, free knives, all that stuff, because that's where they made it. And I was down there, and we couldn't we couldn't buy like self-defense weapons to protect this place, even though in Mexico, if you are security and you're an American security officer, you're able to carry your own weapons that you're allowed to carry. But we didn't have enough supplies of the self-defense weapons like pepper spray, taser gun. We call them cabs, the tips that you put in the taser guns. So we had to literally carry. We went to a farm. We bought eggs. We drilled a hole in the bottom of the eggs, drained out the yolk and everything, then refilled it with flour and ghost peppers and Cholula peppers, and like we ground it up and everything. And when you throw it on the ground, it busts. It creates a smoke, and it's flour. So you know what happens to flour when it gets wet. And yeah, so we would throw that at any of the little cartel members or anything like that and create a huge cloud of pepper flour, and it would stick in their eyes and stick in their nose and their mouth. And that literally got away from most of the little wannabe thugs and all that stuff that just did not want to handle that situation.
Right.
So,
and folks, like what Matt says, it's easy to make. You could also use English mustard.
yes.
Because it makes a nice stain on them, so the police could pick them up later, especially when you beat them in the head. But don't do that. Throw it on the ground like Matt says, or at their chest or something like that, so the wind could pick it up.
Yeah.
But like Thorhaven says, if you misuse a product that was designed in Canada, that's where Thorhaven is, you can be charged for using an animal control device illegally on human beings. And that's, I think, is a 4-year stretch. Yeah. Because it's not...
Even if it's
If it's an axe wielding... Yeah, I know, Matt. But if it's a person carrying an axe and trying to kill you, you cannot use that device in Canada. Isn't that nuts?
Are you serious?
I am serious. Look at Thorhaven's comment.
I can't. I'm driving right now.
Oh, it's all right. But Jordan can see it. But you have to be very careful.
That's stupid. Like, self-defense is number one.
You mean that comment?
Yeah.
You mean this comment, Uncle Al?
Yeah, that one.
Yep.
Which is true. In Japan, like in Tokyo, you cannot carry any kind, like a Swiss Army knife, because it says Swiss Army knife. It's considered a military weapon.
Wow.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to conquer the world.
I'm sorry, but all these countries that cannot defend themselves against a homegrown attack, from anybody, any crazy, anything like that. But here in Texas, you could be homeless and you can buy a gun and carry it without a license now. Anybody in Texas that's not mentally insane or have a criminal background can own and carry a gun because of the Patriot Act now. It doesn't matter. And in Texas, you can carry anything from a knife to a sword now because there's no law against that.
Yeah, like I said,
out in public.
A sword in Texas.
Yeah. You can carry anything from a small a small 3-inch fixed blade knife on your belt and carry it out into any area that you want, or all the way up to if you wanted to, you carry a Scottish claymore on your back and not get in trouble for it.
Right, but once you pull it out, then you get in trouble for it.
Well, that may puts you on a big intention.
Intention is
attention.
Yeah. But like I said, folks,
I mean,
go ahead.
But
Matt.
The thing is, the only two places you can't carry it is at a school or a movie theater, because it's an enclosed place. But you can go into any kind of shopping center or whatever and carry it, but just not a school or a movie theater.
Right. And folks, like where Matt's at in Texas, everybody in church, including the preacher, has their own guns. So if you're trying to go in there and it's like, we're going to shoot up this church, wrong. Because I know a couple of preacher friends of mine in Texas, in their pews, they have a sawed-off shotgun. So they're really serious to protect their flock. So I don't recommend shooting up praying people, because they will have guns and they will shoot back. Like that guy in Lubbock who walked into this.
Yeah.
How many guns they used? Was it 40 or 47 when they opened fire on
Yeah,
this idiot?
There was like almost 50. Yeah, something around that.
Everybody from the
everybody.
The organist. I was surprised that little old lady had a 45 Colt and was using it and still playing.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh God, she's like almost 70 and she handled a 45 Colt. That's why you don't mess.
That lady used to be a sharpshooter.
Yeah, that's why you don't mess with Texas, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me check my time. Okay, guys, I gotta take my meds, so I'll catch you later, Jordan. I might come back in after I finish my medication cycle.
Yeah.
It's
all
like,
right, Uncle Al, you take care, brother.
I have to take 3 of these cups full of pills in the next 30 minutes, and it's not fun.
Well, it's good, Uncle, to do a self-care check. So,
yeah.
Do you have to take your meds? Do you drink enough water? And, well, things like that.
Yeah, I drink plenty of purple Kool-Aid.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry I forgot to say hello to CR. Hi, CR. CR says hello to everybody.
Hey, CR.
I'll catch you later, guys.
Take care, Uncle Al. Yeah, I don't understand, like, like Sweden and a lot of the European countries and everything, your government has stopped what your countries were founded on, self-protection, and now it seems like your ancestors are rolling in their graves now, because it seems like just even the bare essentials to protect yourself is unattainable to you.
Yeah. Renan says, when it comes to the amount of force you're allowed to use, that always a problem when trying to decide on what's excessive force.
Right.
And he says, e.g., okay, I don't know what that means. If you stab someone who slapped you, that ain't equal.
Well, no, but you're not. I mean, most people in that kind of situation, they're not. I mean, if somebody slapped me, I'm going to slap them right back. I mean, I'm not going. That's like tasering somebody just because they looked at you wrong. I know it's different with other people. Other people handle situations completely different.
Yeah.
But also, how do you protect yourself against like the stabbings that happened in London? Okay.
Yeah.
You know, there was a guy that literally walked through a crowd of people, had a knife, and stabbed like 15 or 20 people. And everybody was too afraid to, he was one man with a small knife. Everybody was too afraid to even, you know, defend themselves or take him down and hold him for the police to come. That's how our society is going now. Our society is thinking, oh, just run away from the situation. Don't run towards danger. Run away from it. Get away. Because they don't want to be the next person getting stabbed or whatever. And you know what? If I lose my life to save 15 people, I will do that. My wife won't like me for that, but she knows this is my job. She knows this is what I love. And she would hate me for it, but she also understands that I like protecting people.
Well, that is a risk you take when you have a job like that,
Right.
and you have to
And
accept
you
it.
know, yeah, you know, it's anybody that grew up in a military family, anybody that grew up in a law enforcement family. It's that code. It's that code that you're brought up with. It it's not like I want self-gratitude for it. It's me knowing that I saved other people that could have been hurt also. I can't protect everybody, but I can protect who I can, you know. But stabbing somebody for slapping you, that's
That's
going
overkill.
to, that's going overkill. But I grew up in the South, you know, in redneck South of America. And we have what's called pig stickers, and they're little small knives that people will hold in their hand and open it up, and it's probably like maybe an inch long blade. And they'll go to bars and pick a fight with somebody, and they'll get, you know, punched or whatever, but they will stab that person like 15, 16 times with like paper cut like cuts, you know.
Yeah.
And I thought that was disrespectful and dishonorable even at that time. But some parts of the South you just really don't want to go to, because if they don't know you or they don't like the way you look, they'll do anything and everything to get you out of there. No, you can't get in trouble for. Well, depends on the state laws for self-defense. If you're back alleyway and follow you for the
ACR.
last 15 minutes and it has followed, hey CR brother,
Hi,
if
Second Star.
somebody
Hi, Shadow.
has been stalking you, then you can use pepper spray on them. If you turn around and confront them and they do not stop, and announce and shout your intentions to them. Say, the phone.
His signal.
Yeah, you're breaking up in there.
Yeah.
Second star. Well, I guess I'll say hi while he's
Yeah.
You also have to.
indisposed. Oh, there he is.
Harvey says, second star survival and ShadowScoutSwede. Have you seen this vid? Patriot in action. Marine veteran disarms a would-be robber at an Arizona gas station. I can't say I have.
Nope, I don't think I have either.
I believe Harvey put out the link.
I guess that's why I came on to be your co-host. Because apparently we lost second star again. He's probably in that earlier again. Yeah. So hi everyone, by the way. I'm eating, that's why I'm not coming on camera yet.
Yeah, I figured.
I know. So you're not hearing like some dish and some like maybe some slurping because I'm trying to eat too.
Yeah.
I figured I'd come on, join the talk.
Well, you need to eat too, so.
Yeah. You gotta keep up your strength.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess there's more and more reasons to be prepared as the days go on. And always being ready, even if you think, oh, it's not going to happen this season. Oh, it's out of season for this event or whatever. Well, tell that to some other people out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Harvey knows what I'm talking about.
So, CR, how has your day been so far?
Oh, here in Canada, we're dealing with like snow and freezing rain.
Yeah, we have a lot of snow here today as well. So.
Yeah, well, the freezing rain's even worse.
Well, if it's snow and if it turn out to be rain, and freeze on top of that, it would be nasty.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
When you get snow covering ice, then you don't see it either, right? And it covers it, so you think it's good, or you're gonna get trapped in it. It's just like, whoops. Next thing you know, you sprain something, right? Which is also not good either, right? Or if you break a bone or something, because then you gotta get attended to, right? Then it just adds to everything, right? Because then you gotta wait in an emergency room or whatever just to get a cast, and you gotta deal with all that, which we all know about. So best to avoid it at all costs. All right. Sometimes it's better to avoid the situation, right?
Yeah.
Be proactive, right? Give it some forethought instead of in hindsight, right? Because prevention is still the key, right? It's just, I guess, even preparedness is like that, right? Prevention, right? As much as possible, because avoiding per se getting cut, it's probably a good idea too, as much as possible.
Yeah, and try not to draw too much attention to yourself. To keep a low profile, and that is the best option. The best way, to protect yourself and your family is to keep a low profile as much as you can. But sometimes it's not that easy. But
sometimes you have to confront, but hopefully you don't need to.
And you also need to pay attention to your surroundings and
Yeah, spatial awareness.
Yeah,
I know. What's it called? Some other streams I've been in, we're been talking about. Well, everyone knows about Amazon package thefts and stuff like that. Well, there's also other things too.
yeah,
You know, your place getting. Yeah, he said he'll join when you get there. Signal. I was gonna say is like pack. It's not just the package thefts. It's just like being per se stalked. It's like, oh, look, this person just bought this big 50-inch TV from this store, or I'm just gonna put that box, that 50-inch TV box outside. You know, it just advertises it, right? Because
yeah,
people can see that. People can see that, right? Other people might not care so much, but it's those people that actually, oh, right? Because that's not really being low key because people can see that, right? You're kind of advertising it, right? And people that want to, per se, take it from you, well, they're just advertising it too.
So, Sierra, what do you think about? We talked about pepper spray and self-defense spray, and
Well,
uh,
I talked to you about this before
yeah,
several times, right? We've talked about this off camera and in private chats and in
yeah,
instant messaging too,
uh,
right? I mean, I I'll bring this back up again. I'm in a water bottle with water. I think I said that before. I'm like,
yeah,
well, I'm just thinking of like the kind of like, oh, I'm going for a walk or some runner or whatever. Well, this is why I like to carry metal water bottles instead of plastic ones. It's a little bit more sturdy, a
yeah.
little bit more sturdy, a little bit more sturdy. Right? It'll
We
give
talked
you
about
some. Well, it'll give you something that's a little bit better than just your hands, right? You'll get
uh,
more range and stuff like that.
yeah. I talked to Uncle Al and Second Star Survival
Mm-hmm.
about we talked about pepper spray, and I brought up a website where you could buy legal self-defense spray here in Sweden, and
Okay.
there is a self-defense spray that is legal for me to carry here in Sweden. It's called Knockout, Bodyguard Knockout. And Uncle Al was familiar with that spray, and he said it was pretty good. So I had in mind to buy that spray actually and carry it on me all the time as a complement to my EDC. So
Hmm. Like I said, a metal water bottle that's actually full of water. Because it's gonna have weight to it too, right? It's
yeah,
gonna be sturdy enough, and something that most of us can carry. Like, no one's gonna look at it differently. Oh, it's just water. It's just a metal water bottle, right? Well, it could be more if you wanted to.
Second Star Survival will be back. He's driving.
Uh, that's why he doesn't have a great signal because he's on the move.
Yeah, and he's always in an area where he is that has terrible signal, so he needs to drive to get better to a better spot where he got a better signal.
I could just see him drive. I gotta drive over to the second cup. I mean, this Starbucks. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah. Can I bring something up?
yeah, sure.
Because I really want to bring this up.
Yeah, please do.
because Harvey's been mentioning this to me ever since. Because in the U.S. right now, down in southeast of the country, there has been major storms out in
Yeah,
the U.S. right now. I know Harvey's been sharing a lot of things with. The mainstream has reported it. Obviously, you will see it. I posted something both on my community tab and on Instagram. which is actually pretty much the same thing, the same message out there. So, because there were tornado watches and warnings out and high winds and stuff like that, along with any storm related stuff, right? And what I said about being ready, even if it's not, well, how I've been saying it, be ready, even if it's not prime time for it right now, right? Because if you think about, most people consider tornadoes in terms of like a summertime thing, right?
Yeah.
It's the middle of this. It's almost the middle of December right now, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you're gonna be, have your head on a swivel, or and always be alert as much as possible. I mean, and this was probably a difficult thing too, because it happened at nighttime. It developed overnight, which is even more difficult, right? Because most people are sleeping at that time.
Yeah.
So, and prayers to those affected out there. I'll actually even put it in this chat too.
Yeah, well, I guess Canada doesn't have that many tornadoes or any tornadoes.
Shadow, a couple of years back here on the eastern side of the country, they got F2s touchdown. So in September. So
okay.
Like I said, it's not even summertime technically, right? Because most people would consider it like maybe in like June, July, August, right? That kind of season, right? So, right, seeing it's outside that kind of typical time frame of expecting it, right? So you need to be ready for it. It's just like right now, a lot of places here in Canada are having obviously the typical snow and wind and wind chill, but there's freezing rain too, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Four probably knows about that. And we're getting freezing rain out west and out east now, right? And that's another thing you got to deal with, right? Because that actually affects everyone. Because you got to deal with it, or you gotta sand, salt, gravel. You want to wear ice cleats. You want to drive more slowly because obviously the conditions, you got to drive for the conditions, right? Because you can't stop as well. Even with good tires and stuff like that. Well, you just don't. If it's black ice, you're still gonna slide, right? And if you're driving faster, well, it takes longer to stop. Because you don't got the traction. You don't got the traction like you usually would. Ice is gonna be more slick than snow. Yeah, exactly. Four. Yeah, they're doing with freezing rain out east. All right. I had to break ice outside today. That's why I'm late. Actually, I had to do that because it was still sunny out. I was like, I better be proactive about it. Try to remove it. All right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid trying to slip in. The next thing you hear me doing a video or a live stream, I'm spraining my wrist. Well, yeah, because it's no fun. It's no fun. Because like if you get injured, then it kind of affects you in terms of what you can do, right? Because you're less effective in terms of doing anything, right? Because you're injured, right? Where it'd be, and hopefully it wouldn't be your legs or feet or whatever, because that's even worse. Because then you can't really walk or whatever, right? And even if it's a wrist, then it's like sometimes you can't carry things. You gotta, if you're left, well, if you sprain your dominant hand, then you gotta do things differently. You gotta, and hopefully you're ambidextrous, and do things with both hands as much as possible. Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly, Donna. Oh yeah, without power too, all around. All right, yeah, right. So those lights out kits, those blackout kits, those power outage kits may come in handy, right? Because the power's gonna get back. Like, they're not to worry about, like, obviously it's not cold enough to worry about cold, but obviously you probably want to see in the evening, right? We are coming to the winter solstice, right? The shortest day of the year, right? So it gets dark by like what, 4:30, 5 o'clock local time for everyone now. So And it's like what 12 hours, 12, 12, 6, 14, 16 hours at nighttime, right? So I mean,
Yeah.
you still got to be able to see. So we got to be ready for it. That's why I'm a big proponent of having those type of kits too, because those lights out kits can be useful year round at different times of the year and for different situations, not just because the power can go out for a lot of different reasons, right? Like the power can go out from storms, well, they can go out from freezing rain too. That's
Yeah.
happened before. I think four could agree with me on that. Out in Montreal, Quebec, they got in that area. They've gone freezing rain before and stuff like that. Hold on.
Hey, hold on. That's okay.
So yeah, right, stuff like
Yeah.
that. You gotta be ready for it as much as possible.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I'm a big proponent of trying to have that kind of stuff ready, because there's a lot of different situations where obviously the power can go out. So
Yeah.
it would be nice to be able to see at night. I'm just saying. Unfortunately, we're not all we don't have good night vision, or we're not like cats that have good night vision, right? We got to be able to see at night somehow, right?
When we're talking about night vision and things like that, that that is a good prepper item too.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem with night vision is they are pretty expensive, and you can
That takes
get a
power too.
decent.
That takes power. That takes power too, obviously,
Yeah.
right? Because you're gonna run that, and not everyone has access to that, right? I wouldn't say that's a very common preparation item, right? I don't have that. I don't know anyone in the chat that has any. I don't. I don't got that. I got optics, but I don't have night vision.
Yeah. Night vision is pretty good, but as I said, they cost a lot of money. But you can get a decent one for about 3 to 4 thousand or things
Yeah,
like that.
but that's also like might as well be the same price as a freeze drying machine.
But the quality on a 3 to 4 thousand
Mm-hmm.
uh, is not that good compared to one that you have to pay 30 to 40 thousand for. So,
Mm-hmm.
but that is not many who can afford a night vision gun for 30, 40 thousand. So,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and now I'm talking in crowns. So in dollars, it would be probably, I don't know, but a lot of.
Still a more expensive item.
Yeah.
I don't. I think we can all agree that it's still a more expensive item compared to other things out there that you can get.
Yeah.
Be prepared. I mean, so.
But a cheaper, decent one, well, you can manage pretty good with a cheaper one, even if it's not the highest quality, but it will do the job.
I don't know because my knowledge behind that is not that great. I don't know much about that. Hmm.
I'm not an expert on night vision or things like that, but
Mm-hmm.
uh, the I actually would like to have one, but as I said, it costs.
Priorities, right? It's just like, well, yeah,
Uh,
if I get that, well, that also means that's also not food you're getting or whatever, right?
Let's say if I have 4,000 and I only have 4,000, and I can, and should I buy a night vision for 3,500, or should I buy food for it and stock up with food instead? I would probably choose the food instead.
Well, that's like
Instead
me
of,
sometimes. Like I like the electronics too, the tech and stuff like that. But I also like to eat too, right? So you gotta find that balance and the priorities, right?
yeah,
If you already had like a year's supply of food, maybe you could justify that. But if you only got like 3 days, 72 hours, maybe that's not the highest priority. And depends on your area too, and what likely could happen in your own area, right? And also, we all live in different areas, different things that could happen.
yeah,
Try to be more ready for the things that are more likely to happen, whatever it is. Also, like, for here in Canada, it's gonna be the cold and the snow, right? Because that's
yeah,
always gonna come back every year, right? That's a given, right? I got to be ready for it. With stuff like ice cleats, ice for traction, sand, gravel, cat litter for traction, maybe some Alaskan salt or Alaskan ice melt, stuff like that. You know, sometimes I even bring out a walking stick. Sometimes when I go walking,
yeah,
if it's icy out, well, because then that way I can probe better part of the ground that's like more snow covered and have that extra like kind of footing. Because I have 3 points of contact, 2 feet and one walking stick or something like that. Because I know around here some people will actually walk on the snow over the ice just because they know it's not as slick. They feel safer, or they're walking along the road because actually the road seems safer, right? So
yeah,
because there's actually like traction, because no one wants to fall. No, that reminds me. Yesterday, I went out for a walk yesterday. I don't know this. I saw this one person. I was just walking. They were wearing like um um not a nightgown, but what's that called? What's the word I'm looking for? Well, anyways, they weren't wearing a jacket. They had shorts on, and they had shoes on, right?
yeah,
And they were driving. I don't know how far, but I'm like, well, that's not really being ready, you know? Because, and the thing is, Buddy's got a nice car too, right? So, well, I was just thinking to myself, I was like, well, hopefully your nice car doesn't break down on you. Because if you had to walk, you're probably not going to enjoy it. Right? I don't know how far this person had to drive, but I was just looking at that, right? Oh, and another thing, remember how I said it's about the ice? Person had the hands in their pockets, which
yeah,
I don't like doing too when it's icy out. Because you can't really, because it's not hurt. Yeah. Ain't guardian prepping. Just reading the chat real quick.
yeah,
So that's why, like, even out west, we were getting freezing rain too, and like, I went out as much as possible while it's still warm out, relatively above freezing or something like that, because I knew it would just be easier.
yeah,
I'm trying to avoid it. All right. Unless I have to do later, or unless I have to worry later, it's probably gonna be better for me.
yeah, I agree.
Because they'll give you more time to think about stuff later, right? Or more time to react later, or more more lead time, right? I mean, I guess, coming back to the tornado thing, right? More lead time, right? I guess if there was more lead time for everyone out there, could have brought it could have helped with them maybe getting somewhere or doing something, right? Instead of being caught off guard, right? I
Yeah.
guess that's the worst thing to happen is getting caught off guard. Because it's just like slipping on ice. It catches you off guard, and then pretty much you're just reacting, right? It'll happen real fast, right? And next thing you know, you're down on your butt or whatever, right? You sprain your wrist or stuff like that. I've seen people. I mean, I've sprained my wrist too, a couple years back too. I was, I had to wrap it for like a month. That was quite painful the next morning for me. That's for sure for what it was. I mean, I've seen other things where people sprain their wrist, they injured bruised their back, have a hard time sleeping, break their leg from ice. I'm just like, wow, it's no fun. And these people will recover from it, but it's no fun, right? Because then you got to deal with not only the pain, right, but the hassle of, it's harder to sleep. Well, how, if you have a cast on you, then you gotta, when you take a shower or something, you're gonna do whatever, right? Put a bag over it or whatever, right? So you gotta deal with that too. Hey, ARG Homestead, welcome in.
Good to see you, RG.
Yes, people in the side chat right now, feel free to chime in with something.
Yeah.
Especially something relatable to what me or Shadow are talking about right now.
I put that link.
StreamYard link. Wow,
Yeah.
to join. Maybe Guardian Prepping will join us again.
Yeah, Guardian is always nice to have on the panel.
I know. Come on, we were on your panel. Come back and join. That was so much fun yesterday too. That was so much
Yeah.
fun.
And I was surprised that I saw Guardian were live. What? It doesn't happen often.
I know. I'm just like, what? He's
What?
on live. I'm just
No,
like,
I had to go to his channel and join his live stream. And oh yeah,
I know. I'm like, wait, hold on. Let me make the coffee. Okay, now I'm joining. I have to make the coffee first.
Yeah, that was really funny. And I was surprised to see Uncle Al on. What?
I know he was already there by the time I got
He was
there. I just like
already
he's
there.
already there. I just like it's like when I come here, it's like, oh, Uncle Al's already here.
Yeah, and I thought when I joined his Guardian stream, and I was thinking, oh, it was just an invite guest, like an interview or something with Uncle Al. So I didn't expect that he should.
That was gonna be an open panel or open panel.
Yeah, I didn't thought it would be an open panel. So I was surprised when the Guardian said that. Well,
you want to join? You want to join? I can just picture him saying that right now. I can just picture him saying that. I can just picture it.
Yeah, okay. Me too. So I was really surprised. Well, he put out the StreamYard link and he said, "Come up here and join me if you want to." What?
He's probably in the back right now, just blushing. I mean, smiling.
Yeah, probably.
He's really like, they're talking about me right now. It's all good stuff too.
Yeah.
Second Star is almost at a location to join faction. All right.
I like Guardian prepping because
No,
Yes,
like are
yes,
interrupting.
yeah,
We
we
like go.
okay, we.
Don't speak for yourself. Speak for both of us.
So well, uh, uh, like
See. He's driving it right there. He just said something.
well, he
Well,
has a great
I'm
knowledge,
not.
and he's
We're not exaggerating. We're not
well,
exaggerating.
he has a great knowledge, and he has great ideas, and he has a
Mm.
great sense of humor too. So and he has character and energy. I like. Uh, and when he talks about certain topics, he talks about it is with in a serious manner, and he just don't joke it away, and he's really serious when he talks about certain topics. So so and he has great content as well. So
Nah, now he's exaggerating. He's exaggerating with that comment right there on the Sorry, that's an exaggeration. That's exaggeration right there.
yeah, if you mean that comment.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, so, second third says go for food over night vision. Night vision uses much power, and you can't if you can't charge it, it's useless. Yeah, I mean, well, that's like with any electronic type of tech, right? If it doesn't run or you can't power it, well, not many secondary uses. You know.
Yeah, as a secondary use, well, it's a good thing to have as a secondary if you need it, but you need to make sure you have rechargeable batteries for it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But most night visions don't have rechargeable batteries.
You know, I was just thinking, would night vision even help you in a storm?
Probably not.
Yeah, so it's not like you're using it to see this tornado in advance, kind of in the distance that you can't see normally with normal uh, regular light under regular conditions. Because I was just thinking like that, and I'm like, well, would that be possible?
Second says, and most people will attack during the morning or the daylight instead of at night. Too much can go wrong at night. Well, yeah,
Mm.
unless you are, well, you can do some attacks at night if you are very familiar with the area and you know where.
Everything last thing is, but
Yeah,
if you don't, then you know you don't want to go in blind, I guess, right? Right, not knowing. And just like with anything, right? You want to know what's going down. You want to know the area beforehand.
yeah,
You know, you
and that
scout
takes
ahead.
time.
Yeah,
And
you
that
scout
takes
ahead.
time. Thor Haven says, Guardian prepping. Me, humble. Yeah, Thor is humble. And that is Guardian prepping as well. Humble. It's good people.
Hmm.
Most of the people here are good people. So all of my followers are good people. So
Oh yeah, especially those last 3 comments. Those are the awesome people. Right there, those three right there. Especially that second one, which just happens to have a second in his name. He's the star right there. I'm just kidding, but sometimes it's good to have a couple laughs every so often.
Well, Raymond says that now that's a lie.
I try to be serious, but I also try to be a little humor in there. Break up the tension every so often.
Yeah.
It's nice. I can be serious I don't want to be serious all the time, but I also don't want to be joking all the time either.
Yeah. There are. I was thinking about those. There are binoculars that you can use in low light, and these are not for night. These are not night visions. They are low light binoculars. I was wondering if there are some use for those.
Well, there's still optics, right?
Yeah, they are still optics.
Technically, optics allow you to do things because they magnify. Well, they magnify what you can see, or they magnify the light that comes in of what you can see. So technically, you can use that kind of stuff. But also, that'd be like a last ditch thing. Most people wouldn't break open a pair of binoculars or something just for a solar fire. Probably not. That'd be a last ditch thing for someone to do.
Yeah.
There's other things to consider besides those magnification lenses and magnifying glasses. There's other little things that can work. I've shown different things too. So you're just looking for the shape. If it can magnify light, well, technically it's possible for solar to do that kind of thing. I mean, and then that's like really old school kind of tech, the type of technology, right? Because that's existed for a long time. From telescopes have existed for long centuries now, right? Even like the lighthouses that they use by like the ocean or whatever, right, to see out and stuff like that. Although those were parabolic reflectors, stuff like that. And also, we got modern day telescopes that are like, like as wide as your house or wide as your room, right? So, also, yeah. So that the stuff's been around for a while. So, that kind of stuff's much older than like a lighter or match. Also, probably not as old as like something like flint and steel or obviously or friction fire. Those trends, those are much older.
Yeah. What do you think? About those binoculars who has where the function you can measuring the distance from where you are to point B.
Rangefinder? Is that
rangefinder? Yeah, there are binoculars with rangefinders.
I've never played around with that, so I don't know much about that. I mean, I have a pair of binoculars that I can see like 2 kilometers old. I can see something 2 kilometers away that I can't see with the naked eye at all. Although in my testing, well, I mean, it depends what you're looking at, right? Obviously, the bigger the item is, the easier it's going to see. But I was just like, wow, that's like over 2 kilometers away, and I can see that. But that's a straight distance, right? Honestly, anything with optics or anything like that, if there's something blocking it, well, you can't see through it, right? Oh, hi. I guess I guess they mean me. They said co-host. I guess I'm the co-host.
Yeah, you are the co-host.
Yeah, yeah. Because if I didn't jump on, you'd be here alone. I can't let you stream alone. That's why I came back. I'm just a placeholder until they all come back in.
Yeah.
So let's see here. What was I going to say? How's that food storage going for you, by the way, Shadow?
Well, it's some progress. It has some progress, yes. But I have to wait until I get more money to
Wow. Yeah.
buy more food.
Yeah. Hmm. I was saying in my Airstream that night when I was doing in a late night stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even here in Canada, even the mainstream's talking about like the inflation or the price increase of food for next year, right? I mean,
Yeah.
let's see here. I mean, I can bring up. Now I'm quoting this from a screenshot that I took. Oh, lucky enough, I just happen to have it handy. It said, and I quote, I'm quoting this from a screenshot that I took, what they showed on the video or on air or whatever. Apparently here it's gonna be like for dairy 6 to 8% increase, bakery 5 to 7%, vegetables 5 to 7%, restaurants 6 to 8%, fruit 3 to 5%, air stuff, which I don't know, I guess that includes oil or whatever, vegetable or whatever, 2 to 4%, and meat and seafood 0 to 2%. That's probably on
Yeah.
top of whatever has already happened in the last, I guess, 2 years. So
Yeah. And the coffee here in Sweden has gone up by 25%.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, because another thing I was considering too is like because out west here in BC and British Columbia, well, the flooding that occurred, there was loss of livestock and stuff like that. There was like they lost like apparently the number said 600,000 chickens. Apparently, you know,
Okay.
and I was just like, well, that's I know I was saying this to Uncle Al in a different comment on his channel, and I was researching that, and it's like, so how long does it take for a chicken to reproduce so you can consume it after, right? It's
Yeah.
like 8 to 12 weeks, and maybe 6 months for something to actually a hen to be able to lay an egg again. So that's gonna take some time to come back, right? And
Yeah.
that's assuming there's feed to feed them and like somewhere to house them to shelter them, right? Because obviously that's necessary too.
Well, guys, I think we will face um, the same thing with food prices will probably go up here in Sweden as well. So that will be an issue. In how much they will go up, I have no idea, but uh,
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, and you know that's if we don't. That's if we continue. If we're lucky, we might avoid more. Right. That's if we're lucky, right? Because all it takes is like, well, here's another crop failure, or here's another flood to flood it out, and or whatever, right? Because
yeah,
that compounds it, and it starts to add into it because that delays everything again, right? It's all pray that the crops will all grow for next year, right? But
Yeah.
you need to be ready just in case it's not like that.
Yeah.
If we're lucky, we'll get like a good yield. Everyone will get a good yield. The rains will come when it's needed. There won't be a drought. There won't be this or that, right? Well, if this year has shown anything, I think this year I've seen every last thing occur. It almost seems like every last thing in this year. This year, remember, we started.
Welcome
Hold
back,
on a second.
Second Star.
I'll be right back.
Thank you, sir. Well,
Anytime.
bye, CR.
Well, he just muted himself, and he will be back.
Yeah. Sorry about all that
That's
mix
okay,
up
buddy.
and everything. Hopefully, I'm on a stable connection now.
Yeah. Yeah, Renan. Especially as we don't grow close into enough food ourselves, and we're building on our best food land. Yeah.
Well, that's a thing. Like here in the States, I mean,
Hi, Second Star.
I want to say, hey, brother, how you doing? Well,
Sorry, I
like
got interrupted
here in,
like usual.
yeah, you're good, brother. Here in the Midwest, most of our farms are being sold out because the FDA is buying them out, and also the food price per pound has dropped dramatically. So none of the farmers are actually making any money. Kind of like that farm in Sweden where you are, Shadow.
Yeah.
Well,
they're having to pay their employees more money, but not making any money from their actual stock. But yeah,
and that's if they have a harvest, right? Even.
Yeah.
All right. Because if you put all this work into it and you lose it at the last second, well, it still doesn't matter, right? Because the thing about food is it actually has to be grown or whatever, harvest, and actually get to our plates, the people's plates, the people that actually have to consume it. The feed that feeds the chickens, all this stuff has to get to their mouths, right? If anything that interrupts it, it's still lost, right? It doesn't matter, right? If it doesn't get into us or into the animals or whatever, right? It's still lost.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't even during that cycle, right? Like, so if hail happens late in the season, well, there goes the corn, right? Well, unfortunately, you already put all that effort into it. You already put the water into it, the resources like fertilizer, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And the machinery and all that stuff. That's gonna be a loss.
Well, I mean, it's not just like food either. It's also like clothing material and everything. Like the east side of Texas.
Okay, let's say corn.
Yeah.
Corn takes a lot of water to make. A lot of water.
Yeah. Well, like on the east side of Texas, every farm out there is a cotton farm, and all I'm talking about, these farms have 200 to 500 acres of land that just grows cotton all year round. And but the price per pound for cotton now is, I believe it's $5 a pound, and it used to, like 15 years ago, it was about $20 a pound. And farmers were making a killing growing cotton and selling to to other states and processing factories and everything. But now it's such a price drop on it that half of the farmers have sold their family land and sold their cotton farms and everything to major like major businesses now and selling all their property for like $10 million. And that's just a quarter of what that land's actually worth. But because out east, they're going through droughts and everything, that they don't have the water supply to actually water the plants or take care of their farms. So the price of their land has dropped also.
Or you start borrowing money or whatever, and you go into debt. I mean,
Right.
I know even in places like India, that actually happened, where they actually have to borrow money, right?
Yeah.
And the interest to pay back is so high, and then it leads to other things, and just like, because I've seen documentaries from out there too, right? So it's good to actually take a look at air places and see how, no one's really faring too great. Let's just say no one's doing that great. No one's doing that great out there. Some places or what people are doing better, but someone's still taking a loss somewhere. Someone's somewhere out there.
Well, we're still. I mean, America's still feeling the impact of the floods that happened 5 years ago in the Midwest that killed over like 10 or 20,000 pounds of livestock. I mean, it killed cattle, it killed chickens, it killed pigs, and they couldn't be rescued. So that also impacted the price of
a
meat.
loss. That's a loss, right? Because because you didn't get anything out of it, but you put everything into it. That's
right.
a hard pill to swallow.
And that's the thing with farms and the farm bureaus, because like here in Texas, you have to take a farm bureau loan to start up your business, you to start up your farm. And what is it called? The percentage that you have to pay back on it, it's like 15%. Say you take like a $10 million loan, you have to pay 15% on that on every time you make a payment back to that loan company. And, you're literally not making any money as a farmer or as like a livestock farmer for the next 30 years. You are just scraping by. And now with the price of meat and the money that you have to spend hauling off this cattle or chickens or pigs or whatever is double the price that's hurting you to get anything. Yeah. Oh, Tammy, one of my friends owns an FDA farm. Well, he's not an FDA farm. He raises beef cattle, and he raises longhorn cows. And he was selling. He sold. It was like 5 years ago. He sold like 500 head of cattle to the stock market, and the FDA bought it from them to sell. I mean, it was either to sell to the military or something like that, so the military could have fresh meat when it was going, when something was going on. And he sold all the cattle and everything to them for a good amount of money, and they were supposed to come in a week and pick up all those cows. Well, two guys in suits came with briefcases of money, paid them cash, and said, well, we don't have the resources to haul these cattle to get them slaughtered to go to the military. So we need you to euthanize every single one of these cows and burn their bodies so nobody can use it. And that was over, like, I think it was close to 10,000 pounds of meat that he had to get rid of, and it couldn't be used for anything else because the FDA bought it. I mean, it could have went to. It could have went to other places.
I'm not even gonna say anything that I'm gonna say about that because you guys already know what I can say about that, and I've already spoken about this before to you, Second Star. I know Shadow knows what I would say about that. So I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut about that one.
Yeah, I mean, in East Texas, there was a wildfire that happened and took out like 20 farms that was all knitted together because they do crop sharing out there. And just somebody, I mean, it was through one of the droughts, and somebody threw a cigarette out into the cotton field. And, they don't clean up all the stems and all that stuff from the cotton plants. So they were sitting out there drying, and they were already dry timber. And somebody flicked their cigarette out, and it landed on one of the dried out stalks and created a wildfire. And because they were on drought, the fire department did not have any water to go put the fire out. And it burned for, I want to say, 3 weeks, just burning up everything in its path. And
yeah. And you were saying about cotton, right? I mean, most of us do any kind of witchcraft, survival related things. We all know that cotton ticks spark easily. Well,
yep.
That's the opposite side of the. That's a double-edged sword, right? Well, if it goes over there, it's gonna do that, right? It's a smolder for a long time if it's not already burning or flaming up, right? So
yeah, I mean, a lot of bushcrafters,
especially with all water on it, right? Or being contained and stuff. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, I mean, here in Texas, during the summertime, they stop Boy Scouts or any kind of like survival classes or anything like that because it gets so arid and dry during the summertime.
Then you get fire restrictions, right? You get fire restrictions in your area, right? And that happens in.
I mean, we have burn bans.
Yeah, burn bans and stuff like that, where it's like red, right? There's, there's no outlet. Only maybe you might be able to get away with like a barbecue. That's about it.
Oh no! Kind of it has to be a propane grill.
Oh, or even like that. When I say barbecue, I meant propane. That's what I meant.
Yeah,
like it's got to be like fuel based like that, right? No,
no charcoal, wood no wood,
no, it's got to be like gas, right? Butane and stuff like that, right? Those gas cans, those kind of things.
Yeah, something that can be put out, something that can be cut off, and any fuel source to it just cuts off the flame. But even with propane, I've seen houses and stuff catch on fire because what goes along with Texans is alcohol, and people knocking over their propane grill or whatever, and it lands in their grass and starts a grass fire. So,
well, don't pour alcohol over a fire. I don't think that's supposed to work.
Oh no! They just get drunk. They get drunk and just knock it over. And also, they like to put their beer.
Well, don't do alcohol abuse. Come on.
Yeah. Oh,
come on! If anything, don't do alcohol abuse. At least do it just for that reason alone, then. All right. Oh, it's just the benefit that it won't catch on fire.
Do everything big.
Apparently.
Yeah. Everything's bigger in Texas, CR.
Yeah.
Even our fires.
Yeah. Well, GP saying about the process of making forge from roots is always incredible. He's done it twice. I mean, I guess it's possible. I know it's possible, but the thing is, you need to actually have access to them. If you don't have access to them, I mean, right now it's winter, right? I do not have access to roots. probably very little chance I could make natural cordage right now. Not saying I can't, but it's not.
Yeah.
Probably very unlikely. Just because I don't have
Well,
access to the materials so much. They're either frozen or out of season.
yeah.
For me, anyways. Yeah.
I mean,
for me, anyway. For you, you're down south, or you.
yeah.
For you, GB, that's probably a different story, right? Your access to
I
it is
mean,
probably a little bit more
we
common.
have cacti. We have a lot of fibrous materials down here in the south. Well, out
Even the
west,
cattails
there's more
here will
fibrous.
probably, even the cattails here are probably either too dry, too brittle,
Yeah.
or they're flattened from the snow. So it's not,
Right.
This reminds me of this one time I actually made cordage with corn husks before. I've actually done that
Yeah.
a couple of times now. It's actually
Yeah.
also natural cordage is not as strong, but I was using it for garden related tasks because I was like,
Right.
well, instead of using jute twine, like okay, jute twine can break down or whatever. Well, I'll just use this corn husk.
Well,
I already got the
if you
resource,
have
right?
a garden, if you have a garden, you can take the lower, you can take old tomato plants, uproot them, and if they're not producing as much, it's a fibrous material, the actual stalk of the plant is, and you can beat it and use those fibrous strands to make a semi-strong cordage. But
for what it is, right?
yeah.
I tend, if I'm not using natural cordage, it's for natural related things,
Right.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because it's not like we live in the jungle. None of us live in the jungle, so I don't have access to it.
That is true.
Right.
Yeah. It just depends on your area. It depends on,
the season too.
What
season 2?
Yeah. It, like the rainforest. The rainforest has plenty of materials, but who all, raise your hand if anybody lives near a rainforest, and
I'm pretty sure I'm quite far from South America.
Right.
Well, you live closer. You live closer. You kind of live closer.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I see Van City's in Purpose in the house with us. Hello.
Right. Hey, Van City.
Yeah, you should join us.
I put out the link.
Yes.
Yes, you should join us if you can.
Yeah, Guardian. Everything, even if you study bushcrafting and naturalism and everything all your life, you can say you have a photographic memory and you know every plant, everything. But the thing is, it is all luck. It depends on the season. It depends on it depends on where you are at that time, and it depends on your luck. It depends on, is that plant also edible to wild animals, and is it summer to where it's going to continuously grow, or is it winter time?
Well, and you got to factor in other weather-related things like, did it get blown over? Did hail hit it? Did anything else hit it while you were not in that area?
Also,
right? That's all. That's its part too, right?
Yeah, I mean, also you gotta.
Was there enough water for it to keep going?
Or
yeah, was there even enough water, right? Because if there's no water, it's probably not going to grow that. You might get a few berries instead of, oh, here's a whole bush.
Right. It's all luck of the draw. It really is in any survival situations. It's luck of the draw also. I mean,
you never know what you'll see around the next corner or whatever until you go take a look, because you can't assume.
Right. Yeah, you just can't assume. in a an SHTF situation. Yeah, you live 20 minutes from a major city, but you also got to look who all has survived that SHTF situation. Is the city that you're going to, is there a huge population of gang members? Did the prison let out, the prisoners? Are they running free? I mean, who, you may go to a Walmart, see that it's a Walmart. It may look like it hasn't been damaged or anything, but when you go in there, there's nothing there. There's not even a single scrap of grain, But you can go to a Dollar Tree or a Poundland or whatever.
I'm actually starting to understand. I'm starting to know all these like dollar places now. Like here in Canada, in the US, and in Europe. I just like Poundland. Yeah, I think I've heard people say that there's the Dollar General for you guys in the US, which is probably similar to Dollarama here in Canada.
Yeah, Dollar General. Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah, because it's more than a dollar at Dollar General, right? Because it ranges a couple bucks to
Dollar Tree.
Dollarama is relatively cheap.
Yes. Well, you know the difference between America, like dollar spots, and like Canadian,
I know the difference between Dollar Tree here in Canada and in the US. You guys have in the US the Dollar Trees actually have a frozen food section.
Yeah, but
we don't got that here in Canada. As far as I know, I've never seen the Dollar Tree with a frozen food section. Right? Like also you got your cold drinks, right? But it's just a fridge, right? It's not like a freezer.
Well, the thing is, like up in Canada, your Dollaramas have a camping and a survival section. None of ours, like at a Dollar Tree, you may get 6-hour survival candles. You may get a flashlight. You may get something. But like Poundland in Europe has a whole entire camping section. You can buy sleeping bags. You can buy tents. You can buy, I mean, they're not top quality.
Well, I think that goes without saying. That goes without saying, right? I think that goes without saying. However, I've been surprised sometimes. I've actually been surprised where I've shown this before because I don't know if they still have. Because I didn't actually go into Dollarama much over the summer, and their camping stuff's out of season right now, so I'm not gonna see it right now because obviously the holiday stuff's in right now and stuff like that. Yeah, but there was a magnesium ferrite striker and with a striker, right? And I've seen people show it, right? They showed it. People were showing it out in Eastern Canada a lot, right? Finally I see it out west here. I finally see it, right? So I pick one up, right? One thing I noticed, and that the videos that I saw people show it and demonstrate it, and just tell about it, right? Is apparently the striker was a piece of carbon steel because I can actually take a flint to that striker and get sparks off of it. I was just like, what? Yeah, I was just like, that was something I didn't even expect, right? I just like,
yeah. See, you don't get that kind of stuff in America. You
for
really
me,
don't.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, on the cheaper side of things, I think that's still worth it, at least because because that's a piece of carbon steel because I can get sparks off that striker.
Yeah. See, in America,
a piece of flint or a quartz. I'm like, what?
Yeah. See, in America, we have specific stores to go to get survival or camping gear or anything like Bass Pro Shop or Camping World or Walmart or something like that.
Well, we also have Cabela's here in Canada, and we also have Mountain Equipment Co-op here.
Well, yeah.
Too. Well, you guys have REI in the US.
Yeah, but
But
that stuff is so expensive. I mean,
well,
you're paying for a name brand item, REI. Like yeah, everybody knows
Osprey, Gregory, those kind of backpack brands that and stuff like
the
that.
Sierra, like the Sierra brands or LL Bean or whatever. But that stuff, don't get me wrong, it's good brands, but it's
good quality stuff, right? I'm like, but also if you have the money, well,
right. But I'm not going to go and spend $300 on an LL Bean backpack when I can go online to Amazon and buy the exact same style backpack that was made by a sweatshop in China that says
he
LL.
actually said it. He actually said it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can buy the exact same style backpack and everything. It just doesn't say LL Bean on it, but I can buy it for $30.
I think try to get quality when you can, as much as possible. I think that goes without saying, but for the most part,
well,
honestly, we all have a budget, right? We all can't.
Yeah.
I'm not buying. I don't have the budget or the money to buy like a nice Benchmade,
right?
For example.
Yeah.
So I gotta.
Or like Shadow's wonderful falcon knife.
Yeah, so we gotta come back to like Mora. Right.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Shadow, you got that Falcon Naven A1 beside you, so you can show people.
He does too. Look at that.
Yeah.
He's ready. I'm surprised the Mora's not close by.
Oh, it probably is, but look at
just give me
look
2
at that
seconds,
knife. Look, it's a basic. It's a basic knife. It's a basic knife, but the thing is the quality of it. It's you can go to Walmart and buy the exact same kind of knife as that, but the thing is the thickness isn't the same, and also it's not as sturdy. It's
the steel type may be different, right? It's better.
But it's just something about Swedish and
it's the Mora. It's the Mora. It must be the Mora.
Well, it's the craftsmanship. That's the thing. Exactly. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for actual handmade craftsmanship instead of machine quality.
Well, the work that goes into making it really good, right? The difference. The difference between when you buy something a cheap knife, for example, is that it may not come sharp out of the package, right?
Well, there's a cheap knife right there for what?
But generally,
$30.
Right? If you buy a Mora, you buy a Mora. It's just like it's fairly sharp out of the package when you get it, right?
Well, that's the thing. I've bought Moras. I bought the basic Moras, the like $10 Mora. Just
you mean
throw on your side and just use
your
it.
Companion. That's why it's called a companion.
Yeah, the companion.
Right, and also
I've had those. Well, I've had Moras break on me, and I wasn't even doing anything because Moras are technically machine made now.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I mean
you figure
they're still hand sharpened.
But honestly, for the price, you gotta cut costs somewhere, right? Right. You can't just offer something handmade for whatever that cheap, right? Because you can't and to pay someone because you gotta pay someone to do the work. You gotta pay and run the factory itself, right? Because you gotta run everything in the factory, the machinery, the lighting, and all that stuff, right?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing you need to learn, right? That people need to learn about knives.
Yep.
A knife is not a all-in-one tool. a knife is only to be used for specific tasks. It's not a buy once, cry once kind of thing. It's not a Swiss Army knife that can be used for every purpose, every problem. It's mostly to clean. I mean, like our ancestors used knives to clean their game, to cut specific items. You know, they didn't use it to, you know, cut down a hickory tree. They didn't use it to bash
Well, that's because
open.
there was air tools, right? Like an axe, right? They use
Right.
something more specific for that kind of reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
And a knife was there for personal protection in older days, but also to be like the Vikings. The Vikings used the knife to eat with. You know, it oh, hold on. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, more is a good
Yeah, more
good for the price you're getting. You're getting good quality for the price. I think that's a way of saying it, right?
Yeah.
You know, they're and remember, for the most part, unless you get the full tank ones, well, they're not full tank. But what you're getting, right? You know, you get a sheath, you know, and it's relatively good, relatively. For what you're getting, right? You know.
I like more knives.
Yeah, I think generally, most of the survival bushcrafting community tends to like them, right? They tend to, also they're not perfect or whatever. They would probably like something better or whatever. But you know, if that's what they had, they'd be like, oh, it's still good.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
more knife do the job. So
To a certain degree, obviously, to a certain degree.
yeah, to a certain degree, yeah.
You know.
Okay, back. Sorry.
Well, that's okay, buddy.
Welcome back. Yeah, we were just talking about
Thanks.
more bras. I was trying to make a pun there.
Oh yeah.
I was trying to make a pun there.
I mean, you know, we're in a society now that we want a knife for survivalists and bushcrafters and everything that is a one tool for everything.
The one tool option.
Yeah, I mean, we have like
Does it
knife
all?
torture tests. Well, I mean, a knife isn't meant to stab into a tree and climb up on it and climb a tree. You know what I mean? Like it's not meant to. It's not meant to stab into a door of a car.
Or pry with.
Yeah,
Not saying that
like,
some can do that, but it's not the intent of it. You know,
right.
I would hope you have
mean,
a crowbar instead to do something like that. You have an axe to do that,
or
instead,
an actual pry bar. You know,
because I think if you're gonna start doing stuff like that, you know, you don't have to assess the risk and be like, well, I may bend it or damage it.
Yeah, because you know, dull blade is more dangerous than a sharp blade, and putting your knife through.
It's not only that; it's like for example, if you start bending your knife, right? Well, you can't get it back in the sheath then. If you bend it enough, you won't be able to get back in the sheath then. Then what?
Yeah.
In a situation like that, right? Or, you know, if it breaks, now you have a shorter frame, which means it's less effective. Or
random. Yeah.
Or some, you know, because you're prying so hard that you slip and oops, I touched the edge. in that kind of quick motion of it, right? That doesn't help either. So I think, I think those kind of things, oh, hey, I got to use my knife to climb this tree easier from the bear, away from this bear. Okay, maybe I can justify that. Oh, I need this knife because I got to break open this door because to get someone out of the car.
Well,
I could justify that. I could justify that, but you got to also remember that you better hope it doesn't fail, and it may not be in the same condition after.
Yeah. But you also gotta look at like survival TV shows and everything. They're wanting you to take a knife and become Rambo and tie your knife onto the edge of a stick and stab a wild boar that's coming at you. Why would you use your only tool instead of sharpening the stick and using the stick as the weapon?
Well,
because if you stab that boar and say the stick breaks and your knife gets stuck in that boar and that boar runs away,
you just lost
where
your
are
resource,
you now?
right? You just lost that resource, right? I think someone like how, because I've seen this before with Westrop, with him, he would say, yeah, I could use my knife to cut this outside of this birch to use it as a shingle or whatever, but he's going to use a rock instead to preserve his knife, because if in this real situation, a tool like a knife or a Swiss Army knife or a multi tool is going to be very, very valuable. If you lose it, goes dull or whatever, it's less effective, which means that it could affect your survival. Let's assume it's real, right?
Yeah.
Remember, when people go out there, there's a degree of a safety net and stuff like that, right? So, but if it's a real serious situation, you're on your own or whatever, even with someone else. Well, I'd be like, we can use this machete to break the coconut, but it might start. If we damage it, it goes dull, then it's less effective. Let's try to figure out another way of doing this if we can, right? Where you're trying to use, I think, and diving back into that kind of mentality of, okay, well, it's use rocks, flint knap something, because you might have some time, right? I mean, like, honestly, in a situation like that, if you're lost, you might have some time, right? It's like, well, I got to build this fire and wait for this warm back up or whatever. It's nighttime or whatever. Maybe I can just keep busy like that, right?
Yeah.
Because I think this is why. I mean, for me, like, it wasn't to build a bag, right? For example, and let's just say it's like more wilderness survival related, right? Type of situation. Right. I would be like, okay, let's have your cutting tool like a knife, right? Instead of, oh, I'm not gonna rely on this knife as like some sort of spear or whatever. I'll actually bring something more dedicated for that.
Yeah.
Like actual stuff that actually is meant for that, or I could use for that. That hey, if I lose this spear point or whatever, I didn't lose the knife because I didn't use the knife for it. All right.
Yeah.
And stuff like fire hardening a stick and stuff like that. Or friction hardening it, right? I mean.
Well, the thing is you fire harden the tip of the spear so it's more durable when it's penetrating. But the thing is, you can't fire harden the whole entire stick. That is way too much time. That's way too much effort for something that you may or may not ever have to use. But the whole entire process of doing that and finding the right hardwood or middle semi hardwood to give that beam,
and hopefully it's straight. You always have to assume it's going to be fairly straight, or else you don't have to straighten it a bit.
Well, I mean, that's more for like the throwing spears. Like you could take any kind of spear if you're just jabbing,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess if you're talking about like things like laterals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You want something fairly straight. And
Yeah.
hopefully, so because you're going to actually put feathers on it too to make it more aerodynamic, and that spin
Right.
provides some stability in the air
Yeah.
because it's
And
spinning.
see, yeah, that don't get me wrong. I mean, yeah, there's naturalists, survivalists. There's people that have gone with tribal ways of life for thousands of years. But
We're not all like that.
for the basic,
We're not all like
yeah,
that, right? We're not all like that,
right.
right? Unfortunately, we are not all like that. The common person, right?
Yeah.
We're
I mean, like flint napping. Flint napping or rock napping is a complete skill and time waste. Like to get that perfect cutting edge.
Coming back to what I was saying about like using it instead of a knife, right? Well, you could
Yeah.
you just this is good enough without doing much work. I didn't have to do much work.
Right.
It's not perfect, but I don't need it to be perfect. It just needs to be sharp enough so I can just score it.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm talking about for like spearheads or arrowheads or whatever,
Well, I mean, in terms of flint napping or whatever, like, let's just say wood and bone are a little bit more easy to work with.
Yeah, but you also need
the resource too, right? Yeah, rock's probably a little bit more.
I mean,
but you also have to find the right kind.
Yeah, you can't just go and get you just can't go and get a hip bone that's been sitting there for years and try to try to bone nap that thing because it's just going to crumble on you. It doesn't have that hardness to it anymore. And but then, well, that's talking about like up north, like in your area, CR. It doesn't have the heat. It doesn't have the heat to dry out bones to make it hard enough. So you're pretty much dealing with brittle, bending bones because it's constantly in a wet environment, But
because the calcium will start to get dissolved from the water because water,
right?
Even rainwater is slightly acidic. It's actually below 7 on pH, so over time it'll start to wear it down and soften it. Versus if it was in a dry environment like a desert, it'd probably okay. I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, because you could take a bone from Arizona, a rib bone, and rock grind it to a razor sharp point, and that could be your knife, or your spearhead, or a shank if you need it to be, But and that goes to the whole entire thing of knowing your area, knowing what that area can do to not only just you. Yeah.
Resources that your area can provide, all right, whatever it is, where it be like water, okay, water, you might have more lakes, rivers like in Canada, okay,
yeah.
However, it's sometimes in the form of ice and snow.
Right.
Right. And for example, I guess for you guys in the South more, right, or near the beach, you don't have access to like a resource like sand, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that's even to be used for whatever, right? You have access to clay under, or whatever, certain trees or whatever, right? Where you got like access to pine trees for flat wood or birch for something like that, or cattail, or I know poplar has has those fibrous things. I know it's possible to take a spark from that. It's not as good as cod, but it's almost on the same way that it flashes like a cattail fluff.
Yes. But the good thing is cedar trees are literally all over the world, and cedar is pretty much the next best thing to pine. You can take the bark off of cedar trees. Yeah, spruce.
Spruce.
They're all from the evergreen family.
Yeah, right. And learning how you can use that resource if you really needed to.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
because like here in Texas, we don't have birch trees. We have a small section of river birch, which isn't as good as traditional birch trees, but you have to go all the way up to North Texas to get to river birch because it's nowhere else in the southern parts or east or west Texas. So the only thing we have is cedar trees, and that's what we have.
That's another thing about resources, right? Like, you hear, oh, I'll just put leaves in this garbage bag as a mattress, right? Well, that's not the help when it's like early spring or winter. There's not many leaves around, And honestly, I guess the best time is gonna be in the fall because they're already on the ground for the most part, right? But in drier areas, well, you might not see a lot of leaves either. So, and again, evergreen trees there's no leaves on them, right? However, I guess you can get the boughs on them. But also, they say what, 6 inches or whatever, right? The more the better, because you compress it down at more time.
Yeah, like the pines and everything. It also takes so much longer for evergreen pines, like the pine needles, to dry out to be a fire source. So,
I have, with pine trees, I have tried this once. I've only tried this once.
mhm.
Because I saw a video on it and I tried it out during the winter, right? Apparently, because as emergency snowshoes, because as long as you spread your weight more over a greater area, that's how snowshoes work,
Yeah.
right? You spread your weight over a greater area. I was just like, well, I'm not sinking
Yes,
as much,
impact.
but yeah, I'm not sinking as much, but I think that's gonna be a last ditch thing for me if I
Yeah.
really had to dip into that, because I actually have to physically cut it off the tree, right?
Hold
I don't
on.
want to do
I'll
that
be
if I don't
right
have
back.
to, right? I don't want to do that if I don't have to, right? I was just kind of
Yeah.
seeing it for myself. I'm like, okay,
All right.
well,
I'll be right back, guys.
all right. So, yeah. Ah, Shadow.
Yeah.
You haven't said anything, and you're just holding that position for the last like 5 seconds. I'm like, did he freeze?
I
Did
checked
he
up.
freeze? He's just like pondering. I'm like, did he freeze? Because he hasn't said anything. It doesn't look like he's moving. I don't even think he's blinking.
Well, I checked up.
Well,
Lane
I know you're.
Covington.
Oh yeah. I keep forgetting you're typing. What am I thinking? You're typing. But that was like 4 or 5 minutes ago. Huh. Wasn't sure. That's why sometimes I'll actually, even on panel, I'll still want to talk in the side chat, just so it looks like I'm still interacting in there somewhere. So like my name still is highlightable. You know what I mean? Because if you don't say anything in the side chat for a while, it removes you from that, right? So people can't highlight your name anymore. That's why I like to. Yeah, exactly. For he's deep in thought. That's what I thought too. So yeah, second Star brings up a lot of good points at times. Things to consider and stuff like that. And I guess I get to bring up some backstories that I've tried, a few things I've tried myself.
I try to find out how to be an ambassador for Mora Knife company.
Well, it's like, well, I already live in the country. Come on. Yeah, that'll be something. That'll be something. That's for sure. That'll be for sure. So yeah. Can I come back to that other topic we were talking about for brief moment here because I want to actually ask everyone in the side chat right now because I kind of forgot about it when I was mentioning about these. Well, they go by different names. These lights out, power outage, or blackout kits. I've always been a big proponent of actually having the lights not in just one spot, which is fine, right? But actually having them scattered around. I don't know about you guys in the side chat. You guys can chime in on side chat, YouTube, Shadow. Like I like to
Yeah.
have, especially like if you have a washroom that does not have a window, right? I like to have a light in there. Let's say downstairs washroom or whatever, right? I like to have at least one light in there, right? Something at least that I can see enough in the washroom itself, right? Solar, whatever, right? Even if it's some sort of hand crank or dynamo or crank kind of thing, right? Even if it's got to be one of those wind up flashlights or wind up radios, right? Because I always think for two reasons, right? More of us are using fluorescent and LED lights in our washers, I guess, for example, right? Well, I know those last longer, but what happens if that actually goes out right when you're in that washroom? And hopefully you're not in the shower too, right? Because I always consider that's the worst time for the power to go out on you in the washroom is when you're actually in the shower or in the bath, right? Because you don't want to slip outside, standing outside, right? And you got to get changed too, right? Right? Whatever, right? It's also you're not quote, right? Right? So I'm always a big proponent of actually having something in there because it's just that'd be an inconvenience, right? Right there, right? Where you're actually having to get changed in the dark for whatever reason, right? And it could be as simple as like, you know, something else went out, right? You well, the thing about candles is then you actually need a lighter in there too, I guess, or way to start it. Yeah, okay. For you got to flush this over on that, please. Yeah. I don't mind the candles and lanterns, but I mean the candles, but yeah. Ticking some.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
hear that ticking sound as well.
Oh, sorry. It's probably coming from my end then. And the way that I have the mic on. So. I'll just talk over it. Sorry. It's probably coming from my end. Because obviously I'm not hearing it. So it must be coming from my end if I'm not hearing it and you guys are hearing it. But, like, I'm a big proponent of having those things around like that. Because I think that's a smart move.
Welcome, Marla.
Hello. You know, like it's nice. Like to me, the lights out, blackout or power outage type of kits are like for where more of the stuff is available, right? But I think you need to be able to have something on you or near you so you can get to it, right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we know our place, our home quite well, right? Maybe some of us can navigate even in the dark if we had to, right? But it would be nice not to trip and stub your toe trying to get to your lights out kit, your power outage kit, your blackout kit, your brownout kit, or whatever you use for power outage or when the lights go out, right? That's how I see it, anyways. I don't know what you agree with me, Shadow. Feel in the side chat.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, sorry, I'll get into that in a moment. I'll put my spike into that in a moment, but because I'm a big proponent of having that like that because I'm just always thinking that it's just like people. Well, okay, I gotta all smartphones now have light source obviously because they have a flash, right? Well, what happens if your smartphone's in their room or on the table, then you can't notice it, right? Hopefully you can feel it out or find it, right? But it would be nice to know that you got something on you, right? Where it'd be a flashlight or a lighter. Because obviously a lighter, you can get a flame from it, right? You can get light out of it, right? Even a dead one, technically, if you got the spark in there, technically you probably can navigate in your place with that too. It's not you don't have to keep sparking it, but you can actually, you would remember what you're seeing and just like, oh, okay, there's something on the floor or whatever, right? Especially if you got like things on the ground, right? Whatever it is, right? Let's say you got kids or whatever, and you got toys on the ground. Well, you don't want to step on that either, right? Yeah, I don't want to. I want to step on like a toy car and slip out. That's probably not gonna be great in a situation like that. So I want to be able to see in a situation like that, and it would be nice to be able to see your lights out kid, stuff like that. So, because generally for me, that kind of kid, I want it to stand out, right? I'm not trying to be low key with it, right? I want it to stand out. There's reflectors on mine, right? I have little triangles on mine too, so it's clear as day what it is, right? Most people would understand. I could be like, "Hey, Sierra, where's your lights out kid?" It's the one that has the triangle. You'll see, you shine a light over it, you'll see a triangle, a bright yellow triangle, right? You can't miss it, right? Really, it's very noticeable, I guess, right? I know some people like to put lights on those stick-on lights and stuff like that, like in a closet and stuff like that, or nearby and stuff like that. Those would be useful too. Uber don't work with when it comes to balls. Okay. So I guess I'll. I don't know. Well, I know Harvey said about those icers, traction cleats, ice cleats, spikes, pin spikes, and all that stuff. Yeah, those. I have Vanessa Katie. Those things are useful, especially in colder climates, right? Especially like even if it doesn't, there's no freezing rain or something like that. Just the simple fact that you might be getting that freeze and fall cycle back and forth, right? And there's just puddles that freeze overnight. You're gonna walk out in the morning, right? Would be nice not to start the morning slipping on ice, right? I don't want to start the morning like that if I had to go out there, right? That'd just be annoying too, right? You're late for work, and the next thing you know, you sprain your wrist. That's probably not a good thing. Your boss might understand or whatever, but it's just inconvenient. What does it say? How? Anyhow, to continue their thought, who better to work with when it comes to BOB or BHB, when it comes to people who are out for days, weeks, or even months, when it comes to through hikers? Well, through hikers, if I remember right, sometimes they're planning how much time there is, too, right? And it's a set path that they go on, and usually, if I remember right, they usually have just enough. I don't know about you, Shadow, if you can want to chime in on that. I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
On what?
On through hikers. On that
Actually, I had never heard of the term through hikers.
I think, or because I know sometimes they go a little bit more minimal, right?
Ah.
I know some people do that during the winter too, right? So, but usually they plan it a lot more. I mean, I guess you can learn a couple of things from them, right? But I don't see they usually plan it, right? So usually it's relatively in better conditions, right? I mean, they may have a little bit of contingencies, but it's not. I would. What I'm saying is like it's not like they're not. How many through hikers actually go out when it's actually a blizzard out? Actually, do something like that or stormy out, right? They tend to do it when it's nicer out, right? I say tend to, but some people are more adventurous. And when you're bugging out or evacuating out, there could be other hazards out there that you may need to bring, right, with you to combat that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
If that
Yeah,
makes
I
any
agree.
sense. Like for example, if there's food fighters don't go hiking when there's a forest fire. Probably
Yeah.
not, right? But you may have to abandon out and bug out from that, right? Where you may need a little bit more supplies than what a fruit hiker might have or minimalist hiker might have. Like you don't have, you know, maybe you actually have an actual gas mask or something, a supply of oxygen or whatever, stuff like that. I don't know if you would agree with me or the person who asked that or said that. That's how I see
Vanessa
it.
says I camped in Arctic a lot years past.
Vanessa Kitty, I've seen you. I've learned a lot more from you lately. You definitely have the story. That's for sure. I know you swear. I've read a lot of what you said in the past, though. So it's actually nice to get to know you better too. And I guess we lost him again,
Again.
again. Sorry. Second star.
Well, he has really big problems with his signal.
Yeah.
Um, and probably people that disturbs him and takes his focus. So, but he is at
Yeah. He has
work,
to do
so
so. Yeah, he has. Oh, thanks, Vanessa Kitty. And I agree with what Ford said about you know taking your taking your time. Right? Because don't rush. Right. Sometimes you can't always make. What is that? Slow is fast and fast is smooth. Whatever that saying is, right? Because if you injure
uh,
yourself, well, then you're on the ground, right? Then you're really wasting time, right? Because you're on the ground for the next couple of minutes. Now you're injured and trying to move, and it's a hurt too. I'd rather make it to my destination in one piece.
yeah,
One piece, safe and sound, right? Driving, whatever. I know people bike in winter too, right? So or walk, right? Because it's when you're rushing that you get usually what happens, right? Driving, walking, whatever. That's usually how it happens because you're rushing, so you're going
yeah,
fast, right? Instead of taking your time and looking at the conditions a little bit more and adjusting it, right? I think this is why when they say speed limit, that's when conditions are ideal. Anything like storms or anything, reduced visibility, ice on the surface, you want to go slower just because it gives you a little bit more time to react and the distance between, let's say, vehicles or whatever, right? So you have more
yeah,
time to react. There's more time to stop, right? There's more distance to even physically stop, right?
yeah,
Because even if you're a good driver, what happens about the person behind you? I've seen videos where it's just like people get hit. It's because the car in front of them stopped, but someone behind them plowed into them and then knocks the car in front of them, then hits the person that's right in front of them. So you still gotta like when I look at traffic or whatever, I make sure are all the cars stopping, slowing down to a certain degree, because all it takes is that chain reaction of one car hitting the next one, right? Then it'll move you, right? Because it'll move the vehicle in front of you, right? Because all that stuff and whiplash and all that other stuff that probably occurs from that. Well, what that say? Let me see. Indeed, my thought is that if we start minimal, we can build on that rather than having too much and not knowing how to go down or how to go down. Okay. Example: winter hiking gear under 10 kilograms. And remember, 1 kilogram equals 2.2 pounds. So that's about 25 pounds, give or take. Yeah. No, actually, that would be 22 pounds. Yeah. 10 kilograms should be 22 pounds. Yeah. I think my math's right, Vanessa Kitty? My conversion should be right on that. I should know better because it's just zero's just a placeholder. One cannot walk on 20 feet of snow very long. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if the snow comes up to your knees or thighs or whatever, like it's hard to track for that. It slows you down. Well, because your stride is less. Unless when your stride's less, you are gonna go physically slower. It's gonna take longer. It's the way it is because you can't cover the ground as fast or the distance. You know what's funny about it is, Kitty, sometimes if I'm going with people or whatever, I let them break the snow. I let them go first. Sometimes I do that, right? Because I know they're breaking the ground for me, right?
Yeah,
Sometimes I'll, or let's say if they're tired, I'll take over, right? Because if you're breaking ground for someone, then it's always easier for the person behind. No, because the snow's already compressed, right? They don't have to compress that foot of snow again.
exactly.
Yeah, so I would take the lead if I was with someone and they just slip and they twist an ankle, right, or whatever, right? I go first, so it'd be easier for them. And I hope they would do that for me if possible, right? So, but if you're breaking ground like that, you're gonna get exhausted because
Yeah,
you gotta physically, well, your stride's less, and you physically have to lift your foot a foot up, like a foot up above the snow, step forward, and all that stuff. It actually is exhausting to trek.
yeah,
Right.
it
And
is.
hopefully you're not. Yeah, and hopefully you're not breaking a sweat either, right? Because obviously, if there's not much snow, it's probably cold out, or relatively cold out.
Vanessa says, in May I looked for those marks along the path I used. They were 22-inch up from ground level that year. That was my first winter of 5.
First of five. So yeah, Vanessa Kitty seems to have quite a bit of stories and experience
Yeah, she has.
share with to share with us. So I always appreciate that. You know, try to learn from others, learn from others' mistakes, and learn from others' experiences and stuff like that. Adapt them to your own area and stuff like that.
Yeah.
As much as possible.
Vanessa, ask you a question.
Ice fog. I've seen really thick fog. Fog is not huge in this area per se. Honestly, then compared to let's say a place like London, maybe, or for example, but I've seen fog where it's just like you can't see anything, right? Like you can't see anything. Like literally, the only reason you even know you're on the ground is because of gravity. Because you can't even see the horizon, right? Everything just looks it's washed. Well, not washed out, but all the same color or the same um, brightness all the way around. So it's like, and you can't see. And yeah, I think I have. Probably not in the same way that you have experienced it, Vanessa. I might have experienced a taste of it, but that didn't last long for that day.
I
I think I
never
went
heard
out
of
for the.
ice fog before.
I might have been in there because I have seen fog here in the winter before. In terms of like, there's snow on the ground and it's foggy, so I don't know. I think Vanessa Kitty's a little bit more experienced in that than I am.
Yeah, probably.
Probably, I might be Canadian, but I don't know everything about winter.
Yeah, I guess she has more experience in that.
Well, let's say she just wrote to like ice fog. I would stand at the entry to the barracks and would wait until I felt the door remove. Then I would touch the person's shoulder entering. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess if fog's that thick. Yeah. All right. Take care, four. This one's dying.
Okay, Welcome back.
Hey, sorry.
Welcome back.
That's
Thanks,
okay.
brother. Thank you.
Okay, Thor. Take care, buddy.
Yeah, Vanessa Kitty's saying that it's that thick. Yeah, I
Take
could
care,
see like
Thor.
10 feet in front of me at that time, but yeah, well, I guess you can't even see your own hand in
That
front of
must
you. I
be
guess
the
that's pretty
way.
thick. That's pretty thick. That's pretty thick then. And that's pretty dicey too, right? And especially when you're walking, because you can't actually see certain things, right? You can't see dangers. You can't see ice. You can't see the tree that you might hit. I don't want to hit a tree in front of me, right? I guess something like a walking stick might be useful still, even for that, I guess, right? Because if you almost like how blind people would use a cane or whatever, right? And they tap up in front of them, right? Because it extends your reach, right? Because you can still physically feel, hey, I'm hitting something there, even though I can't see it, I'm still hitting something, and I'm, like the ground or whatever, or a tree or whatever, or a person or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because I guess when you can't see or whatever, or something's in your eye, you kind of take a little bit of your time and you feel your way out, so to speak, right?
Yeah, that's why I tell everybody, in any kind of situation, learn your terrain that you're in, learn every aspect of it, because you don't want to be in a situation that you're seriously not prepared for,
Mm-hmm. She said the fog particles are frozen, suspended in air. Sound hardly travels. You can be right next to someone and yell and knows. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I think
Yeah.
That is
I've never
interesting.
experienced that, but I think that makes sense to me. Oh,
Yeah,
there he
see,
is.
I've never had to worry about that,
Welcome,
so
Hero
I don't
Brian.
know how to experience it.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how you doing?
Sorry, I should have gave I should have sent him a link. I forgot to give him the memo on it. Honestly, I just came over and started talking to him. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Whoops, my bad. My bad. Sometimes I just get caught up talking to Second Star and Shadow here.
Yeah.
But I just realized that it's been like I've been here for like 2 hours already. I'm still talking about stuff, and I'm still bringing up new stuff again. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing with, with our communities. We all have
Somebody
different
said, yeah.
experiences, different, skills, and,
He's making something out of
it's
paracord, he says.
yeah, it
Bracelet or something like that, maybe. Well, I was, I think walking sticks is just one of those things. Even for me here there's many different way or trekking poles, whatever, right? Let's just call them
yeah,
kind of the same thing. Walking sticks, canes, whatever. They give you that third contact point on the ground, right? Something to probe
right,
with even beforehand, right? And there's something steep you can dig into the ground, right? If your feet are slipping a little and you don't have really great traction, you can get that extra footing, well, extra point of contact on the ground and stuff like that. And what I said about if you, a lot of people use a cane and stuff
right,
like that,
Vanessa.
right? I mean, if it was dark out, you know, and I just happen to have a broom, let's say I'm sweeping the floor and the power goes out, I'd be like, well, I guess I can use this broom.
Yeah,
I would do that. I'm pretty sure I would do that because at least it'll give me. I can try to figure it out, right? I'm just saying, like, let's say
I
you were
mean,
at work. I'm just saying, like, let's say you were at work and some custodial staff or whatever, right?
yeah,
Maybe you have a flashlight, maybe you don't, but you might have a broom in your hand, right? Hopefully not a mop because the floor's probably wet.
right,
Ooh, that'd be not the way to go here. Ooh. But I was also thinking here in wintertime, sometimes I use walking sticks too in the winter because I'll probe it on the outside of the ice area because I know that snow gonna
hmm
be good. So at least if I slip out, I might still have a way to stand up still, or because once
Well,
you both feet slide underneath you, you're at the mercy of hopefully you can balance. Hopefully you can regain your balance. Hopefully you don't, fall hard,
Well,
right? So
there's other purposes for walking sticks also. Like if you go into the Appalachian Mountains, in the south of America, there's still moonshiners, and there's a big thing for wild ginseng now, Appalachian ginseng, and they only grow in the mountains and everything. And these people will protect those certain areas because that's their income, and they don't want to get in trouble for it. So they'll set up booby traps. They'll set up like a shotgun bird shot round onto a mouse trap with a nail on it and with a tripwire. And somebody that doesn't know that terrain, they'll just keep walking, and they don't know what wild ginseng looks like. So they'll hit that tripwire, and it will hit that shotgun shell and blow out your legs. Or they'll dig pits, and if you don't have that walking stick in front of you, I always carry like a 6-foot walking stick.
Or longer, right? It increases your kind of reach, I guess, right? I guess to a certain degree. It's just like a spear. Right? A spear increases your reach. A cane, a walking stick, and stuff like that increases your reach. And I want to say, what Vanessa Kitty just wrote in there, about having cable. Yeah, no, not that common. It's like back like 3 minutes ago. It's before your nightbot and before you said knives are cool. About being that tethered system, it reminds me what they do in terms of on Mount Everest and stuff like that too, right? And for anyone that has to do a river crossing or flood crossing, right? You want to be tethered together and stuff like that, or joined together. So if one person slips out, at least hopefully there are people can help you get back on your feet, so you don't get washed out or slide down the hill or something like that, or fall over, right? Hopefully, I say hopefully, but because I think that's an important thing, being tethered like that. I guess that's just basically a cordage way of approaching a walking stick, because you actually have another footing because of someone else, right?
Yeah.
And I think, and just to bring up, and I want to bring this up, learning and knowing how to do those fixed loops like an alpine butterfly knot or a bowline are important to know for reasons like that, because they're fixed loops, especially in terms of like, let's say, water and stuff like that, because you don't want it tightening around them like a noose or like a constriction knot, or right. You don't want to be using like a Canadian jam knot that can tighten, right? That's because you want it around the waist, right?
Yeah.
For example, right? But just so they can grab onto the front of it, but there's that extra underneath their armpits and stuff like that. Because sometimes if you just throw a line out there straight, if the water's cold, their hands are wet, they might not even have the dexterity or even enough strength in their hands still to hold on. But if it's around their body, underneath their armpits, they can lean back into it and just hold on, and a little with what strength that they still have, and be pulled or rescued or whatever, right? I guess that's always important. I still have to learn actually how to do that one-handed though. I still have to learn that.
Yeah.
The bowline had to do a bowline when someone. Yeah.
I was just going to answer Rannon and Vanessa. Rannon, like a lot of people in the South are still very secluded and very territorial. So and a lot of them have been in and out of prison, and doing something like illegal moonshining or illegal, gathering of certain herbs will send them straight back to jail. So they create these booby traps, and some areas that you go to, it looks like Rambo, the original Rambo movie. Like you'll see saplings that are pulled back, and they have about 5
Oh
or
yeah,
6.
yeah. I know
Yeah,
about that too. I know about that too. You see that in movies,
yeah,
and probably that I would always assume that it always existed anyways, and it must have been based on
oh
something,
yeah,
right? It's just like using a sapling in terms of fishing, right? You're using that kind of stored energy to basically
yeah,
like a trip line, and it swings it back real fast,
yeah.
right? And the energy that is obviously right
Oh,
strong enough to do something.
they'll even do foot nooses where if you walk and it's made out of natural cordage and from vines and everything, like briar vines and stuff,
Hmm.
and when it wraps around your leg, like in the Appalachian, they have what's called horse thorns, which are like 2 inch long, thick thorns, and once it wraps around your leg, those thorns go straight into your leg and it'll pull you up off the ground and make you bleed.
Oh
And
yeah. I guess because you'll actually bleed out.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess definitely learning a lot of things today. That's for sure. Always learning a lot from
Yeah.
these streams. Always educational too.
And yeah, Vanessa, cord
Right? We're doing
strength
this for
is
educational purposes,
good.
right?
Yeah.
We're doing this for
Um,
educational purposes, everyone.
right. You can also get something called mule tape. Mule tape is not really cordage per se. It's strips of
It's
intertwined
more, it's
rope.
more like webbing. Well, it's more like webbing in terms of
Yeah,
it's flat, right? It's flat, right?
yeah,
Webbing,
and
like
it holds up to
webbing or
like
seatbelt webbing.
three
Yeah,
thousand pounds.
it has the tensile strength like seatbelt webbing kind of. It's strong
Yeah,
for what it is. You know,
and I keep mule tape with me just for certain
oh,
purposes.
I make sure I even sometimes, especially if you know when I see certain things. Let's say, and especially if I know for sure, right? Let's say I see a
Yeah,
car seat or whatever, and I know, and I've spoken to the people when they never got an accident. It's just they're just getting rid of it because they don't need it anymore. It's whoever used it is too old for it, too big for it. Well,
hmm,
that's fairly strong type of cordage, right? I always consider things like chain webbing as a form of cordage too, because you can tie and do certain knots with it, right? I could
yeah,
probably make a bowline or an alpine butterfly knot with chain too,
hmm,
right? So I always consider, as long as you can tie or make knots or wrap it, I still consider it as cordage. Even
yeah,
duct tape, gorilla tape, you can twist it and make it like cordage, right?
yeah,
I mean, like even the guys on MythBusters, they did that whole suspension bridge with duct tape, right? So yeah,
yeah,
I consider it, and I'll say suspension bridge uses cordage. Although
yeah,
nowadays we use like steel, right? Steel that's like as wide
hmm,
as your wrist or your leg, right? That's how
yeah,
thick that cordage is, but it's still cordage.
hmm,
Cordage isn't just butane or paracord or rope. In my books, anyways, I consider those wire, webbing, chain as cordage too. In my books, I
Brandon,
consider it. Yeah.
I was gonna say, Brandon, I haven't been to the South in a long time, in like almost 10 years, because I moved from Tennessee. I was born and raised in Tennessee, and I moved out here in Texas about 9 years ago. So,
Mm.
and I mean, next time I'm out there seeing family, I will show the dangers of being in the woods in certain locations like that. Um, but right now, I don't have any videos on it.
Mm.
Yeah, and also it they're like guerrilla tactics. Like there's always a scout somewhere near that stuff, and if they like catch you videotaping the area, most of the time they'll put a bullet in you and
You ain't
like
coming
bury
back.
you out in the middle of the
You ain't coming back. You ain't coming back.
Yeah.
And I don't think the missus would appreciate that. You doing that.
No.
You know, you might appreciate that everything you said earlier, but maybe not this so much.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
You know, I think, I think let's stop. We'll stop that.
Yeah.
We'll stop at that. We'll stay more practical.
Right.
Instead of this everything.
See, Vanessa Kitty, you can also buy climbing rope that is out of date from sports shops and everything like that, because climbing rope has an expiration date on it because tensile strength and stuff like
Oh,
that.
it gets used.
And,
it gets used, right? It starts
Yeah.
to stretch over time and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you can buy it if you're not going mountain climbing or anything. You can go and buy it at 500 foot.
Not only
or
mountain
whatever for
climbing, anything like where you're actually using it to suspend yourself above something that you can't touch the ground or jump down to. Yeah, anything like that. Whatever it is, right? You know, I'm saying
you can go and buy that for dirt cheap.
Well, because I was, that reminds me, if I lived in an apartment building, let's say, because I've always wondered, like, Shadow, like someone like Caitlin, right? I know she lives on above the ground floor, right? I actually should ask her if she actually has like an emergency ladder, because I always think in terms of like, let's say, fire or something else, you're gonna probably want a secondary exit, right? Maybe your main door, main exit's compromised, the hallway's compromised, the stairwell down's compromised, power's down. So obviously you're not taking the elevator, and obviously in certain disasters or whatever, you don't want to take the elevator and be stranded in there. So what's the next best option? Outside the window.
Yeah, you can get those fire escape rope ladders.
Yeah, I think that'd be the way to go, right? I think if I lived in an area like that, I think I would want something like that. At least give me an option. Well, because you see stuff like that where unfortunately, these building fires do exist, and it does happen, and you could be the most careful person.
Well, we actually have somebody that lives in an apartment right on panel with us. We can ask him what does he have.
Yeah. As much as he wants to talk about.
Mr. Shadow.
Yeah. For once, we're not let you do all the talking. And I say for
what
once.
do you have for your emergency plan in your building?
Yeah. Have you ever considered that? I just figured I'd bring that up.
I live on the top floor in my apartment. We have our apartment.
Right.
Like how far down is it to ground level? To the floor?
Probably 10 to 13 meters down.
And remember, 1 meter is 3.28 feet. Yeah. That's like almost 100 feet down. Well, hopefully that will never happen to you.
I think most emergency ladders is like 100 foot.
Yeah, and remember, firefighter ladders only go up so far.
Mm-hmm.
Those only go up so high too, right? So it's because they can only be so high. It's because of leverage. It becomes so top heavy at the top from someone on the top that it actually wants to bend it because of leverage, right? It's just like your fishing pole, right? Once you get your fishing pole straight at first, but as soon as you get a fish on it, it starts bending because, man, it's the center. The weight is away from the pivot point, I guess, right?
Yeah. So what's your emergency plan for where you are, Shadow?
Well, first of all, I have my balcony, and I should have some form of ladder to to attach to the balcony and get down that way.
And
Yeah.
hopefully it would never come to that. Hopefully, we all hopefully it wouldn't come to that, right?
And I have
And it's gonna be dicey.
one way in from my apartment door down to the ground level. So I have a spiral stair down to the ground level. So
Okay.
one way
Can,
in and
can,
one
can
way
I
out.
can
Down.
can I ask something real quick? You don't have to mention it if you don't want. This spiral staircase. I know in some hotels or whatever, you gotta make sure some of these stairways are not rated for fire, right? Because they got carpet, they don't have the doors that shut behind you and stuff like that. So that's why I'm asking. Because I remember this one time I was staying at a friend visiting, and they were staying at a motel, and I stayed with them for a little bit, right? And I made
Yeah.
sure, I'm like, where are my fire escapes? Just in case. Just in case, right? Because they were all the way on the 4th or 5th floor, right? So I'm like, where are my exits here? Just in case, right? Spatial awareness, right? Spatial awareness to be aware, nothing happened, but just in case something happened, at least I would know in advance where all the exits are, right? I was reading the thing behind the door and stuff like that. Just being proactive. So that's why I ask, because it's nice to know that stuff beforehand as much as possible.
Random.
Well,
But
Renan, I have probably 10 to 13 meters from my balcony and down to the ground.
yeah.
Hmm.
So it's pretty much grab what you can, grab your bag, and
Hope for the
go,
best.
because most fires
No,
don't ever happen on the top floor. It's usually on the bottom floor or the second floor. Well, here in America.
Well, and the other thing is, you could be the safest person, but remember, with other people, it's just like anything like localized flooding, like a pipe bursting or a fire. Well, you can't control everyone else in the building either, right? Like here in
Yeah.
Canada, my friend had issues with flooding because someone left the window open on like a floor or two above them, and the pipe burst, and it caused the water to flow down, obviously, and he had issues
Yeah.
with that, right? And in terms of a fire, it could be from someone else being stupid or being
Mhm.
careless or whatever, right? So you got to be careful like that.
And I was reading a couple years ago that most apartment fires happens from like grease fires from people
Yeah,
cooking.
exactly, yeah.
And,
Something like
they're
Yeah, or
and
the pot are cooking dry or something.
do you
yeah.
have fireplaces in your apartments, Shadow?
Well, I have the fire department about 5 minutes from five or
Oh, no, like an actual fireplace that you can
Wood
have
stove, wood
fire.
stove, wood stove. That's what you mean. Kind of that kind of thing.
No, no, like an actual chimney, where you can
Okay,
put a
chimney.
real
Okay, okay,
fire.
okay.
Yeah.
no, I don't have any chimney in my apartment. No.
Okay. Because I was going to say, because here in Texas, we have fireplaces with chimneys in some apartments. And, somebody goes to sleep, leaving the fire, roaring all night long, and it catches their apartment on fire because they
Well,
used the wrong
there could be
wood or whatever.
there could be other issues with space heaters, electrical fires like that too, right? Think about it like that.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why I was asking, because I know you're in a colder country than most of us. So I didn't know if they had actual, like, alternative heating sources in case, like,
Hmm.
the power went out or anything.
No, we don't have that, and that is
It's
well,
just one of those things, right?
well,
Hopefully, it would never happen, but
it's a little bit bad thing that we don't have
Yeah.
something extra to
Mhm.
heat the apartment.
Yeah.
Propane heater, buddy burner.
That is
Buddy
something I
heater
need
and
to
stuff like
buy.
that. Yeah.
I
something
need
like
to
that.
buy.
See-
Well, you said you have a balcony, right?
Yeah, I have a balcony.
Well, I guess so. If you really had to, you can vent that stuff out because you actually have something to vent out too.
Yeah.
I guess too, right?
I mean, buddy heaters are good.
I'm just saying, like, let's say
I-
I was just thinking, like, what happened there for you guys in Texas, all right? Is just like
Yeah.
people perish because seal poisoning, all right? And that's
Right.
not the way. I don't want to go out like that. The silent killer and stuff like that. Let alone trying to freezing, right? I don't want to go out like that.
Oh
That's
yeah,
going-
kerosene heaters.
and stuff
I mean,
when let alone the fire aspect of it, right? So I was always thinking, if it was really serious, I think, like, let's say you barbecue, outdoor grill, campfire, or whatever. If I was gonna do that to stay warm, I might as well just heat up water too and use the hot water heaters,
Yeah.
right? Stuff like that. Let's say you do have hand warmers, right? Yeah, but how many people out there actually have like a huge supply of that? Like, I'm talking about a huge supply, right? Let's say, some of them can go for 4, 6, 12 hours or whatever, right? Well,
Mm-hmm.
or you don't even have enough. How long did that was powered down for you guys in Texas? Give or take, roughly, average. How long was that?
Power outage.
Roughly, right?
Well, in the city, like in the major
Just a rough
city,
estimate. Just a rough estimate, right? Overall,
for me, for where I am, it can take anywhere from 48 hours to 120 hours.
120 hours. So that's like about 6
Yeah.
days, right? Like,
Yeah.
how many people actually have hand warmers, enough hand warmers to last 6 days through? And remember, that's for everyone to use in your
Here,
household.
here
How many people would
we
actually have
don't
that?
we don't have. I mean, we here in Texas, they don't really
Yeah, exactly. That's another
work
thing too.
with cold weather stuff. It because it's so hot and it's rare that we ever get actual cold weather.
Yeah, that you would actually need the hand warmers too, right?
Yeah, that's why when we had we call it snow apocalypse. We had a month of complete snow, and we couldn't do anything. Power outages, water lines busting.
Yeah.
Nobody had actual heat, like things to keep them warm because
Most people,
we're all the time.
Most people, I say.
Yeah,
Most people.
and it's not an economy out here. Like they don't sell hand warmers.
Yeah,
and
exactly,
that
right.
stuff. Only during
hand
maybe
warmers,
hunting season, like the hot hands and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's
You
hand
don't-
warmers and these hand
Yeah,
warmers.
you don't
and
see
stuff
that
like-
out here in
Yeah,
Texas.
it's not a common thing to sell because oh yeah, we could ship it out here, but if no one's buying any, well, we're just wasting our time trying to sell it.
Right.
And in comparison, I could go out to like any place right now and I'd be like, there's probably hand warmers at the checkout.
Yeah.
now.
Like
it'd be different.
right now it's December. It's December right now, and the temperature is 72 degrees
Yeah.
in December.
I keep forgetting it's almost been a year now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's almost been a year
Yeah,
or two.
it's been almost a year since that last freeze, but
Yeah.
even then with that scare that put over 240 counties without power and water for almost 6 months. Texas hasn't learned from that. They still don't start. I mean, they're still not, selling winter gear in December because it's 72 degrees right now.
Let alone a blanket.
Oh yeah, those Zippo hand warmers are really good. But the thing is you gotta have the fuel for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say second start was here like the people that were a little bit more ready might have been like people that moved from Texas from here in Canada to Texas, so they actually brought their winter stuff because we're gonna go skiing every so often, so let's bring it so we don't have to buy it down there because they're probably not gonna sell it down there, right? Those are the people that were like, oh, thank goodness I brought this winter gear. It's really paying off right here. I didn't think it would get this cold down here. Like it does.
Oh yeah, and don't even.
They're just like to them now it's just like I think I'm gonna keep this around even if I don't ski anymore, just in case because it really helped right there.
And don't even think about mentioning the word wool down here in Texas. They'll look at you like you're stupid. Like, why do we need wool in Texas?
Well, that's why I was always thinking, unfortunately, the simple hand warmers, the body hand warmers, right? If they don't sell them or no one has them, well, I would just went back to the hot water heater versions then, because at least there is snow out there. At that time, there was snow, right? So there is water. It's just cold, right? Maybe indirectly. Well, how I say indirectly use fire or the heat source to keep warm with, right? It's just to buy you more time, so that way you can do other things, right? Because unfortunately, you can't just stand in front of a fire the whole time. Probably not. Probably you still have to do other things, whatever it is, right? Yeah. You still have to do other things, right? Even with a power outage or whatever, you probably still have to want to do other things, right? Still have to cook something or do other things.
Here's the thing. Like mobile homes, like manufactured homes and everything here in Texas, they all come with a standard fireplace, and it's a must-have in your house. It's like a Texas law to have a house with a fireplace or a wood-burning stove in it, as an alternative heat source.
Just like how Vanessa Kitty just wrote. Just how Vanessa Kitty just wrote. I guess Vanessa, you were the rare exception to everyone else.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I mean, here in Texas, they don't worry about actual like cold protection for you because everybody drives a car, so they have a heater in their car. They have.
Well, yeah, I guess a lot of people were doing that too, right?
That.
That's why fuel was going fast because actually people were actually doing that, right?
Yeah.
I guess any one of us would probably want to, we got no heat and we got a vehicle, we're probably going to dip into that resource to use, right? I guess any one of us would do that. I think I would do that. We would all do that eventually. It'd be like, well, this is the only source of heat now, and I gotta use it. I gotta use this resource for it. Not be squeamish about the gear. So I would do that too, but I think to me, I would always, in terms of, for me here in Canada, I always consider shelter as more important than the heat or the fire per se, because shelter, clothing and stuff like that is passive, right? It will keep working for you as long as it's dry and stuff like that, and it blocks wind and all that stuff. Fire, heating takes fuel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of some sort. Right?
Well, see, Vanessa,
even solar options, right? They still need to be circulated too, right? The solar options that there is, it heats up a thermal mass, but you still need to transfer that or move that heat around to you. So that might be a fan or whatever, right? That might be a solar fan or whatever, but that's still power somewhere. So at least clothing, you're wearing 6 layers. Well, you probably don't feel warm. Hopefully you're not sweating though. That's the only thing, right? Because clothing and shelter doesn't keep you dry. Right? Yeah. Only heat or fire will actually dry you. Dry the moisture off of you, right? Because obviously in the winter climate, water being wet, sweating is no big no, right? Because obviously water pulls heat away from you very fast.
Yeah. And see, Renan, here in Texas during that big freeze that we had, over like 300 homeless were frozen to death during it, and they weren't recovered until after the snow because the snow kept the bodies cold still.
Yeah,
and because we don't have enough like shelters or anything for the homeless to go and get out of
because
it.
that's not. I mean, obviously those are important if it was hot or whatever, but they're not really there for people for if it got really cold.
Yeah.
No, and I've been Shadow. I mentioned this before to one of my other Canadian subscribers here on the channel, right? I mentioned it before about because we were talking about this back in January, February, obviously, right? And I was always thinking to myself, even if you don't have per se winter stuff, winter jacket, right? You know, and I think I've seen there might have been images or video out there where people were even trying to steal winter clothes off people, weren't they? I thought I heard about that. I don't know. I don't know if you can chime in. It might have been from a different area, but I've heard about stuff like that. Where people are, you know, where it's like they're taking like stealing winter clothes off other people because and stuff like that because they don't personally have one. I don't know if it happened in Texas, but it could have been in other areas. But I
Take
always
care, Hero Brain.
Yes, take care, man. I was thinking, wow, that's some desperate. People are that desperate to do that, right? To like, they're not going to take your money. They're going to take your jacket off of you because it's so warm. You know, or maybe they're trying to resell it off or whatever, right? Because you know maybe it's some down, expensive, whatever kind of thing, and they know they can resell it because obviously, if it's cold out and the demand for it is so high, they know they could resell it for like twice as much or whatever. Because I'm remembering a video. Yeah, I'm remembering a video like that. I just can't remember if it was. Maybe it wasn't in Texas, but it might have been in there. It was during the winter somewhere else, and I just seen video like that. I was like, wow. So, if it's not the food that people get desperate, it might be the sheer cold, or water, right? You know, it'll drive people to do stuff like that. Maybe not even for themselves to use, but to just resell, so for whatever. So, but then, like I was saying about that cold gear, even if you don't, well, because most people, I say most people, most areas, there is.
I'll be back. I'll be back. The rioters are back.
Okay.
Hey, Chattanooga. That's my birthplace, Chattanooga, Tennessee.
It's like she knows. It's like it's funny how you just like, wow, small world after all.
Yeah. All right, I'll be back, guys.
All right. It's like Vanessa Kitty. It's like I might have seen Second Star at that time. Wow, no, that's actually like recent, but never mind. But coming back to what I was saying, like, well, honestly, Shadow, you know, Hoopo's cat.
Yeah, Hoopo's cat. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mentioned this to Hoopo's cat before too, right? I mean, I'm always considering, okay, if you don't have winter clothing, right? Like, let's say a jacket, something, you know, that would be sold as winter clothing, advertised as winter clothing, right? Well, you gotta layer up then with what you do have. Now, if you're a smaller person or a smaller individual, it's a little bit easier because you can put bigger clothes on, right? If you fit a small, you can fit medium or but if you're an extra large or whatever, you can't fit a small. That's great, or you have to do it in a certain way. So I was saying to Hooples, and I'm paraphrasing what I said a little here because I'm trying to remember it. Depending on the situation and how desperate it was, right? I would be like, Okay, well, I got a whole wardrobe of clothes. I better start using it. It's getting cold, right? Layer up in however way possible. Hopefully, it's not cotton, but for winter, obviously. But and let's say people in Texas, whatever, right? Or people
Yeah.
that don't, or homeless people, right? I'd be like, well, I'm gonna put on a bunch more clothes, layer up, right? Put more layers on, like even saying to the point like a shirt, like a t-shirt, an extra. Let's say you fit a medium or small, for example, and
Yeah.
you find an extra large shirt, and let's just say you already got clothes on, right? So you don't need per se or jacket on. From a shirt, an extra large shirt, for example, or an extra large shirt, I can get 3 different things out of that in terms of more clothing related survival reasons, especially if it's cold, right? I can make a scarf out of that. I can make a buff out of that, right? For my neck. I can make something to put over my head, over my neck, around my face to cover my face in terms of blocking the windshield and stuff like that, sure cold and stuff like that, right? And the torso part of that extra large shirt, I can make it into a scarf. It's not even that hard. You don't even need to sew it. You just need to cut, right, in a certain way, right? But are people willing to use the not be squeamish about this really cool shirt, this T-shirt, right? Because like I care about a shirt too, but I don't want to pass away because I decide not to use the shirt or shirts or the wardrobe I do have, right? Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because to me, like, this is why having extra clothes is not such a bad idea or a bad thing, at least for me here. Right? Now, also, yeah, I don't want to have too many clothes or whatever, but, just some other clothes where it's just like, I don't mind doing stuff to them if I really had to. Like, even to the point now that I'm even concerned, what I just said, I'm even doing that too, right? So, just to add into my own stuff that I have, right? Yeah, I get scarves and gloves and stuff like that, but I'm always like, well, if I don't got that, then what? I don't have to start improvising or using what is still available or around or with me, or I can get my hands on, right? Because I always figure like a like I can like here in Canada and other places, there's been stuffing newspaper in your jacket, right? Increasing the loftiness, the dead airspace in your clothing to provide more insulational value for what you do have, right? I
Yeah.
tell the homeless people that, or anyone that's even cold or feels cold, right? Stuff newspaper, right? You know, you know, no one's gonna notice that. You just look a little bit more bulky, right? But they'll give you enough dead airspace in to trap warm air, right? And hopefully keep it a little bit warmer than usual. And I get a call. Hold on.
I hold on. Well, Seer's phone always disturb him. Always when he's on panel, his phone always ring.
Like all the time.
Yeah.
Like all the time. I could always. It's like, oh yeah, there's another call again. But anyways, coming back to what I was saying, that's how I would do things, right? Like, and I was considering just say let's just say I went to Texas during that freeze, didn't know it was coming, right? Because obviously I would look at the weather end event, but let's just say I brought something to wear for like let's say 50 Fahrenheit, 10 Celsius, right? Like the temperature got below freezing, right? That might be a little bit cold. I'd be like, you know, I would be thinking to myself, well, I could go to the secondhand store and maybe let's say, try to buy something or whatever, but I could be going to a thrift store or whatever, buying this $10 worth or whatever, $20
Yeah.
worth of t-shirts for $2 a piece and make stuff out of it, right? I would actually cut it up and maybe sew something up real quick and just like, let's just say, for example, let's say the shirts, right? I would take 2 extra large shirts of the same size, right? Sew all of it together, leave an opening, stuff insulation in it, stuff like insulation in it, and put that over top of me. You know what I mean? And kind of use that as a per se
Yeah.
jacket, because at least that would give me some loft and some insulation, right? At least it'd be more insulation, dead airspace to trap some heat, if it came to that, right? Because I was thinking to myself, when people say, "Oh, it's not to happen to me in this area. I live in the south. I live in the north. It's not to happen." Well, people go on vacation. People travel
Yeah.
too. Right? People travel. People here in Canada travel to the U.S. or down south to Mexico or Bahamas, Caribbean, where it's warmer, right? Well,
Yeah.
you got to be ready for stuff like that. Hopefully, and because you maybe you do have per se a kid or whatever. Well, if you go on vacation, you probably may, especially if you go somewhere, you probably not gonna actually have your bug out bag. I'm just saying, right? Right? You probably not gonna have that, but you need to still be ready, right? Hopefully, down there or wherever, you can still get some resources or improvise something, right? You might not have the warmest clothing on you, right? If I went down to Texas when that freeze happened and it happened to me, I'm not gonna have my usual warm winter stuff, right? I wish I brought that warm winter stuff. Instead of saying, I wish I brought that warm winter stuff. Well, I got $20. There's a thrift store. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Especially if you saw like the temperature's gonna plummet, right? Where for me it'd be like, oh, it's gonna be below freezing. Yeah, maybe I should plan for this. This could get a little dicey. That's what I would say. I would do anyways. Let me see.
Then Vanessa says, I have 5 wool blankets to use on several other blankets in this room alone. You sit on the
Oh yeah,
furniture, you can wrap up warmly.
yeah. Well, see, even with the blankets too, right? I'd be like, I could literally, if it came down to that, all right, I could literally like, I'll literally staple the blankets together and put insulation into it. If it came down to that, I think that right, that'd be an expedient way of doing it, right? Trapping, you know what I mean? Put insulation in between and using it as like a kind of improvised kind of sleeping bag, right? Hey, at least it would buy you some time, right? I'm not saying it's gonna be like a below freezing sleeping bag, but at least you're using what you do have access to, right? Because unfortunately, gear is one of those things you don't always have with you. You don't always have gear with you, but you might have to improvise. If that makes any sense. So. Oh, that's good to hear, RG. Get a bag in your car every day and on a quad, never leave home without. Yeah. I'm just saying for people that travel in terms of like international or whatever, right? Unfortunately, you can't bring everything, right?
Yeah.
You plan as much as possible, but it's not like you're bringing a 20-pound bug out bag with you. Maybe,
No.
maybe not, right? Because you might have to bring other stuff, right? And also you're gonna pay for carry on and all this other stuff, right? So you might have a more of a version like a get home bag or of a go bag, right? But it's not actually per se your bug out bag per se or whatever. Your actual kit that you would use normally or could use. So you gotta improvise with when you do have still the access to the resources. Because there's always resources around, right? We just have to kind of utilize them the best we can. Think outside the box, maybe. Don't be squeamish with the gear ear, right? I don't want, I don't want to pass away because I decided not to use that really expensive car. I mean, I don't want to do that, but choice, right? Priorities. You got that in your truck, Vanessa? Okay. Ever fix a vehicle stranded somewhere without gear or gear to keep dry and warm? Yeah. No, exactly, right? It's just like having something like a blanket or something to kneel down or kneel pads when you're trying to change a tire or whatever, right? Stuff like that. It's nice to have, especially if the ground's wet. too, or snowy, or cold, right? You know, if you gotta check underneath a vehicle or whatever, right? It'd be nice to know that you're not laying right on the wet cement ground, cold ground, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you got more experiences. I think to me that's like, I mean, but here I live here in Canada, right? I think that's a given. You know, that's why I'm always a proponent of having well, good or solid shelter or clothing as much as possible because it tends to work for you on and on, right? You know, fire heat is important too, but
Yeah, it is.
you know, but that takes fuel for the most part.
Yeah.
And besides, because shelter and clothing, like if I have a spring jacket on and a fire, yeah, I'm gonna be kind of warm because the fire, but my back's probably gonna be cold because
Yeah.
it's facing away from the fire. But if I have a winter jacket on and it's a smaller fire, I'll probably still be warm ish. But when I leave the fire or the fire dies down or I gotta sleep, I still got that layers of protection, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm actually physically have them on me versus relying on an external source like fire and stuff like that. That's why I like to have shelter elements in a emergency bag or go bag or whatever because I think that's important too. I think this is why a lot of people out there say to have a sleeping bag in your go bag as if you can, obviously if you can, or at least on the outside or nearby with you, right? Because that will give you some solid shelter clothing options, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't always guarantee a fire or heat source,
Yeah.
right? You know, it may be too risky, or you're trying to stay low key, so fire's out of the question. You know, hot hands. Well, you carry enough, anyways, right? But a sleeping bag or solid shelter like gloves, mitts, those will keep working for you for a while, and it makes stuff any heat source you do have, like fire or a hot water heater or like hot hands, body warmers, work even that much better because it'll hold back the heat even longer for you. So you'll be nice, really toasty warm, right? Because here in winter in Canada, like if it's minus 30 Celsius, minus 40 Celsius, that's minus 22 Fahrenheit, minus 40 Fahrenheit, right?
Yeah.
Shelter, you need solid shelter, solid clothing. Like
Yeah.
you're layering up like immensely, right? Because
Yeah.
sometimes I
Definitely.
see, sometimes I see videos and stuff like that. Sometimes it's from mainstream or whatever, and you hear people say, "Layer up. It don't matter how ridiculous you look." Right? Well, yeah, because frostbite is burns, and getting blackness in your fingers and losing a finger is a permanent thing.
Yeah. It
you
is.
know, right? People will forget about how ridiculous you look, but you wave your hand and you're missing a finger. Well, they'll remember that, right? They'll remember it for the rest of their lives, right? And there's another thing I want to bring up is don't be squeamish about the gear if it's just a simple different color, right? If if it's pink and you're cold, your hand's cold, and you need a glove, I hope you're wearing it because I'm not gonna care. To me, it wouldn't even phase me. And I've already worn pink stuff on the channel,
Yeah.
but the idea about that was not to be so. How do I say? Is it stereotypical? Well, okay, stereotypical just because it's pink that you can't wear it. Well, if your hand's really cold and you find a pink mitt
Yeah.
and your hand's freezing, I would hope you consider that the smart thing to do is put it on and not worry about how it looks at the time. Because, like I said, you might be like, oh, but I don't want to look dumb. Someone might see me. Well, that's if someone's around, and you're gonna be looking like the dumb person if you tell people later. It's like, yeah, I lost my fingers to frostbite. I did find this pink mid, but I decided not to wear it because it's pink. Well, who's gonna look like the fool then, right? That's how I see it. That's my opinion, by the way.
Yeah.
Pink is always supreme. And to me, that's why I'm not a big.
Welcome back, Star.
Oh, sorry, Second Star.
Yeah.
I didn't even see. I just went on a tangent there for a little bit because I think
Guys,
it's important. Yeah. Okay. Know.
I'm going for a bathroom break.
Yeah, we know.
So
Alright,
keep the stream going.
Yeah, we know.
We got you.
But I think this is important because it is wintertime, right? In Northern Hemisphere, anyways, right? And we're not even done December yet, and hopefully Texas won't freeze this year, next year. Well, next year I should say, right? But it could be another place. It could be another place. It could be another place. What happens? It could be another place.
Yeah.
What's the state above Texas?
I
don't know.
Oklahoma,
Remember,
there's Wyoming.
Yeah, okay, let's say something like that. Remember, I'm Canadian, so I don't know my U.S. geography.
You're good.
Yeah, right? So it could be another state like that, right? Maybe it's not Texas, but it could be a slightly different state. It could and be the same thing, all right? Hopefully people would learn in advance. Hopefully have things in advance, but if they don't, or if they can't get to it, or, hopefully they'll learn to improvise too. And think about layering up, right? I mean, most people can do that. Well, I'm not a big fan of wearing one big jacket.
Yeah. Like, when the freeze hit Texas and everything, a lot of things went wrong. Because, like, when you were talking about, going to the, secondhand shop and everything and trying to, like,
yeah, I mean, honestly, everyone else would have that idea, right?
No.
Oh, okay, bro.
Yeah, like, that was the thing that hurt a lot of people, is because they thought the same way as you would just go to the secondhand shop before the snow, packs on and load up on like winter gear or whatever. But the secondhand shops here donate, throw away 90% of their clothing. And they throw away their jackets and stuff like that.
And I'm not. Don't even get me started on that part of it, because some of that must well be the food part. That must well be the food part. I don't want to get into that. If it was my channel, I would totally get into it.
Yeah. Well, one of the reasons is because the epidemic was going on.
Oh, okay. Of course.
Our secondhand shops don't wash clothes, so. They weren't selling clothing at all or holding clothing because they didn't want to spread the disease. And it was the same way with blankets and stuff like that.
So there was no sheets here?
Yeah, there was no blankets. There was no housing materials. No sheets, no bedding, no jackets, pants, anything. Anything that came in contact with a human that
Okay. Were stuffed toys available?
No.
Damn it. I mean,
anything.
I'm trying to think here because I'm trying to think here. Is there any other alternatives out there still?
They weren't even selling silverware. They weren't selling.
Okay. I got another idea then.
Idea.
Because I keep forgetting you guys wouldn't have to carry that down in Texas. Because you're not gonna carry hardware stores not gonna carry flooring insulation because you guys don't need that down there most of the time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't have.
Okay. I got another idea still. I got another idea if that came down to that. Styrofoam.
It was just
styrofoam package.
You could Yeah, you could go with that. I mean,
Newspaper.
you could get.
Oh, I mean, like I'm just thinking, like, okay, well, ponchos still exist, right? I guess, right? Garbage
Yeah,
bags still exist. I mean, they're not ideal,
Yeah.
but I would stuff the garbage bag or whatever with like insulation, like newspaper or uh, um, styrofoam or anything like that. Like even I don't know. So, because down there, do you guys ever see that flexible type of foam in terms of like for packaging purposes? I know there's obviously styrofoam.
No, we usually have like
The rigid
bubble
styrofoam
wrap kind of stuff.
Well, okay, well,
Yeah,
bubble
the
wrap. I would
rigid
go
styrofoam.
bubble wrap. Like I know.
Yeah.
Well, you said there was no clothing or whatever. Well, there was bubble wrap, right?
Yeah.
I would. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to dip into that. I've done that before here in winter.
Yeah,
I've used bubble
that's
wrap
why
before.
so many homeless died. That's why so many homeless died, is because the secondhand shops didn't want to pass that disease to the homeless, and the homeless being in areas and
Be
stuff.
liable. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where the homeless gets all their clothing and everything, and it's from the secondhand shops, and they just did not have. They weren't prepared. It happened literally overnight, and like looking at the weather forecast said we were just supposed to get rain. Then all of a sudden, the temperature just dropped overnight
and it changed to snow more. Yeah.
Yeah.
From it's like it's raining, no flurries, now it's snowing.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why it surprised everybody and caught people off guard.
Okay, I got another thing then. Were backpacks available?
No.
Still?
I guess. Shops, no.
Yeah, okay. No, I'm talking about anywhere.
Oh yeah, you could buy them at stores and stuff, but not.
Oh yeah, but also you don't. Yeah, but I guess you don't pay full retail price. Well, I guess if you got the cash, but if you're homeless or low on dough, well, then what? That's why I was just thinking. Well, I've even tried a bubble wrap before. I have done this. I have done this before once, because I remember I tried it once. Well, I had additional clothing on, but I was just like, I guess when you're, because me and my friends went out ice fishing. We had one shelter, 3 people, but only 2 of us could fit in there comfortably.
And see,
if a third person came in, it'd be like so squished, right? Like he had a buddy heater, not buddy heater, a Mr. Heater or whatever, right? But the shelter itself was so cramped, right? So it's hard for us, 3 of us, to get in there comfortably. So we had to take turns, right? And this is in a blizzard at minus 30 Celsius. That's minus 20 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Right? And with harsh wind chill. And we're out ice fishing. So no wind protection, right? There's no cover from the wind because you're exposed out in the elements all the way because the wind chill.
Right.
There's no wind block from trees, right? And stuff like that.
And
so,
even
that was cold. That's one of the coldest times. Well, because we were out there for 3 hours at least, right? So it's just like we had a truck and stuff like that, and we had to make sure every hour or whatever, every 30 minutes, we had to turn it on, and make sure it ran, because I don't want to walk back to my buddy's place. We could have, but we don't want to, right? It'd be a big inconvenience, right? Right? We were just a lot later. When I say minus 30, minus 40 Celsius, I wear 5 or 6 hours. I mean that, because you literally need to do that. Because
even on
1 or 2 layers for free might not be good enough, especially with windshield.
Yeah.
Once wind pierces through your clothing, pierces through, it doesn't even matter anymore, because it's just blowing the heat right off you. You feel cold.
Yeah.
And any exposed skin, you feel that frostbite.
Yeah.
Right away, right? Like your feet, and all that stuff.
Yeah. Even though San Antonio is called the military city, and it used to have a stockpile of military surplus stores, even then, they didn't care. Like, there was only one place in all of San Antonio that carried Swedish wool blankets, and they only had like 20 of them. And now I'm talking about the queen size Swedish wool blankets, and they sold them for $10 a piece. But when when the snow came and they knew it, those blankets went up from $10 a piece to $120 for a blanket.
Well, I guess that's how it goes.
And
that's how it goes, right? That's how it goes. I think this is why, again, if you prepare, you can actually save money because you don't actually have to pay for that price increase later when you really
and
need
after
it.
the
Because
freeze,
when someone's really needed, well, that's all we have to cover our own butts or blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this is why I'm always a proponent of getting things beforehand as much as possible because usually you can save money because you don't have to pay for that other stuff in there.
Even our military surplus stores and everything didn't even stock winter military gear.
We're talking about cold things. It's summertime down in the southern hemisphere right now, so he's probably like,
right.
It might be helping him, but we're talking about cold. He might be sweating and hot. He's like, "Hey, this is helping. You guys are talking about cold, but I'm hot." It's a psychological thing.
Yeah, sometimes. I know, right, Brandon? Hey, Oslander, how you doing, brother?
Yeah.
But yeah, like they said that it took up too much space to keep military winter gear and not a profit for it. So all they really kept was they kept a medium. They had like a medium cold sleeping blanket, and like temperatures between like maybe would drop down to like 30 degrees, and not
That's 30 degrees is about -1, -2 Celsius, by the way. And I like how Osminder just said, "I'm chilling with you guys."
But yeah, it was you expect at least the military surplus stores to have.
Okay. Let me ask you something else.
Have that stuff. Yeah.
So you're telling me, like, even at the secondhand shop, you wouldn't even. I guess you wouldn't see even yarn, eh? Nope.
They don't carry stuff like that at secondhand shops here, like leftover.
No,
yarn.
I just asked. I just asked, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Because I'm thinking to myself, what happens if I was in that situation, or let's say I was visiting you, and suddenly didn't see this coming in, well, Sears Canadian, he can handle it. Well, it would, yeah. Usually, I actually have winter stuff, right?
Yeah. Hi, guys.
Hey, Uncle Al.
Hey, Uncle Al.
Hey, Uncle Al's back.
I've been trying to do this trick. Okay, there's 3 ways to make fire.
When did Uncle Al show up?
Just a couple of seconds.
Just now.
Just now.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, I just turned around. I'm like, oh my gosh, Uncle Al's here. Oh my god.
Yeah. Hi, CR. Again, it's profit margin for the. For the surplus stores. The big problem I've been having is trying to do this old mountain man's trick. And I got to stand so everybody can see. And this afternoon, I'll say, I'll film it. It only takes me a second. I used to do this when I'm 12. I'm 62. So that's like, what, 40 years ago or 50 years ago?
50.
Yeah. So Uncle Alan's not that good, and I don't remember things too well. So strokes. Okay.
You're good, Uncle Al.
This is a flint and steel by Colorado Bushcrafter. It's a good kit.
Okay.
Yeah, and it got a great steel because I used it before, and it's a dog tag one. I keep it in the bag so it doesn't rust up. And it's a really good one. I got one of those little cans.
I was about to say, I guess flint and steel because it's carbon steel. Technically, it can rust. Oh, yeah, I should. Yeah. Okay, that's why most people keep it sealed or away from moisture. Okay.
Right, and then also This one keeps it away from moisture. If you use chaga or char cloth, if you're in the south, you have to be very careful. This is a wick. It'll pick up moisture from the air. So you have a foggy day and you're trying to light char cloth. Good luck.
Oh yeah, just like that ice fog that Vanessa Kitty was saying. Oh yeah. I guess.
Now chaga and char cloth have the same problem, and I got a beautiful.
Well, I guess that would be like char punk wood, anything like that, right?
Right.
Because it can wick it in.
It wickets in. CR knows what I'm talking about. If you use like a fungus, or if you use like burnt wood or char cloth, it'll wick it in faster than lightning. And here's this beautiful piece of flint. Okay. So I've been telling people, because I get char cloth, and this one is with a Ranger band and a tight seal. I have 4 big pieces of char cloth from my friend. You can get this on Amazon.
I want to get some char cloth out now.
Yeah, by Kaiser Wilderness Supply.
Mm-hmm.
You get this on Amazon. It's both Amazon in Sweden and in America. Okay. You get 4 rolls in here. And that's pretty good.
Seriously, you got one on you?
Yeah.
He just happens to have one.
Yeah.
This is also a bow drill one. It's got a hole in the middle of it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And it's also can be used for self-defense as a knuckle duster.
You got one, right? You got one, right? You got a flint, right? No,
I got one in the storage.
You got a flint and steel or a steel, right? Or something with high carbon that you can get sparks off.
Right.
I feel like I should just come on and we're like, let's all have fun with our flint and steel.
Yeah, but it also sets off my fire alarms. I did it 5 times, and the fire department came twice and looked at me like, "Why is this old kook trying to set fire to his den?"
I was lighting a candle.
Yeah, no, but this is how you start a fire, because it's been 50 years and I forgot a step, and I got to practice with this so I can make a proper video. I did tape a video of my failure. God, what a mess. It's embarrassing when the fire department comes to your house and looks at you like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Well, show the real video, then it'll be a second part and be like bloopers.
Yeah, right.
Well, come on. No. But that shows. Oh, come on, Uncle. Show that, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, you can see Uncle Alan's failure right now. Go just check out my channel. So
seriously, did you
I made a video because I'm truthful.
Okay.
Now, in the old days, when you're a hobo before the 1920s, you had a little can, and it could be any kind of can with a metal lid. And I got coffee in here. It's a Hello Kitty can. I had coffee, instant coffee. And then you'll have either vials of salt and pepper for your cooking. Everybody has this style of cup before the 1920s, and they went to press steel. So basically, make sure when you use the candle trick, the tip is burnt.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And you have to fluff it up.
It's like charring it, right?
Right. And then you pour the melting wax on that, and you have it stuck right there. So when you do your bush crafting later, the trick is to take a piece of char cloth, and I forgot a step because I got the char cloth lit. It worked great. All the alarms in the house went off, and here comes the fire department. We just detected a fire in your house. And because it produced so much smoke, I goofed up someplace, and I did it twice, and they're like, okay, what the hell's wrong with this old man? And
he's just trying to light a candle.
Now I'm trying to light a candle because it's an old trick. I used to do it right, and then I read on the card. This is why Uncle Alan's going blind, folks. I forgot the tinder. When you
I was about to say that. I've used like con and even like dryer lint to light a candle before, right?
Right.
From a dead lighter.
Right. And
use the flame to light the candle. Yeah.
Right. CR's right up in the corner. He did it before, and he lit a candle. I forgot the tinder part, with the char cloth because I seen guys roll up big piece of their char cloth and they light these at what you call Mountain Man Revenue, and they'll say,
Yeah.
"Okay, greenhorns, try to light a candle." And it was
Mhm.
like I'm 12, and these guys like lighting cigarettes, lighting fires, lighting candles,
Yeah.
and I'm 12. I'm trying. What the hell's going on? I
You
couldn't
can
light.
also
Go ahead, Matt.
there's a tip that we use in the South. Um, like you put a small bit of like Crisco or lard or anything on tip of the candle
Right, I tried
and
that.
where the wick is. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
tried
mean,
that. I had to get rid of that video because you couldn't see me anymore because I'm using a
yeah,
laptop video. It made so much smoke that my mom was went, "What the hell's
Hey,
going
Uncle Al,
on?"
where Uncle Al go?
yeah.
Yeah. So
And it
it's
also it also makes the flame hotter too with the
right,
lard on
true.
it. Yeah.
So anyway, I have problems when I get the flame on. I could do it and get the flame on to the candle in the cup, but it doesn't.
Hmm.
I can't get the focus on the picture because I'm blowing
Yeah.
at the same time the char cloth, the Crisco, and the candle. So I'm making all this smoke right here, and it's not picking it up. I have to have somebody film me to do this. Real
Yeah.
fun. I did this take 20 times doing this on this, trying to get it lit, going, yeah, it was more of,
You need to
yeah.
do it and let the smoke come off of that fire behind you and say, "Look, I made it with fire."
Oh, yeah. And I love it because I keep blowing ashes onto the laptop and I had to
Right?
tamper it off because I have all this ash stuff all over the laptop.
I'm totally watching this video. This
Yeah.
is definitely one of the videos I'm watching next after the stream. I'd be like, I'm watching this after Uncle Al.
But like I said,
See,
I try to
you.
do yeah. I try to
Oh, I was.
do. Go ahead, Matt.
Sorry, Uncle Al. No, go ahead. I can't hear you. I'm watching somebody. Sorry, I'm not
Oh.
here right now.
Okay, no problem. Matt's watching a terrorist or somebody's doing something weird. But
So
anyway,
I was going to ask you.
sure.
So they sell candles down in Texas, though, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Just making
but
sure. I'm like, just making sure. I'm just
there's
making
a
sure.
way. There's a way that you can reuse bacon grease or
Well,
lard or
yeah.
anything and cold
It is.
press it on cold press it to make a even longer survival candle.
Right.
And
It's
Okay,
low.
I have a question.
Sure.
Have you guys ever tried the candle, the crayon thing?
Yeah.
I tried
Yeah.
that before. What do you guys think about that? What are your thoughts
Waste of
about
a crayon.
yeah,
Well, okay, but let's say you actually had to use it. I don't know because I've never been able to get this kind of long burn time that people say. It
No,
seems
it's
that I
use
feel like
the cheap
10.
Chinese ones and not
No,
Crayola.
well, I don't know. Maybe it's the way I'm using it because every time it just seems like it just goes. Well, it's not that it goes out; it just goes faster than I think because it just melts really fast.
right. But the trouble with bacon, not bacon, the crayon ones is. Sorry.
You're good, Uncle Al.
Is the cheap ones from China? They burn faster. Also, it's toxic smoke. I found that.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You actually get dark smoke from that.
Yeah, it's
I
fun.
remember
when you
trying
see
that
Uncle
when I was
Alan
very
coughing
young.
and keeling over.
Yeah, that's something you
But-
definitely don't want to
they
do if you
use
don't
that-
have to.
But the cheap Chinese ones use that paraffin wax, though,
Right.
to
With
catch the flame
additives.
faster. Yeah,
With additives. Because I
Yeah.
set myself on fire a couple of times.
oh yeah, it's like mini napalm.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't go out.
Yeah,
Because my nephew thought I was crazy. I was rolling in the backyard trying to put it out. Okay, if
Go
you get the original, the big thick ones, about size of your finger Crayolas, they burn up to an hour. The little thin ones, about 5 minutes. Am I right, CR?
Yes.
Yeah, to me it didn't seem like because I used to have them in this error kit, and I start to try them more and more often, and it's just like the burn time's not. I might as well put a real candle right
Right.
instead of doing with the crayon right. I mean, if that's all you have, that's one thing. But if you actually have the choice, actually can get real candles, go with real candles, not a crayon.
Right.
I gave up on real candles and everything, and I went to those party blowout candles that
Right.
reflame.
Trick candle.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. You can make
I-
that too.
Right. What I'm looking for is a tallow or suet-based candle.
Okay.
I used to have one guy in Texas, but he died like 10 years ago.
Oh,
And he used to hand
Yeah.
dip these candles, and it had the original cotton wick in it. And those things, if you touch it with a whatchamacallit,
I'll be back.
no problem,
No problem.
with a glowing char cloth would catch on fire. I figured out these new Chinese candles, not American or Swedish made. These candles at the tip, they're plastic, or whatchamacallit, it's not a cotton wick. It's something else. So,
synthetic, right? Something synthetic.
right,
that
it's synthetic.
melts, but it'll still make a flame if it wicked up the wax.
Right.
Hmm.
So it burns slower. The trouble is it doesn't catch a spark, and it drives me nuts. So basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to get a more cotton-based wick.
Oh, so that's why you said to burn it beforehand, I guess, because then you would know, is it holding an amber? Because I guess if it holds an amber, then it's probably cotton. But if it goes out real fast, then it's probably not.
Yeah, because I tried this one. You can see on this one. See that? It chars, but the trouble is it doesn't catch a good ember to light up.
Oh, I see.
So I'm thinking it's synthetic, because I tried it with tea candles, and the tea candles are worse. These aren't too bad, but I gotta make a real tallow or beeswax candle mix with a real cotton wick in it, because these wicks stinks like hell. I don't know what they put in.
I actually have a birthday candle and a dead lighter in front of me right now. Just like, let's see if I can just get this to light without like a flame.
No, it won't. It just smells bad. Try it.
I am.
See here, the flicking, and then
okay. Point taken, Uncle.
Yeah, it'll catch the spark, but it won't flame out.
Yeah, because it's not. There's not enough there.
That, or it's the wick material. Yeah. So I tried it with, again, char cloth, and I burnt a lot of char cloth on this.
I swear I'm gonna keep trying. No, I'm just gonna keep trying now. It's just like eventually. Oh, the stream's just gonna be like me. What's that sound? It's CR trying to light this.
Right, folks. It's a loads of fun.
It's not even turning it black.
Right. Because you have to blacken the candle. When you do this experiment, the wick has to be blackened so it catches the ember.
Well, because it's kind of like charring it, right?
Right.
The way you are talking about the wicks and everything, even the new Zippo wicks that they've made are not the same wicks. They have metal strands inside of them now.
Right.
And
yeah, I think I opened one and I kind of saw that too.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I heard that they're using, what is that material called? Polyester. They're using polyester wicks now in a lot of candles.
Right.
So it's kind of like how cigarettes now have that additive in it to make it go out.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with the wicks, because people have been burning down houses, going to sleep, leaving candles lit.
But like I said, with the when I use a hand rolled cigarette, when I used to smoke, it never goes out. But when I use like like old Camels never go out. But when I use if I use today's cigarette, that goes out and I have to relight it. Uh, you did a lot. Remember, Matt? You keep lighting the damn cigarette twice.
Yeah. Yeah,
But-
it's just one of those things. It's additives. It's whatever they do to the tobacco now. I don't know. They even taste different now.
Yeah, it does. But I quit smoking, but I could smell it through the air and taste it in there.
Right.
Let's see.
Well, I like how Uncle L, from me talking about the cold, Uncle L just brings in fire. The warmest back up. It was like a segue. It's segue into it. It's the segue right into the next thing.
Right.
Okay, Uncle, I gotta ask you something because about this survive on the run or surviving your pockets thing, right? Is there gonna be another part 4? Yeah, part 4. There's another part to that still, right?
What?
The survive on the run or survive what's in your pockets thing.
Oh.
Is there another? There's still one more video, right?
No. Basically, I did 3 videos on that. And I showed people because remember they used to teach us. Shit.
I knew it. I knew that was coming. I knew.
Yeah.
I knew that
condoms as water carriers. It doesn't work, folks. I tried it a lot. I even blew up a balloon and showed people if you poke that thing with something
non-lubricated also.
Right.
Yeah, that's assuming you can get that too.
Right.
Yeah.
But the trouble with those is once it's filled with a liter of water, if you accidentally bump something into it, what happens to you? Or you're drinking out of it. Yeah, it's always fun having.
Well, because I'm always thinking too. If it's colder out, then you're wet.
Yeah,
that's not good too, right? Let's say I'm doing it right now in the winter, right? If I had to do it like that, well, okay, let's just say it's cold. Let's say it's 32 Fahrenheit. There's no snow, so I can't melt snow. So I got to do that, and I get it over me. Now I'm wet and cold. That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Here's the thing. It's kind of like a new take on the condom theory. If you know how to peel the skin from a snake without ripping it or anything,
right?
It doesn't expand, but it holds about half a liter of water, and you can literally boil water in the skin.
Right.
And that's if you have access to that, though, right?
Yeah, but the trick is
we don't got large snakes like that here in Canada, right?
Yeah,
like
but the trouble with the snake skin thing, it's a tropical breed and it's big and you could do it. Unfortunately, Canada's the Canadian snake is only about this.
Hey, don't talk about my snake. I mean, our
like an earthworm.
Yeah, so I don't think you can. Also, they have fangs, so you're not going to make a canteen out of me.
Yeah, we're talking about from fire to condoms to snakes. Where else were we gonna go with us?
Yeah. Well, we got rat snakes out here. We have rat snakes in Texas. The black rat snakes that won't bite you. So, and those things get up to like 6 foot long. So,
right, and they used to make whips out of them too.
Yep.
I don't, Jordan. Do they have snakes in Sweden or not?
Yeah, we have.
You have?
Yeah. We have two kind of snakes. It's a viper. It has a zigzag pattern on the back. And we have
I've heard of that one.
Yeah, and we have another one. I don't know the English word for it, but it's a black snake with yellow spot on both sides.
Right.
That is
okay. It's kind of like a black garter snake if you're in America. Or, like...
Is it a viper type biting or is it restrictor?
It's a biter, I think.
Could be a biter.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I can see if I can find.
Because I know most Viper types here in the states and everything that's up in the northern regions, like New
Hi,
York and
Jim. Hi,
Dakota and
Oslander.
stuff. They they're called mountain vipers, and they can survive the cold weather. So
Yeah, Ramon's area, they have snakes, but small, but non-venomous, which is good.
yeah,
Like I said, folks, when we drift off and we're talking about things in your pockets, it's like you live out of your backpack or rucksack or whatever, but
hmm
whatever's in your pockets, you survive with it.
yeah,
So if your truck catches on fire, your backpack's gone deep six in the river. Bye,
hmm
backpack.
Well, it's just
Oh,
like how I said to Second Sir before about what he said about this one scenario when he a long time ago. I think that was like almost a year or two ago,
yeah,
where he was saying like
yeah,
if your bag, your get home bag is in your trunk, and you get hit from behind, it gets flat or whatever. You're okay, but you can't open your
yeah.
trunk anymore. You can't
right,
access that. You can't access that gear then, right?
right. Or
You can't
Well,
worse,
access
it's
it.
on
also
fire.
with newer cars, you can't you can't take down the back seat to get into your trunk like you could in the 80s and the 70s.
Right, because
Right.
it's a
So,
solid panel now.
right.
Well, I guess if
And
you're really desperate, you would try. Right. But to say for
yeah,
some reason you can't get into it at all, there's no way you got no crowbar. The crowbar, you broke the crowbar trying to do it.
Right,
yeah,
You don't need that option, right? Like a
right,
glove
yeah,
compartment. Well, I guess like what you said, surviving your pockets meant that Ziploc could fit in that glove compartment.
right.
right.
But like I
Mm.
said, when the emergency happens, you take everything out of the bag really quick, stuff it every pocket you have, and or
hmm
put handkerchief and put it or tie it to your belt. I keep telling
Yeah.
people, easy way, put it in a fanny pack. Doesn't make you gay,
Yes.
and everything's
Yes.
in there that I described. I keep telling this to people, and they still give me weird looks. It's like you take the
Well,
stuff out of the bag and you put it in the fanny pack if you don't have pockets.
that's a style now in this day of age. I
I
mean,
know.
it see that's the thing. Like we have to with preppers and everything, you have to go with styles and what you're able to attain in today's standards. You can't go 20, 30 years in the past and use that same kind of way of thinking in 2022. You know, it's pointless. You're the one that's going to stand out in the crowd now
Right.
going gray man 20 years ago than wearing the most flamboyant fluorescent color clothing and blending in with the crowd today.
Right. That's why I always tell people. You used to remember back in the '80s, everybody had the belts
Yeah,
and the shorts and the stuff. Well,
yeah,
just get a loose shirt and put it over the fanny pack till it's your gut.
Well, yeah,
right.
exactly, right. I guess if you're Finn, you could just be like, "Oh, I just have a gut," right?
Yeah,
Right.
and all the
That's
stuff's
how I
in
say
there.
it.
Yep, all the stuff's
I'm just
there.
chubby. Sorry, I'm just chubby. That's all.
Yeah, and just walk away. But
Yeah,
the big trick is out of sight, out of mind, and let's see,
Yeah.
bath bathrobe
Yeah.
is empty. Okay, wear a fanny pack. Sorry.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, but like I
Well,
said,
to me, about a fanny pack, or it's not that much of a stretch compared to like wearing stuff on a belt. Then.
right, or it could be a belt pack, fanny pack, pocket.
Well, I mean, like people have those those for the
Well,
smartphone
Brandon, you
where
can.
I was just
Oh,
gonna
sorry. I was
say,
just going to say. I was just going to tell Brandon something real quick. Brandon, he wasn't talking about a crowbar. He was talking about more like a survival pry bar, which is like maybe half an
shorter.
inch thick
Yeah, yeah,
and
something in
shorter
yeah.
because those pry bars do bend and they do. they can snap in certain with a certain amount of pressure. That's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like hypothetically, right? It's just a hypothetical thing.
Yeah.
Hopefully, you could get that open, right? Obviously, you are done try. I think in that situation, you're done try because you know the gear's there. You just gotta get it out.
Right.
You don't try. You don't try everything, but
Right,
eventually
but
you're
it's a
gonna be
lot
like,
easier if you just carry the stuff in your pocket and forget about it.
Right.
Because
And there's so many clothing that you can wear now, Uncle Al, that blends in with society, like 5'11" clothing that is tactical, and like you can even wear carpenter pants,
Right.
and you have plenty of pockets and stuff like that they just think, oh, you got off from a construction work site
well,
carrying
just
your
like
stuff
with
in
a
your
safety
pockets.
vest, right? I've seen people walk around with that stuff. It's just
Right,
like,
but
Yeah.
it
my
just depends on the
thing,
area.
Uncle Alan's old and retired, so you see Uncle Alan wearing one of these. He's another
I
retiree.
have one too, Uncle Al.
Yeah,
Hey,
he's walking around.
Uncle Al went fishing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uncle Al went fishing.
Yeah, but when I load this stuff up, I have a lot of gear on it.
Yeah.
Hey, Uncle Al, is that a duck hunter one? Does it have the huge back pocket in the
Yes.
back of it? Okay.
This is the old original Ranger vest from 20
Yeah.
years ago. Has the
That's
duck pocket.
Yep.
It has this stuff. It doesn't have, the new ones have shotgun shell things, which is totally useless.
Well,
But
I mean, if you have like flashlights or whatever, you can clip it on.
Right. But
Yeah.
like I said, this is easy. And this one's, I have another one that's geared up. This one has pockets. Okay. I have
Inside,
another one that has a leather holster right here.
Nice.
That's hidden.
Yeah.
Don't tell
I have
people.
a question here. I actually have a question here, and I actually want to ask the side chat too, and everyone on panel too, because well, obviously I live here in Canada. If I haven't said that, well, I just said that again. But like I'm just been thinking, how many people actually have jackets or clothing that actually, let's say, jacket, vest. Well, Uncle, you probably have one too. That actually has an inside pocket, a jacket, a winter jacket with inside pockets.
I have 4. Uncle
See,
Ham's
I knew it.
Uncle Ham's an old timer. Guess what's in my pocket? And ain't my finger.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I say this, because here in Canada and probably in other places that are cold, if you put your smartphone on the outside pocket, it's not your battery's just gonna die. Especially if it's -30. But on an inside pocket, you might have a better chance of keeping it warm. That's why I say that.
I have another pocket.
I'm just gonna answer Ranin real quick. Pry bars, Ranin, are now like a flathead nail puller that you can actually slide in between door jambs. You can slide into pretty much anything, and you can push, and it's kind of like a lever that pretty much pries open things. You can buy it from, all you need to do is just type in on the search bar pry bars. They usually come between 6 inches and 8 inches. So, and a lot of survivalists use it for urban survival. Sorry, Uncle Al.
But I used to have a coat for Chicago winters, and this old Chicago cop told me, you have a Chicago holster? And I said, what the hell's that? It's a steel and leather holster that's built into the pocket of the coat. So you put your snub-nosed pistol in there, revolver, and what it does is the holster holds the gun, and you go like this. You know, they're thinking you're just pointing your hand in your coat. Actually, you're pointing a snub-nosed revolver at them. So if they make a move, I'm going to kill you or stab you. Bang! It ruins the coat, but you're alive because he drops dead because you had a gun on him all the time. It's called a Chicago pocket, and a lot of old Chicago policemen used to carry it because they have to turn in their duty guns after work, and they carry a snub nose instead of strapping on the hip and wearing a coat, a suit, and stuff like that, it's in their coat pocket. So anytime you make a sudden move and their hands are in the pocket, you'll find out really quick. And I seen this guy shoot through this old coat like 6 times at a target at 10 feet. And I'm surprised because hardly any noise, no muzzle flash except for the smell. And it just shoots through the pocket. It ruined the coat, but it worked. Let's see. It's Abby Stockerman. Hi, Abby.
Hello, Abby.
Hey, Abby.
Oh, Auslander. Oh, nothing wrong with the red splatter. Okay. I'll let that fly.
Oh, boy.
I'll let that fly.
Thank you for the thumbs up. People, if you haven't thumbs up, it's a good, like I said. But like I said, everybody should have some kind of means in your pocket, because I seen a lot of people.
Well, like everyday carry.
Right. Because I seen a lot of people no pocket knives because I can't open this package. I said, use your teeth. Or I can't open this. And like,
oh yeah. You notice that. It's quite funny at times when people ask for something. It's like, is you got a pocket knife? I need to do for what? Right? And it's just like, why don't you carry it away? You seem to want one. You just want all the time, or
right, or somebody's
Kleenex,
holding
tissue, or I get this candle or something, right? Oh,
right.
the barbecue ignitor's not working. You got a lighter? Well, all these things are useful.
Right, because where did I put it? Oh, there's my lighter. Uncle Alan's old. Oh, I just spilled crap all over me. I'm old school.
Sorry.
I carry a Zippo.
Sorry.
I'm old school. So, and let's see. I guess Matt and shoot, I just spilled ashes and wax all over my desk.
Yeah, and I seem to be getting calls every time I'm on panel with him here all the time.
Yeah, it gets kind of funny after a while, but like I said, I should be in bed. My doctor's mad at me because I'm doing too many live streams. But I like you guys, and I like to do videos.
Well, you're pretty awesome too, Uncle Al.
Yeah, but I'm getting too old.
We love you too, Uncle Al.
Yeah, my doctor.
He came back just to say that. He came back just to say that.
But
that's
the
how much
trouble
he loves
is,
you, man.
Uncle Al is really sick, so I have to
Yeah.
limit my time. And between, I can't do church work anymore because, yeah, that's kind of screwed up. But like I said, folks, survival is easy. Outthinking and planning is the hard part because a lot of people.
Yeah. A lot of people.
Yeah. A lot of people don't plan ahead. Like in Tornado Alley, they had a week's warning. And how many people died?
Yeah.
Over 100.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard too, right? Yeah. That's what I've been hearing too. Originally it was 50 this morning. Now they increased that.
It's about 100 and it's going to be 200 by end of this evening.
Yeah, right. Probably lots of people in the ER, in the ICU, and all this other stuff, and everything.
Right.
And not including anything like damages and all this other stuff, and there's probably I guess power outages and the grid's down in the area too, right? Because there's a lot of damage. So yeah, people need to get ready.
Right, but like I said, I think Hero brings the king knives.
Mm-hmm.
Hi there. He's back again.
Yes.
Yeah, well, like I said, I try to outthink the government, outthink of all the rules and regulations. Uncle Al's an old survivalist. Like, if you want to give something to Matt or CR or ShadowScoutSwede, you could do Amazon cards, you could do gift cards, you could do food cards. Because it's not a form of currency.
I was going to say, No, Uncle Al, Hero Brian here actually knows the autistic prepper.
Yeah.
So he knows her. That's
Oh,
how
that's
I
good.
met her. That's how I met him. By the way, I just wanted to say that because I know you know her. So that
Yeah.
way you can kind of understand where that comes from.
Yeah.
I met her.
Well,
I met him through her. So
right,
he's nice guy.
because they need help sometimes, and you want to help people. Instead of sending cash, you could send it through PayPal, like Jordan up here, or you could send them a gift card. You can mail it because it's not legal currency.
Mm.
Okay, send people a gift card. I have trouble with my mother because she has dementia, and guess how many cards she threw out in the garbage?
Yeah.
Many.
About 2 grand worth, and we
Cash
haven't
in the
used.
trash.
Yeah. So I'm in the dumpster looking for these cards. I guess somebody scavenged them already because the
Oh,
garbage bag was open, and they
this
like
is a,
it's horrible because they got $2,000 worth of food cards and they're going around the city going, "Yeehaw, we're going to Applebee's," or "Yeehaw, McDonald's," or "Yeehaw this."
Uncle.
And
You
like,
know what's funny? You know what's funny, Uncle? I actually found cards before, and I checked the balance. I'm like, there's still like this McDonald's gift card. I'm like, there's still like $4 on it. I'm like, what? Well,
get
that's a
yourself
coffee or whatever. Yeah, or
coffee or a
whatever.
free hamburger.
Yeah, but that's just like, oh, that's. It was just funny because it just scattered on the ground too. I just
Right.
so yeah. I'm just sometimes surprised what you can actually find out there and what people actually forlow. That's still kind of useful in some way, right? I mean,
It
like
is.
it's a
I,
couple bucks, but
oh, my
to a
best
homeless
find.
person, yeah.
My best find, CR, was finding a phone cord on the ground, and it still had $20 worth of charges to use on a phone. This is why I warn
Wow.
people that the new payphones are going to be different because they're going to have a
Payphone. Whoa,
UB.
whoa, whoa, whoa! What's this payphone thing?
Okay,
I
a
haven't
lot
seen
of
a payphone for like ever.
that's the old rotary system. The new one's going to be
Whoa, whoa,
high
whoa!
tech.
Rotary system. What's this rotary phone you speak of?
Well, rotary or push button. Remember those?
Touch
They
tone? No.
no, they're a push button, and you used to talk to them. They were good at the
I'm kidding,
beginning
Uncle
of
Al. I'm
2000.
kidding, Uncle Al. I'm kidding, Uncle Al.
Beginning
I
of
know,
the
I know what that all means. I know. I'm not that young.
Okay, the new ones are data centers. Like if you don't have a phone and if you have a card or a chip card, you plug that in, and if you have an earbud, you could plug it in and you could talk to the person, or they could do
Oh,
FaceTime.
okay.
But basically,
I haven't seen those.
they're data centers. So if you have your cell phone and needs a charge, you plug that in, and it'll charge your phone. And how many minutes you need, the phone you have to pay, and it'll charge your
Welcome down
phone.
under.
Hi,
Hey,
hi,
down
down
under.
and
Nice to see you again. By the way,
right.
I
And the
I
nice,
I met him through Gordon Perkins' channel yesterday.
yeah, like I said, with the new payphones, you charge your phone. You could use your phone, and you could dial anyone. It's still in your. It won't. The payphone won't charge because it's not a payphone. It's a data center, and you could use your regular phone while it's charging, and you could like, I need to get onto the computer, and I'll type it, and it's a secure line. And already they're starting to do this in Japan, and they're thinking of doing this on the west coast of the United States. Probably
Okay,
the Canada and the EU will be
I'll keep my
following
eyes
it.
out. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
keep my
because
eyes
you're
out.
going to be looking around like, I need a data
What?
center, not a
Okay.
payphone.
Yeah, I
Because,
guess that'll be the new way of saying it. All right.
right? It's going to be weird. Like,
Oh,
I
okay,
thought it
okay.
was a phone booth, and they got people in there waiting in line. I have to use the data center, get out of the way. And they're plugging in their
I know.
laptop.
I'm not start saying the words, and people will be like, "Data center? What are you talking about, here?"
Right. And they're going to look at
It's
you
the
like,
modern payphone. It's the modern payphone.
it
You're like,
is,
what?
because they have already booths in Japan where you sit down and you plug into the payphone, or it doesn't look like a payphone because there's no receiver, or you pick up the receiver and talk to people. It doesn't have that. It has outlets that you plug in like your headphones, and you could talk to people like this, but you got to bring your microphone and headsets.
Oh, okay,
And
so basically there'll be like a jack that you can plug in, or you can connect in like with Bluetooth, for example.
right.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. I guess that would make sense because I guess as that technology becomes more common, right? Because everyone uses Bluetooth or headsets because for wireless and all that stuff. I guess that's gonna be common, right? So
Right. And
I guess bringing like Bluetooth headset or headphones with you might be a good important thing because
right,
without
because
that,
you don't need
what are you gonna do?
right, you don't need a phone unless you're doing computer work. Then you have to bring your smartphone, and you could link in with UBI. Remember the UBI
Okay.
codes, cords? I don't have one around me, but you just plug it in,
Okay.
and
Okay.
and then you use your credit card or chip card because I guess they're going to a cashless society.
Okay.
You don't need coins. You just plug in and swipe your chip. Or the weird part in Japan, just put your thumb over it. I still don't get that. I
Hmm.
guess they scan the fingerprint.
Okay. Okay. I'll definitely keep my eye out on that. It's interesting. I might have to every day carry like a headset with me all the time then, just in case. It
Yeah,
might be important.
hi
I
city
can't use
girl.
this phone. I can't use this data center because I don't have a headset.
Right, and then all of a sudden it charges you. Please use device to your left, and I'll ask you for your chip card or cash. $20 for a cheap headset.
I know it'd be like that, right? I could just see
Right.
that too. I could just see that too. Oh man.
Yeah. Hi city
Here
girl.
comes the girl.
I see you, girl.
Yeah. Like I said, folks, you got to be really careful because within 4 years, it'll be the end of the 20th century. So you're going to see a lot of technology that hasn't appeared suddenly appear. They might have a cure for cancer, or you might see a robot, or you might see an android, or somebody shoot you with, what the hell did he shoot me with? You know,
What kind of payphone is this?
yeah. Or what kind of toilet is this? They won't let me out of the toilet. Please pay $75 for using our fine toilet. And it locks you into the toilet. You have to be careful on
Well,
technology because, what do you mean I don't get food stamps and I get this card? We have machines so you can get your dinner or your lunch or breakfast. You just go up there and put the chip card in there. That'd be fine. And it spits out, here's your coffee. Here's your scrambled eggs. Here's your oatmeal. Go away.
I could go for a coffee right now.
True. But do you want a machine coffee instead of a nice cup of coffee? Instead, what happens is the coffee comes down, followed by the sugar and creamer, and then finally the cup drops. And they're telling you, please leave the area for the next customer. I don't want to see a future like that.
Oh boy.
It is.
Uncle Al, I have a little problem here.
What's wrong?
My web browser doesn't respond, so I can't do anything.
Uh-oh. I think the government's been listening and like they know our
Well,
plans.
just give it a moment. So you can't do anything in StreamYard, hey?
I can't do anything.
Right. It's the government. Give it time.
Wait. Okay, yeah, maybe just give it a moment to try to catch up. Remember, I don't know how that happened, but sometimes you gotta wait for your device or computer to catch
It says Google Chrome doesn't respond.
Okay, it's the Chinese now. You know who owns Google and Chrome? Jawohl. Because a lot of people don't know who.
Oh, look, we're doing an 8-hour live stream, Uncle Al. He won't be able to shut it down. He can't shut down the stream, and we can't shut it down for him.
Right.
So,
okay, everyone come in. Invite everyone. We're doing an 8-hour live stream.
So I can't get the Second Star Survival back on the stream because I can't do anything.
Right. You got to remember where Second Star is at. He's in Texas, and they're having disruption in the repeater stations. So probably you're in Sweden. I'm in California. I'm using a different route.
there is one. Well, I guess you are using a laptop, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm using laptop.
Well, the only way really if you cannot do it traditionally is to hard shut down or a hard disconnect out.
I can shut down the
Yeah,
win
no, I mean no, like
browser and restart it.
Yeah.
yeah. So I guess that'd be the way to end the stream. You exit,
Yeah.
you restart your computer. That'll end the stream.
Right. But remember, folks, if you're trying to contact people through Tornado Alley, everything is trying to resync. So I keep telling this to my mother, and she doesn't listen to me because we have relatives out in
We all know
Illinois.
people like
Right.
Well, hey, Shadow. As soon as I heard it was Arkansas, right? I think Arkansas was part of the affected area.
Yeah.
I was already thinking of like hiking deep out there. I know he's out there. I know he's in that state. Hopefully, I think he'll be okay. But he might know people, right? So it's just one of those things. You might not know someone directly, but know people that know other people, and So.
Right. Yeah, Matt says he's in the shadows right now. Don't worry, Matt. You're on at work and you're using somebody else's repeater thing. It's synchronizing. And like I said,
Oh
folks,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting about that. No. Because I think if the host goes because if the host if the host goes down, if there's people on the panel, I think it's still I think it
Yeah. Anyway,
So,
I got.
I guess we. Well, don't worry. Once he leaves, then I'll leave. I'll go.
Don't worry about this.
I'll just do this extra 2 hours. Get him some extra watch time. He'll be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, thanks, Sierra, for the extra watch time."
Right, but me, it's useless because I'm in the ghetto, and they don't like me because I already have 8,000 watch hours, and only 2,957 hours are approved. That doesn't violate your YouTube contract. And it's like, so what did I said? You used the I word. It took me 2 days to figure out what the I word, and I
interest.
No,
Interest?
it's the other one, ideology, and they have a picture of Biden. Sorry, folks.
Okay.
Bad joke. Sorry, dad joke. So I'll catch you guys later because
Take care, Uncle Al.
It's
Always-
4:12
always-
and I gotta check on my mom. So
Take care,
Night,
Uncle. I'll
folks.
see you around.
Take care, Uncle Al. The problem now is
You still don't
frozen.
have access.
Yeah, I can hear you and everything.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's still going through, but you cannot control anything, right? You can't bring up a message.
No, I
you
can't do
add-
anything. I can't do anything.
Like I said, then probably I would have to leave, and when you hard restart, right? Like sometimes, if your computer's not responsive or whatever, or the blue screen is up, well, you don't have to hard reboot your system then.
Well, I can shut the browser down and restart it. That is what I can do,
Okay.
and that usually works.
Yeah. So basically, you can. Okay. So basically, you can't access anything in the web browser right now itself.
Yeah,
So
it's the web browser.
basically, you can access their programs, their stuff in Windows. Like you can go to the start menu or whatever, right? That's what you're saying.
It's the browser that doesn't respond. So if I shut the browser down and restart it, it will work. But I don't know what happened with the stream if I do that.
Well, I am still here. Well, we can randomly try. Let's just randomly try.
Well, if I shut down the browser and restart it, do you think the stream would?
Well, he said that refresh the tab with Sierra still up and should be fine. I think it's because I'm still here for you.
Do you think?
Well, because you exit out, right? You've exited out before too. I think isn't that the same way? Well,
You
he says
think
the stream will stay up. I think it's because I'm still delivering something for you.
so? If I shut down the browser and restart it, would the stream keep going anyway?
Well, I guess we'll all find out real soon here.
I,
Well,
I,
you might as well know what happens if this happens again for you. Then you might
so I
at
can
least
try
then you
to
would know.
do.
Yeah, I guess you
Uh,
would know. I guess you would know, right? And we all would know that. At least then
yeah.
we. So
So I will try to shut the
so as soon as you take off,
browser
then I'll
down and
yeah.
restart it again, and let's see what's happened. And
Wait.
I hope the
No, he
stream.
can't. Auslander, he can't control the web any function in the web browser. He can't open up a new window
No, I can't open a new window.
because you can't open up a new window. Or can you open? I thought can you access your start menu? Can't you reopen up
Yeah,
another
start menu.
window?
I can.
Yeah, but that doesn't really solve anything though, right? That's just like opening. It's just like having another instance or another version of it open. And like,
It's
he
just,
doesn't come in with another second,
but
right?
I can try to close. Uh,
Yeah. He second star said the stream will continue even if you're not on. That's because you have a co-host or someone else on with you.
okay, I shut the browser down and open it again, and let's see what's happened.
Well, I guess I'm gonna be staying in here. Well, thank goodness I decided to stay on.
Well, let me try and see if that works. If not, well,
Well, I'll
we will
know.
find that out.
I'll know. Wow. We'll all know, right? So
So I shut
I'll just
the.
keep talking. I'll just keep talking,
Yeah, please do.
and hopefully suddenly I don't get disconnected. That'd be really bad. Tommy. I think now he's disappeared because I don't hear this other thing in the back. And and again, like usual, you guys should still be able to hear me. Still says it's live. The timer's still going. Yeah. Really? We'll just keep talking and so okay. I can just keep talking. The thing is, at the moment, it still shows him on screen frozen though, but I think it's his tab.
Yes.
Well, you can do this, I guess, but I guess this isn't our option. But also, you don't have a mirror. Okay. I guess maybe this is another way. Maybe see, we're all learning something here. So if this happens to you, just open up a new window of it, like a new instance of it, and close the other one, and hopefully it'll work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that worked.
See, we are learning a lot. See, sometimes it's like a lot of the things, right? Sometimes you learn because it happens to you. It's just like in preparedness, right? Sometimes, to relate this back into it, some people get into it because things happen, and now we can add them back.
Hey.
Like I was saying, second star. Well, some people, get into preparedness because they went through a hurricane, went through a tornado, right? They don't want to go through that hassle or trouble of it again, right? So they try to be more prepared the next time, right? So this is like the same thing, right? So,
guys, I'm going to the bathroom break.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
I keep forgetting
no
he was supposed to do that. He's like, I'm holding it for so long. No, but it's the same thing though. Sometimes you gotta try things you learn by experience, right? I mean, a lot of things are like that. For me, I'm learning from experience by trying it out myself, right? Getting, it's like gardening, or like getting your hand in the soil, in the ground, getting the dirt time and all that stuff. Like experiencing it for yourself, and not just what other people say. Because some things you have to experience with your own hands, with your own body. Like I could tell you. I could tell everyone out here that's never experienced frostbite before how it feels. But until you feel it,
Yeah.
you have no idea that pins and needle sensation, the burning sensation. That's why they call it frostbite.
Well, it's the same
Right?
thing with hunger pains. I mean,
Or heat exhaustion or
people
anything like
say,
that, dehydration or anything
yeah.
like that. Until you, I can tell you, but it's not.
I mean, you never know what hunger pains actually are until
the pain, right? That's one thing.
you actually feel it.
Well,
People
it's just
say,
like
"Oh,
anything.
I'm starving," but
No, your tummy's just wrong.
Yeah. Welcome back, Shadow.
Yeah, thanks.
No problem, sir. But
Sorry, I got
here's the thing that, like, in emergencies and everything.
Yeah.
Like, there's an item that was created that actually hooks up to phone landlines, and every business has to have a phone line. In the States, that's I don't know about other countries or anything like that, but there's a device that was created, and I did this like 2 years ago on my channel, and you hook it up to the actual phone line outlet, and phone lines produce a certain amount of electricity, so you can hook it up to the phone line and still be able to charge equipment like your phone, stuff like that. Plus, it also has a power source for an actual plug-in for, say, a phone or
but
a mini
how many people
heater
actually
or
have
something.
that's for a landline, right?
Yeah, for a landline.
Yeah, well,
But,
that doesn't always exist everywhere now.
Right.
Unfortunately,
Well,
right? Because
I mean,
some people go
it
through VoIP for a landline based system, right? So that uses internet to deliver the signal out, not an actual per se landline phone line. Because you're connecting through the internet to make the call.
I really bought like 3 of them to put in my urban bags, like if I'm in a city or something like that, because if a major outlet happens, power goes down, water goes down, but phone lines still stay activated, like in businesses and stuff. So if you could break into a business
That's assuming that you're assuming that
situation.
too, right? You're assuming that too.
Yeah.
Remember, some people nowadays they don't even get the expense of that too, right? Because that's an extra expense, right? Think about what's going on now and last year and what's to come, right? People might even cut that back. It's like, you know what? I got a mobile, I got a cell phone, I got a smartphone with data. I'm good with that, right? So they cut out that landline, right?
Mm-hmm. And you're taking a chance with it, but it's still a backup to a backup. You know what I mean?
Can you highlight that thing that's highlighted for me, Shadow? It's like a couple of minutes back. Brandon said something like that. I think it needs to be addressed too.
Oh, about Brandon?
Yeah. That'd be the second last comment. Not the last one, but the second last one.
You mean that one?
No, it's the one before.
Yeah, it's before
you posted
your StreamYard post.
Yeah, that one. That's the one problem with looking for, per se, new gear or whatever, be it survival or whatever, right? I don't know if the reviewer knows what's important and might lack the experience needed, right? The details behind it. I mean, when people say, "Oh, this is great, I haven't used it yet," or I still yet to use it, it's just like, and they're giving it like 4 or 5 stars. It's like, well, let's go on, right? But when someone says, "Hey, I tried this out," it's not the best, it's not great, the greatest, or it's not bad, but you start seeing more details. Then maybe you might see some other details where it's like, yeah, I tried this out. I actually keep this in my go bag or whatever. You'll see some terms in there that you're familiar with in terms of survival or prepping, right? And you're like, okay, maybe I can trust this a little bit more. And also, you want to see more comments like that, not those kind of, oh, it's great, but I haven't tried it out yet. 4 stars, or I've used it at home, but yet to take it out camping or outside, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I always look for the worst reviews instead of
well,
the
to a certain degree,
every.
but I mean, I'm looking for details, right? Details, especially if people tend to explain in longer sentences. Well, there tends to be more details in there. Not saying it's always like the first thing I look for, but if people are leaving like a long paragraph, they generally took the time to write a lot in there to talk about it. And hopefully it says something, some keywords that might grab your attention. Well, stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, unless you know who the reviewer is, right? Unless you don't know the reviewer, I mean, like who's actually per se leaving this comment, right? Unless for some reason, let's just say, look, it says 2nd star survival. I think it's him, and it even has this icon. Must be him. 2nd star. Did you leave this comment on Amazon? Did you have this? Did you leave this one? Oh, yeah. Did you? Okay. Then I'll trust what you're saying, all right? But I don't know who these people are, right?
Well,
or their background, where they are, right?
Yeah. Well, you also got to look at other. Every
sources
every survivalist like YouTube, every like survivalist YouTuber out there, they all have an Amazon page. They all have an Amazon store, and they're usually paid by these companies to leave.
Affiliate.
Yeah, they're like affiliates, and they're paid by this company to give it a 10-star review. You know what I mean? And you can't even really trust YouTubers that have a big name just because they say it's good and they did a 5-minute video on it. Like a lot of items, and just because somebody reviews it and says that this item is magnificent or wonderful or whatever, it's also, do you have the skills to use it? Have you ever used something like that? Or are you just going off of a YouTube video? Or are you going off of, an Amazon review and you buy it because of that without even knowing what it does?
Well, that's another reason to actually do your own research and stuff like that. It's just like with anything out there, right? Be more informed about it. Whether it's per se gear, survival gear, a knife, some ferrocene run, some folder, some axe, car, a laptop, a teddy bear, or some console, some game, or whatever, right? Some phone.
CR, you got
some mouse.
You got a question from Hero Brian King. Nice.
Yeah. Actually, you can. I guess I'll just. Well, I'll just tell you in the side chat. I mean, in the private chat, so you guys can keep talking.
I don't really ever go by reviews of other people until I have an item in my hand and I test it out. Just like there's hundreds of people like on YouTube and stuff that say that the Camillus Carnivore X, it's kind of like a machete, but it's an all-purpose machete. It's got a saw on the back. It has a gut hook, and it's also considered a pry bar also because it doesn't have a tip to it. It's a rounded top.
Oh, look who I get to see again.
Hey, brother.
Someone's really down under. Well, diagonally for me, but they're still down under. What's up, man? Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you guys too.
I know. It's like might as well just continue the conversation like from like 24 hours ago. Well, I was talking to you 24 hours ago.
Yes.
It hasn't even. It's only been. Is that the same shirt?
Yeah,
No, it's a different one. It's summer, man.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just BSing.
He washed it last night, sir, just for this.
I know. He's
wear
like,
I wear a lot of sleeveless shirts in summertime.
Oh, okay. I keep forgetting.
I'm the same way, brother. Ain't no sense in having sleeves in heat.
No.
Yeah. But
sleeveless.
And
sleeveless
sleeveless
right now. I can't go sleeveless right now.
You can't go
I
sleeveless.
can't even go shirtless right now. Let alone like sleeveless.
Oh, those Canadians.
Hey, this is unusual. There's only one American.
Yeah, I know, right?
One Canadian, one from Texas, and now you from Australia.
And a Swede.
Yeah, the one and only.
Yes, sir.
Well, except from Roundham, of course.
Right. Oh, Renan doesn't count. He's in the chat.
Yeah.
You don't know where anybody is in the chat until they tell you. Yeah. See, I like looking at things and testing out new ideas that's made for survival or made for homesteading or anything like that. Because if you don't adapt and look at another form of idealism, you're stuck in that same loop, you know. Don't get me wrong. I mean, a lot of people have rock hard, grounded ideas that work for them, but it works for them in their area. And say, in Australia, this way works for you, but it should work in Texas, but it's not for some reason, so.
Well, I mean, that's like I was saying on Citizen Guardians chat yesterday. Yeah. The whole bug out thing would not work in Australia.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
And the bug out thing doesn't work in America a lot either, brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's nowhere to go to.
Yeah. And there's half of your country, half of your country is uninhabitable, like it's kind of like Texas, they made cities in specific areas in Texas, even though Texas is bigger than most countries just by itself. But
Texas is tiny.
Yeah, I know, right? But
Texas is tiny.
Yeah.
We got like 4 states that are bigger than Texas. Just
right.
clear. And I'm not joking.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I mean, there's a part of Canada that's bigger than Texas. I mean.
Oh, the red spot above America.
Yeah, that little one.
Well, we've got farms that are almost as big as Texas.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we're the biggest in America. That's all I could say. But we have half of it desert, you know, that doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I mean, you head out to the Sonora, it's pretty much the same as heading out back here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, go up towards Tyndall, mate. Alice Springs, and you'll see desert, mate. Bloody hot.
Whoa, it's Ozlander! What's up, Ozlander? Hey, how's it going, man? I just come back. I'm like, whoa!
Fuck you, mate. You just call me Oz Wanker. You're the wanker, not me. Hey, don't call me Oz Wanker. You bloody Canadian.
I'll let that fly. I'll let that fly this time. I like how I'm in the center.
Thanks, Harvey.
Those Canadians, right, Auslander?
Yeah, those Canucks. Nothing about them that's normal, mate.
Those star people over there.
Those maple syrup gardeners.
Those guys in the outback. No, just kidding. How are you doing, man? I haven't heard from you for like ever.
Yeah. Settling in, mate. Settling in. Getting ourselves organised for the move up north and so on.
Yeah.
Easier said than done nowadays.
All right.
Well, the borders are shut, you know. Borders, administrative borders all of a sudden became international borders for us Australian citizens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually easier to travel it's easier for me to travel to America next year than it is to go to some states.
Really?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
Yeah. You can't go to Western Australia.
Yeah. Not like there's much there. Not like anybody really wants to go there, but still.
Yeah, who wants to come to America? Trust me.
I don't know, about half the bloody world, from what I can tell. Your propaganda machine worked pretty good, you know. And then you complain when they come
true. I don't care.
I'm just saying,
but
you know?
Oh, I know.
No, I have a pretty lady waiting for me in America.
Oh,
there you go.
Oh, I see. Sky Dog.
You ever met her, or is it just an online picture thing, photo thing?
We're meeting in person in February.
Okay.
Video chat all the time.
Okay.
These online relationships, I don't know. You might need a bloody slab of VB's beer goggles to fix that up. From what I've heard, some horror stories.
Well, sometimes they can work, but sometimes they can work. It's not like even real life relationships work out anyways, right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
I mean, how many people out there have been to a wedding and like years later or whatever they're divorced and the last 4 out of 5 weddings I went to have ended in divorce. Only one hasn't yet. Every other one divorced. They separated. Right, so
that happens.
And they know each other in real life, right? So.
Yeah, but don't forget, a lot of people nowadays don't see marriage as a sacrament. They see it as just a formality, you know.
Yes. Marriage.
I like how we're talking about marriage now. We got 5 guys on screen, up on panel talking about marriage right now.
Yeah. Let's talk about.
Let's talk about something else. We might
talk manly.
The women will be like, they're talking about marriage. 5 guys are talking about marriage.
See what a Canuck does.
Oh, whatever there. I'm not the one that brought it up.
And wedding cakes.
I just came back over here. I was here first. Wow. So there.
I mean, I'm married, Shadow's married. What about you two? We know CR isn't. So We have a
CR
little bit
is
of knowledge
single.
on marriage.
Oh, I've been there and done that, and hoping for a better result.
I'm still exploring.
Right.
I'm still exploring the possibilities.
Oh, jeez. CR is going to be the 50-year-old on panel saying, "Nope, never done that."
You're so lucky. I like you, or else I'd say so.
Love you too, brother.
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder.
Oh, I love you. I love you like a brother. That's why I got to pick on you.
Yeah.
Second star. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Don't call me sir. I worked for a living. Anyway.
I use that same thing.
I'm just telling you. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway.
It just comes with the job.
Yeah, I know. You can't get it out of your head once it's there. It's like,
yeah.
But the little Zippo rubber stopper things, they arrived yesterday and already chucked it into my Zippo, the Chinese ones. But I found that when I plugged it in the bottom, it's a little bit thinner than the actual original Zippo compacted pad.
The Zippo brand one.
Oh, not the Zippo. I don't know what the Zippo brand one is like, but that little foam pad, or foam, whatever it is, that cotton pad at the bottom, that really compact thing. The asbestos thing at the bottom of the Zippo. This thing's about, maybe about 3 mil thinner. So about, what's that, about 1/8 of an inch thinner. And so what I did was I actually squeezed it into the actual thing for that 1 or 2 mil, and it fit and it worked perfectly. But,
are you guys talking about a Zippo lighter or a Zippo warmer?
It's a Zippo plug for the Zippo lighter.
Yeah, but I've also got an older style Zippo, right, which has the rounded edges, and the ones they sent were more so for the classic.
For the square ones, right?
For the newer ones, for the ones that are out and about today, not the old-fashioned style ones.
Right.
So
I had to use that was the problem I had too. I had to go and get a new insert and everything for my Zippo because it was made for this. It was made for the squared insert instead of the rounded ones. And I mean, the ones I got, I don't know because I got the first run, I guess, when they were making it. And I guess they probably slacked off on the quality of them because, they're dirt cheap as they are, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But
I'm not complaining. There was 20 of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the exact price, but I remember we said it was about half price to one from Zippo. So 20 price, 50% on one. I'm not complaining.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, they're so dirt cheap and everything, and so plentiful that you can stockpile those things and not even ever have to worry about it.
Correct. Well, we've got the Chinese-made copies of Zippos in all of our bug-out bags, and as a plan B in case I lose mine or the missus loses. It's just to have on hand so that everybody has one on hand, not to use, but in case we lose the ones that we use. And of course,
and we're still you guys are still talking about lighters, right?
Well,
yes.
Okay, sorry. No, because I know Zippo, there's other things now, right? It's not just Zippo considering it as a lighter, right? There's the hand warmers, there's the matches now that they got those whiteboard matches. So I'm just
they got 2 different products.
Yeah, they make different products now, so I always gotta remember that.
But like I was saying, I got them for all those as well. So it's just a case of now when we get up north, all the bug out bags, we're repacking them to suit them the northern climate and all that. because we don't need winter clothing when you're obviously up there. Well, we don't. We could have 1 or 2 items on hand in the bug out bag, but again, and just to fill you in down under, the bug out bags that we got ready are more designed for, heaven forbid, a bushfire type of scenario or something like that. Not
I could say that's a
totally
real possibility. That's a real possibility, right? And that is likely, and that has happened, right? And something you can bail out. At least then you can have something with you.
I mean, Americans get up in arms when we have a fire over here. We go, it's fire season.
Like it's flood season. It starts raining, and after the fires, it starts raining or whatever. As soon as you get some rain, the ground can't suck it up because it's so dry. And of course, the palms, when they came over 100 and something years ago, started changing the bloody area around the actual Mother Nature. They buggered up the river system with changing all the trees and removing all the trees and stuff like that. So we get floods, you know.
So the fire down there is like the snow up here in Canada.
Well, our forests are generally what's called a sclerophyll forest, and they're designed to propagate from fire. Thousands of years of fire farming from the Aboriginal people, and they're designed to propagate through fire. The trees that we have don't propagate unless there's fire.
Well, that's just like here in terms of the snow. It actually there needs to be snow here during the winter because it's the snow that gives the water for the springtime when it melts.
Yeah.
And also in the mountains to replenish the rivers and the lakes everywhere around it in Canada, right? It's that kind of storage of water over the winter.
Yeah.
Because if we don't get enough, then it actually the farmers suffer because it's too dry in the spring.
Yep.
Take care, Hero Brain. But I mean, America's a contradiction in itself. I mean, we have California forest fires every year, you know, and for us to say something about another country having fires in their country is stupid, you know. It happens everywhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, we yearly rent Elvis, our big water dump helicopter. We rent that off California every year.
Yeah.
You know, because it does the California fire season, then it comes over here and does the Australian fire season.
Right.
Joys of living down.
I mean, it's just a contradiction in itself. Like that's all Americans
No,
good for.
it's not I wouldn't call it a contradiction. I just openly state that many people in the US don't have a clue about any other country, really. And that's one-on-one experience.
America is very America-centric.
Yeah, I'm not saying that in a derogatory sense, though. I'm just saying it as a observation about a fact that I've noticed, having worked with Americans for so many years.
Yeah, I mean, Americans in general are very America-centric. They expect the rest of the world to be the same as America. Yeah, like I was on someone's Thanksgiving live stream and I said, I'm not celebrating Thanksgiving. Why not? Because I live in Australia. We don't have Thanksgiving.
Yeah. There's no point in it. It's like me, you know, I'm half Native American. And it's like, why am I, you know, why do I celebrate that? We don't celebrate that. Like, come on, you know, I don't even celebrate Christmas. You know, I don't celebrate major holidays, and people look down on me for it too. So I understand.
Well, you know what I say anything about holidays or anything like that. Whatever it is. It's not the reasons to do it is not to because it's tease the season or because it's that specific day or to buy presents or to buy turkey. It's to come together with our people and celebrate and share memories and time together. That's the reason to actually celebrate these kind of things, whatever it is.
Yeah, but don't forget.
You know,
whatever it is.
Yeah, but creative.
me started
That's
on that.
being turned upside down in the Western world, mate. What was once considered something positive is now being twisted around and promoted as something negative.
Right.
And that's happening all over the Western world. It's not. I mean, I was in Europe up until recently for a good chunk of my life, and the same thing's happening over there. It's not like it's just an American phenomenon. Yeah, the education system has literally damaged the whole Western world, and that's again an observation. It's not a derogatory. I'm not talking down. I'm just stating what the obvious facts are. But when you see it in action in other parts of the world, and then you hear people talking about it online as if it's just in their country, nowhere else. It's like, mate, you got to check out what's happening elsewhere. You'll see that this isn't something that's going on just in your little backyard. It's happening everywhere where democracy exists.
The one thing I do love about the American system is that there's a lot of protection within the American system of rights. Whereas in other countries, those rights aren't so much protected.
Well, they're loud about it. Yeah, they're loud about it. They don't. Yeah, I mean, human nature. It's just crazy, man. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, look at Australia. We're the only country in the world that has a constitution that outright stipulated after World War II that nothing along the lines of what Mengele did as far as testing stuff on humans will ever be done in Australia. And it said it in such a nice way, too, that even the dumbest of dumb Fs will understand it. And that says no medical or dental procedure shall be or can be, whatever the right word is, I forget now, conscripted on Australian civilians, on Australians. Dot.
Hold on, guys. I got more protesters. Be right back.
All right, go protest with them. But the thing is, you look at what the pollies are doing, what the politicians are doing. They're trying to find ways around it. They're literally finding ways around it. I mean,
they found an end run,
but they can't do it. I mean, what's the highest law of the land? The Constitution.
Yeah. But the way that they've done it is that not so much that you have to have it. It's you get greater freedom if you do.
Yep, that's still conscription. Conscription, coercing. I did a video on that. If you look up the definition of conscription and what all synonyms it actually has and what all it covers, considering the vocab from back in the day, you can't use the vocab of today and apply it to the vocab of when it was written. The vocab when it was written used the word conscription, and that incorporated all types of conscription / all types of quotation marks mandates, as we'd say today. It didn't specify except for coercion, except for blackmail, except for all dots. But you see what they're doing. It's crazy. They're changing. They're literally twisting things around. And and as I said in the video, if there was ever a generation of human beings on this planet that could make a call on conscripting medical procedures and why it shouldn't be done, that was the generation of people who literally were on this planet after the Second World War. And in Australia particularly, because you had the Aussies from the gold digger era, you had the Aussies that voted on the actual ballot for making Australia an independent Commonwealth. You had the Aussies that were part of the Anzac Legend. You had the Aussies that survived the Second World War, and you had an influx of, I'll say refugees, but people who survived the Second World War, aka refugees, who saw and went through the worst of the Asian POW camps and the German death camps, whatever you want to call them, concentration camps. There we go. So if there was ever a generation that could have made that call, it was that generation during the late 40s, early 50s, and Australia did it. Only to be pissed on 50 years later, or 70 years later. Sorry.
And the whole way of life in our country, what we used to be proud of, is now frowned upon.
Correct.
Yeah, there's been a total turn in the background, in the that slow erosion by education sort of thing. we used to be so proud of being independent people, of of being able to get by, to survive in that bush. A breaker was a hero. But nowadays it's like, there's someone like that, you're just weird.
Yeah, true. Heaven forbid you like my daughter and you listen to country music. It's like, huh? You listen to what? She enjoys that. Big deal.
I was taught gardening by my grandmother who raised my father during the Depression. She was from Irish stock. And, as I was growing up and said to people, I grow my garden and that sort of thing and make my own sauces. Oh, are you a wog? They thought I was from Europe because I grew a garden and I made my own preserves.
Well, you are from your parents or grandparents were from Europe, so
yeah. But they figured I was from the Greek Italian sort of descent because I made my own preserves, because I grew my garden. And it's like, that's not an Aussie thing to do. Seriously?
Well, actually, it is. But they just live in cities and they don't have a bloody clue.
Mm.
The city people do not understand what life needs to be in existence. They just turn on the tap, and I'm guilty of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not pretending to be a bloody preacher out there who's one of those pedophile preachers. I've been there, done that, mea culpa. I've made the mistakes of turning on the tap and taking it for granted and stuff like that. Everybody's done it. But when you think about it, it's like, why am I letting myself be dependent on representatives that are voted in by all sorts of D heads out there? It's like, am I sadomasochistic here or what? That is reality, mate.
I think one of the worst things that we have in place is a compulsory need to vote. Because people who aren't invested in it will go and vote for whoever they feel good about.
It's a double-edged sword, mate.
I understand that one's a double-edged sword. I think there should be freedom to vote. When you get someone who likes to drag race having the balance of power.
I've got the opposite opinion.
Too much to deal with, but it was great seeing you both again. And thank you, Shadow. And y'all take care, brothers. Okay.
All right, mate. Have a good one.
Yeah.
Y'all too.
Stay safe, mate. God bless. On the voting, there's a positive and a negative side to each angle.
Right.
But as far as what we've seen in the last 2 years, as far as potential voter fraud, right? Even the thought of it being possible, then we see the positive side to a mandatory vote / or pay $100 fine or whatever it is if you don't vote.
Can I interrupt real quick? Sorry, I need to interrupt. I need to slip out, guys. Something's come up here. I gotta deal with this. It's actually important enough that I actually have to deal with this now. It's more than a call. Anyways, thanks for having me on. Thanks for having me on. You might get an email, like I said, and take care, everyone. Harvey, Second Star, Down Under, Osman, both of you. Let's see who else is here. Brandon and City Girl, and is Van City still here? She's still here. Anyways, all you out there, thanks. Remember, stay proactive and go create for me. All right, bye.
All right, mate.
Take care, buddy.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, CR is a great guy.
Certainly is. And I was chatting with him after live on Citizen Guardian or whatever his new name is now, and going through some of his videos. I mean, the guy's creative.
No, two different blokes. Mate. Creative Redundancy is one bloke, and Guardian is another bloke.
He's really creative. He has always ideas, and I don't know where he get all his ideas from, but
sometimes you need a level of redneck.
Yeah.
So true. It's in us all.
I have a big level of redneck.
Mate. Took a photo of my old daughter's neck the other week when it was one day of sunshine here, and I said, "Hey, you turned into a redneck." She's looking at me like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, and here's the proof." The true meaning of it, the original core of the term. You've been out in the sun all day working.
Now, just guessing by your accent, Auslander, you're a Kiwi to start with.
No, mate. I was born and raised in Melbourne, but I've lived and worked overseas for the best part of my adult life, mate. And most of it was with Yanks. So, yeah, and now I'm stuck in this bloody Sydney for I don't know how long still, a couple of weeks still. And they talk like bloody Yanks too as far as their vocab goes. It's crazy.
I just thought I detected a hint of Kiwi in the accent.
No, fuck no. Heck no. No Tasmanian either, just for your information.
So you haven't got a second head?
No, I'm not cross-eyed either. So, yeah, no, mate, it's hard to pick up on the accent because it's a mix of Aussie, Krauts, Yank, and Southern European as far as, yeah, long story cut short, traveled the world a couple of times, yeah, been around the world a couple of times and maybe more. And more, actually, not maybe more, but and more. And working with the Yanks was the funniest thing sometimes when it comes to accents and talking, because I speak slowly now. As a result, I slur my R's. I open my mouth now, sort of, sometimes. And the best story to that is, I was given a sit rep to a colonel, a US colonel, and I was just, this was back 20-something years ago, and I was mumbling away, and he looks over to his little buffhead translator there, and he in a firm voice says, "Well, translate." And she's looking at me and she's looking at him. Yeah. And she's like scared to tell him the truth. "But sir, he's speaking English." And he's like, "That's English?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah." And then another major comes, it's "Jack, slow down." Good Southern boy.
Yeah. Last time I was in America, I went to North Carolina. And yeah, I almost needed a translator half the time I was there.
Yep. You have to slow down. You have to open.
You got to slow right down and take any Aussie words out of what you're saying. Like I was in a Target, and the guy in Target comes up and goes, "Oh, can I help you there, sir?" And it's like, "No, she's right, mate. I'm just taking a Bo Peep." And the stunned mullet look on his face.
Like, what the fuck?
He just looks at me. I said, "Oh, sorry, mate. I'm an Aussie. I tend to slip into Aussie phrases." He goes, "I don't think I speak that language," and walked away very quickly.
Oh, God. Yeah, it took me like 5 or 6 years to actually start speaking English in a way that everybody can understand it.
Yeah.
And it became the norm for me, to be honest. It's crazy, But yeah, if you're gone for long enough, you do adapt. You have to. You don't have a choice.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got some very good friends. City Girl, who's in the chat, is my girlfriend. She can generally understand me most of the time.
Okay.
but she gets a little lost occasionally still.
Give me a couple of VBs and you'll hear me talking. The other week we had a get together the other weekend, and sank down like half a dozen, not all at once throughout the course of the evening. And by the end of the day, I was just mumbling away, doing my thing, talking normally. And one of the blokes said, "Hey, you're talking normally." I said, "Really? Thanks."
Rhiannon, we have a lot of Aussie slang that is Australia specific, especially sort of outback sort of language. Most of the people in the city now have a hard time understanding what I say.
Very true. Very true. Looking at these Sydney siders, mate, they don't have a bloody clue. They can't understand half the stuff that's going on. They just don't. And I'm
That's
going
right.
by people I've met. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a Sydney sider. I've only been here for like under 2 months now, whatever. And these people, and I came from overseas, and it was like, and the Yanks, mate, they're just a copy paste of Yanks.
Yeah. Too many American TV shows.
Definitely. Yeah. I'm teaching my kids to say can't and and all those words the proper way, not can't and stuff like that. It's like, I keep telling you, but we're not Americans.
But yeah, Terry is an adopted Aussie now because she has eaten Vegemite.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. I keep telling everybody out there, if you don't like Vegemite, put a teaspoon or two, melt it into your barbecue sauce, and then put it on. You love it.
Yes.
But yeah, you don't have to like Vegemite on toast or whatever. I understand that because I'm not a fan of it. I can eat it, but I'd rather eat other stuff. You don't get, I'm one of those. It just never really. But when I did that trick with the barbecue sauce, and it was like, oh fuck yeah, this is beautiful, mate. It's wonderful. Yeah. So there's always a way to incorporate it into your food.
That's it. See, I'm one of those weird people who can eat it off a spoon.
Oh, good on you. I can't. I mean, I can if I had to, I would, but nah. Like I said, I'm not a fan of it, mate. I'm not disgusted by it, but I just don't. Yeah, it doesn't give me a buzz. Unlike Tim Tams, which I can eat all day, every day. And I got my kids hooked up on Tim Tams as well, because my kids were born overseas, mate. They're all from overseas. They've only been here for 5 years. Or 50 years now, whatever, 6 years. And so they learned, and man, did they learn quick. They adapted really well when it comes to the cuisine. It's interesting, mate. Yeah, it's interesting. Living and breathing version of that song, been around the world a couple of times, maybe. And the Elton John song is still called Australia Home. No matter where I went, I was always the Auslander. And even in my childhood, I was the Auslander in many ways because of my parents being from, Northern Europe, Germany, so on, Austria, Germany. So it was like I had the best of both worlds and the worst of both worlds. And yet, when I came home here, and I saw, when me missus and kids came here first, long story, and I saw my kids talking about stuff going on at school and not the bullshit that goes on overseas. The way that kids talk over there about stuff, basically backstabbing, all that crap. They'll hear, they'll laugh, and they'll smiling. I'm like, yep, that's home. That's home. My kids are happy. They're smiling. They're happy. And yet they've never been here before that. So it's, and I can't explain that to people. I try to explain it to them, but you just can't explain
it. Second star's hanging in the chat.
Yeah, second, he's still there.
The second star, Vegemite is actually very, very good for you.
Mm-hmm.
It's packed with vitamins and minerals. It is actually a really good survival food.
Yeah. Tastes better than medicine, I'll give it that much.
Oh, yeah.
So what is the shelf life on Vegemite?
I've never had the opportunity to find out because I go through about a pound. Actually, it's all non-Americans in here. I go through half a kilo in a couple of months.
Oh, we can speak English now. Yeah,
yeah, we can speak proper English.
Yeah. Although I am getting back to normal slowly with the language, with the lingo. Every now and then, words pop out that I haven't used in years, and they're just popping out normally, just like I used to once upon a time.
Well, see, I'm a tradie, so I'm used to inches and that sort of thing, so it's no great stress.
Yeah, and I tried to explain to the Yanks 1,000,001 times, we use metric, but we talk in imperial. We say 2 before and stuff like that, and how tall are you, 6'4" or whatever. Yeah. But when you write it down on paper, you write it down in centimeters and millimeters. You don't write it in inches and feet.
Harvey, you'd be surprised. Australian flies are trained to Vegemite. And also, my dog loves his Vegemite on toast.
You dog. Yeah. We got a little pup. Well, yeah, she's still a little pup. She's 3 parts border collie, 1 part cattle dog. And,
cool.
And out of all the things she picked up from that 1/4 cattle dog, it was the nipping part. Had to break that out. But yeah, she's a character. Yeah, she's a naughty little thing, and I'm like, okay, can't hold that against you.
Yeah, see, I got a coolie, and he does herd sheep.
Oh, okay. Vegemite.
There we go. There's the stuff.
Yeah. I can get this, obviously, here in Sweden from the website, the English shop.
It's worth a try, mate. And like I said, if you don't necessarily enjoy the taste, don't throw it out. Leave it for your stews, your beef stew, or your meat stews in general, and for your barbecue sauces. Don't throw it out. That teaspoon or 2 that you add to the stew or to the sauce makes a world of difference, mate.
Yep.
And here is a little bit about the history about it too. Not much, but
it's rubbish. It's bullshit. It says English ingredients. It's Aussie ingredients. They got Marmite. They don't have Vegemite. See, they're flogging this stuff.
There it is.
Marmite.
Flogging the Marmite.
Marmite, I never heard of that before.
Marmite's the English copy of Vegemite.
Exactly.
Okay.
And they keep trying to claim it as if it's their invention, which is a load of rubbish.
And there's also a Kiwi one too.
Is there?
Yeah.
Kiwi Mite?
Promite?
Kiwi Mite? Promite. That shit doesn't fly with me, just like their bloody birds.
Well, I think I'm gonna get one of these jars.
It will definitely. Just think, like I said, if you don't, a lot of people, it's either you love it or you don't, or you hate it. But I won't say hate it. You can either love it or you just don't enjoy it. I'll just say it that way because I'm somewhere in the middle there.
The way to try it, the way most Aussies have it on a piece of toast is smeared so thin it's not funny. You can barely see it there.
Yep, very true. It's got a very strong flavor to it. It is very healthy, but like I said, if you don't enjoy the flavor of it on toast, for example, don't stress out. Use it as a flavoring agent or a spice or something like that for stews, meat stews, and I can't stress that enough how good it is. It makes a world of difference, mate.
Yeah, it's very much like a beef bouillon flavor without being a beef bouillon. That's probably the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
To someone who hasn't eaten it.
Yeah, I think there's enough bloody videos out there of people trying Aussie foods, and among them Vegemite. It's definitely something that is different. And if you're putting it in your if you're stashing it away, among your stores, just use it as a spice, if nothing, or spice as a flavoring agent, if nothing else, and you won't regret it. On that one, I guarantee you won't regret it. 9 out of 10 people will say, "Oh, that tastes excellent. The stew tastes excellent. What do you put there?" Yeah, it's a secret.
Well, the Lala Farm, he actually done a video on making Vegemite chicken wings.
Oh, okay.
He goes, I couldn't come at it eating it on a piece of bread, so he made Vegemite chicken wings.
And he loved it?
Yeah, he wasn't a massive fan, but he ate it.
Okay. Well, at least he tried. He was game enough to try it. That's good. I never tried it with chicken, so. And again, like I said, I'm not a fan of it.
But yeah, I'm definitely taking some over to. Well, Terry's already got some over in America, but I'm giving it to my redneck friends to try.
You know what? If you're doing it to the Southerners, again, the barbecue sauce trick. Do that, and they'll love you for it. They'll yeah. Just tell them it's like the KFC, secret herbs and spices.
That one that Rannon just put up, is that fish that's...
It's fermented fish.
Yeah.
It smells horrible.
I'd give it a go. I'll try anything once.
Yeah, there was a video with people drinking the juice out of one of those cans or something like that. Ugh, mate, it didn't really impress me that much. Wasn't a turn on, I'll tell you that much.
I'll give anything a go once. As to whether I give it a second go, that's a different story.
Well, I won't give anything a go once, that's for sure. I've had a colonoscopy twice. I know that's an exit point only.
Yeah, I wasn't talking in that sense.
No. I always have to specify that because, yeah. Oh, that's right, Mrs. She wants me to. I gotta find some Americans who have access to either a base, an AFIS or whatever. Because, back in the 90s, I bought her one of those PT outfits, whatever, a tracksuit. 1998. When she was pregnant with our eldest son. Okay, that's when I bought it for her, and it's still good, and she loves it. She just, it's like the go-to. Yeah, well, not very old. Come on, 98. Not that old. Shut up. But I gotta find some American who can get to it because you can't buy them online. They're not available because it's Army issue. Mate, 23 years ago. That tells you a bit, doesn't it?
There's nothing wrong with fermented fish, folks. Fish sauce is fermented fish.
Fermented fish. I don't know, mate.
And that's some good stuff.
They got dried fish. I've tried dried fish that's been cooked. I forgot what it's called. Some sort of pike or something. I don't know what it is. Some sort of bloody. No, it's a saltwater fish. finish it up. Like I forgot the name of the Mediterranean region. They dry it up.
Yeah, I know the one starts with B off the top of my
Barracuda.
head, but I can't.
Barracuda. They dry it up, but it's a European version of Barracuda.
Hmm.
It's not that bad actually. It's strong in flavor, but it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's very, very salty. You've got to soak it a couple times before you cook it.
Yeah, definitely salty. But like I said, it's not bad, mate. It's not bad.
But like I use fermented prawn paste in my Asian cooking and that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
So,
well, we got family here. We're divided. We got everybody has their own. You know, tried the cocktail sauce with them. Some liked it, some didn't. Tartar sauce, some liked it, some didn't, and so on and so on. So it's all you can't please everybody in this household.
I don't know that you can please anyone in any household.
Yeah, true. Oh yeah. Was it you? No, somebody else. Somebody gave a video out there about bloody mason jars. I forgot the name of the bloke now. An Aussie bloke. But I'm having issues with that company down in Victoria. But
I've put a video out about them.
was it you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We ordered a whole bunch. I mean, we ordered a whole heap, 8 boxes worth. 8 times 24 boxes. 26 boxes plus 2 little busted. So it was 28 boxes in total. Times 12 jars. And mate, they arrived. TNT was the courier. A bunch of them arrived smashed. A bunch of them arrived. Yeah, just bloody crazy, mate. So I wasn't impressed. Yeah, with that amount of money that was spent. I'm not really angry with the company. I mean, I understand that they're frustrated as well, you know. But they chose it's their courier. I paid the mushroom farm guy. I didn't pay for TNT. I didn't have any say in that. So it's all on them. So, and I can understand that they're pissed off, but at the same time, mate, I ordered good jars at full price, you know, retail price / prices of mason jars, ball mason jars. It's the same price practically, give or take maybe a few cents. And I got Chinese-made jars, of which, you know, almost 30-40% of them were busted up or damaged. Yeah, and then in the PayPal thing that I put in, right? Because I had to put it in. Luckily, I paid by PayPal. In the conversation there, he actually openly admitted that there's markings on the jars and potential production flaws. It's like, hang on a minute. It's like you're openly admitting that there are, you know, that some of these things are in the production line, in the production process. You're sending them out to customers like me, you know, who are paying full price for them. And I was wrapped. I was actually wrapped as an Aussie version of the ball mason jar, to be honest. But not now. I'm not impressed anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, look.
Not to say that he's a con artist or anything. I mean, it's not his fault that his courier did that. I mean, look, a pallet load of jars, and the packing was, as you saw, just a thin cardboard box with little subdividers in there. I mean, I wasn't very impressed, to say the least.
Would I buy them over ball if ball was available? No, but ball wasn't available when I bought them.
Hey, go. I know this might be a pain in the ass for you, but go to check out Big W.
Yeah, and there was absolutely nothing when I bought those jars. It was at the start of the whole 2020 thing.
Oh, okay.
So there was nothing available. And like I've had so much grief on that video for people saying that why didn't you use Fowler's? Because it's a totally different system.
It is, yeah. No comparison.
There's no comparison between Fowler's system and the mason jar system.
They both work, but there's just no comparison.
Yeah.
there's a brand name called Kilner out there.
Yep.
But the biggest jar we found was a half liter.
Yeah.
And we ordered those. They weren't cheap either, but at least you know what you're getting. And I'll tell you, the packaging when it arrived, 5 boxes with how many boxes in a box? 5. So huge, big ass boxes, right? With 5 packages of 12 in there, or 6 or 12, whatever. 12. 5 packages of 12, and they styrofoamed it from top to bottom. Those little bloody, not beanbag styrofoam, but those, whatever they're called, I forget, the macaroni thing, peanuts. That's it. Yeah. I mean, not one jar damaged, not one. So, hats off to the companies that sell Kilner jars in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, Kilner jars are hold back from an older way of doing the jars, and it's very similar to the Fowler's way, but it's not the same.
You can still use it for American candy.
Yeah,
they got the same diameter of the lid and everything. So
yeah,
it works. Where else did I find them? So Big W on various sites for the Kilner, and I was looking around. There's a bunch of jars available, but I'm not sure if they can handle the canning process. I forgot what shops they were, but they just, I don't know, mate. I'm just, iffy about it. The joys of living in Australia, mate.
That's it. Second star, koala meat's not a thing. It's actually toxic to eat.
No, you don't eat koalas. Just do not eat koalas. You can eat Skippy, but you can't eat a koala. Skippy's great.
Emu's good too.
Never tried it.
Oh, emu's very good.
Kangaroo. Yeah,
but yeah, you couldn't possibly farm koala anyway.
No.
And they are sort of like a sloth. Would be the closest comparison.
You don't eat koalas. Dots. You just don't. It's against.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Yeah, second star. It'll be something else that they're calling koala. And chances are, if they're doing that, then I wouldn't trust a lot of the rest of the meat.
Yeah. I'll never forget back in the, I think it was 80s, and it was a mix of an American and Australian owned company. They were exporting beef to the US, and it was all going well until somewhere in the US, I don't know where, they found out that it was kangaroo meat. I'll never forget that. I remember that was in the news. It was like a scandal, kangaroo meat being exported as beef, and everybody was loving it over there, Oh, mate.
Yeah, how you couldn't taste the difference between kangaroo and beef?
I don't know. It was one of their blokes that was involved in the scam, so they can't blame it on us alone. That was back in the 80s, mate. That was good old days.
Mm-hmm.
When you could do stuff like that. Get away with stuff like that. Yeah.
Back when the Chinese stores were selling possum as dim sums.
Oh, God. Yeah. Let's not get into the Chinese manufacturing topic. It's just, yeah. That's arse over head, mate. That's backwards totally, mate. That's and we're all guilty of it.
Random meat is meat, but some meat is toxic to eat. Koala is toxic to eat. Possum is also toxic to eat.
No, not possums. just
that's how they got found out with the dim sims, because there's a reaction.
Oh, okay. So some people have allergies to it.
Yeah.
Guess I'm not one of those people. Fair enough. Never knew that.
Yeah, koalas pretty much they're very specific animals. They only eat eucalyptus leaves. You cannot you can't farm them anywhere else because they need to have certain species of eucalyptus leaves. They only eat the young tips. So they're not a farmable animal. Whereas a kangaroo, you could move a kangaroo over to the United States, you could move it to Sweden, you could move it wherever, and it eats grass.
Yep.
So it will be fine. Possums, I found out in New Zealand that possums will quite happily be anywhere because they eat fruit. But koalas only eat gum leaves.
Yep.
That is all they will eat.
And possums will kill your garden too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Possums. Be right back, mate.
Do you have tried to eat marlin?
Marlin, I've eaten marlin. I've eaten kingfish. I've eaten most sea fish. Shark is a very popular one here. Most countries in the world don't eat shark. Here, that's our basic. If you go to a fish and chip shop, that's the basic fish is shark.
Okay. I have tried shark, and it's the taste of it reminds me of pork chops.
No, it's never reminded me of pork chops. It tastes like shark. We call it flake at the fish and chip shop. And with shark, the very important thing is that you process it very quickly, because shark will release the ammonia in their flesh after they've died.
Yeah.
So you've got to process it and get the skin off them pretty quickly, so that ammonia buildup can't happen.
Yep. And that's where most people make the mistake. They catch it, they bleed it, and they think they've done it. Not how it works.
Yeah, you've got to get that skin off so the ammonia buildup can get through. And the skin on a shark is very tough.
Well,
there's a great way to blunt knives.
Yeah, there's if you're ever down under, or if anybody's ever down under when they come down here, if they do go fishing up north, they get a bull shark. You have to bleed that by chopping its tail off, not the classic way. Because if you do it any other way apart from chopping its tail off, the tail fin, it will have that stink to it. It will stink. Put it that way.
Second star, that's opossum, which is a mammal, but it's a totally different mammal. An opossum is an insectivore. It will also eat fruit and that sort of thing, but an Australian possum is purely a fruit flower eater.
And a veggie patch eater.
Yeah, it's a vegetarian.
Bastards.
And the opossum is also a mammal, also a marsupial. From memory, the only marsupial in America.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gives birth to live young, raises them in a pouch.
didn't know I was the only one in the US. Never thought about it, to be honest. Let's see. Video. Oh, okay. People are filling in with what's going on around the world with vitamin shots and all that.
Oh, I'd love to give Opossum a go. I've got Terry shaking her head at me now.
No, she'll be right,
mate. Well, I mean, she is a Yankee, so hey.
From the south? No.
She lives in the south, but she's a Yankee. She's from New Jersey.
She's a Yank. A real Yank.
She's a real Yank. North of the Mason-Dixon.
Yeah. Most of the guys I was with, many of them were from south with a high intensity of Texans. So that's why whenever someone says Texas, I'm like, oh, mate. We flung the shit around in tents, and oh, mate, it was like 24/7. You know. Oh, deep snow living, mate. City girl, no offense, but that white crap that falls from the sky, let's use the word. That stuff is, I hate it. End of story. I've shoveled enough of that crap in Europe to last me a lifetime.
I have never seen that stuff in my life.
Really?
Yep.
What state you live in?
Victoria.
Well, go to Mount Buller, mate.
Yeah.
Go to Mount Victoria.
I'm not
Mount
that
Buller.
interested to drive far enough to see it.
Oh, mate, we used to go up. Well, when I was a kid, my parents used to take me to the. Well, we used to go like a one-day trip to Mount Buller or Mount Macedon or Mount Victoria. We were in school camp in grade 6 to Mount Victoria. And that was in 80, whatever it was. That year, it actually snowed like an inch or so on Melbourne. We went up to camp up in Mount Victoria and snow fell in Melbourne. I think it was about half an inch or something like that.
So I grew up the first part in WA. So we left Victoria when I was 2 and came back when I was 10. So we missed that young age going to the snow sort of deal that parents do.
All right. Yeah, fair enough.
And like I said, I've never had enough interest to go for that long a drive.
Well, fair enough. Well, I've been there, done that, but I lived in Europe where it was snowing. Yeah, I'm talking about. Yeah, it sucks. End of story. It's not for us. I can understand if somebody lives up in the mountains, whatever, where it snows, but nah. I mean, they're used to it, but the rest of us, nah. Let's just put it this way. I prefer to go down to Rye back beaches. Go fishing.
It's better fishing at Rye back beach, yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And boogie board. And rock pools and everything, mate. Yeah. So, yeah. Yep. Stop at Frankston, get some fish and chips there from the old Greek fish and chip shop next to the pub, and yeah.
Ronan, that's compliments to his grandparents and the fact that they're teaching them to eat that that stuff, wonderful. I'd quite happily sit down to a meal of squirrel.
ShadowScoutSwede, Shadow. I got that
Yeah.
book. Remember, I said we ordered the book, or we're going to order the book, the Survival Medicine Handbook.
Yeah.
It arrived. Take the wrapping off. It arrived this morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, Sunday, all days. But yeah, got delivered. Got it. But we got the paperback version, black and white version, not the fancy coloured one. So, considering the times, this could be very, very, very important. Yeah.
Hey, as long as they're not banging on the pot saying, you get back in there, then it's all good.
Swedish chef. Sorry.
Yeah, watched too much on the show Muppet Show. I believe it was.
Yes.
The Swedish chef.
He chucks everything behind himself. The popcorn one is the best one. That's a newer one. Using a microwave. That's the best episode with popcorn. Or the best video on YouTube, should I say. You gotta do a search on that. Swedish chef popcorn. It is awesome, man. Especially when he starts playing the music with the pots and pans and all that. Mate. You're taking the popcorn. Sorry. The correlation there. Deanna is telling us about food trying to hop out of the bloody pot, and there's a Swedish guy as the host. It all just, fell in place, mate.
Sorry, I'm flicking through Hero Brian's videos.
Thanks, Harvey, for dropping that link.
Oh, and I was on on a live stream the other day, whenever it was. I wrote a comment to you down under about Woolies and the spiced. It's not spam, not the brand name spam, but whatever. It's like spam, whatever. Hornell, I think, or some other brand. I don't know what brand it is. Spiced ham in a can, $2.50 at the moment. I think today's the last day of that bargain. Well, that's special. Maybe. I think today's the last day. Not sure. So it's about $1 cheaper than the cheapest ones on the market. If you're interested in getting some supplies. Yeah, I know.
Squid and octopus are awesome. Yum.
Yes.
Although cooked different ways. Squid fast fry, octopus slow cook.
Yeah, octopus, you gotta beat the hell out of it, cook it, and then you can chuck it in the barbie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're making the salad, octopus salad. That's awesome. That's excellent. Get the vinegar out. Oh my god. Oof. I'm gonna get hungry now.
It's nothing quite like good calamari. And nothing quite like bad calamari either.
Oh mate, there's a bloke in Western Australia, Dom like Dominic. Dom's Fishing Adventures. He's a calamari addict, and he's Dominic. I presume he's probably he's Italian background. His mother, an old Italian lady, she makes it. She does a bit of cooking on the show every now and then, but she's really old. But mate, when she cooks up those Italian dishes with the calamari, awesome. It looks awesome, mate. Yeah. So Dom's Fishing Adventures channel I can highly recommend if you want to enjoy. He's in Western Australia.
Cool. Calamari is the Italian word for squid. Not always fried, but yeah, generally most Aussies call calamari fried squid rings.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's done right, it's beautiful, tender.
But if it done wrong, it will be horrible.
Oh, rubber. It's like chewing rubber bands that have been fried.
Yep. If you over fry them, you might as well just chuck it away.
Yeah, you can use it on a slingshot.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
So the Swedish chef was a real person, maybe.
I often mutter to myself when I cook. And then I've got to cut it out of videos.
Oh boy.
All right, folks, speaking of cooking, I'm going to have to boot. I need to make some bread up this afternoon.
Okay.
Oh, you just gave me a great idea.
Well, I've got some leftover pumpkin from the other day, so I'm doing a pumpkin yeast loaf.
Oh, okay.
So, as opposed to the whole cakey pumpkin loaf thing.
Anyone out there? Look up damper. I've told a number of Americans who make bread to make damper. Everybody loved it. And it's too simple. You can't go wrong. If you bugger up damper, don't just give up cooking. Don't cook.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to bugger up damper, especially when you cook it on a stick.
Yeah. You managed to screw that one up, mate. You just give it up. Don't even try to cook.
All right, folks. Well, thank you for the entertainment. It has been wonderful. But yeah, if I don't get this bread on, it's not going to have time to rise.
Nice to speak with you, mate.
All right, Ariel.
Yeah.
Take care, buddy.
That was good. You just had people from all over the world. You got yourself from Europe.
Yeah.
North Americans.
It's nice.
Australians. Was Citizen Guardian on?
Yeah.
Or Guardian Prepper? So you had South Africa as well?
Yeah.
You get someone from Asia, you'd literally have, almost all the continents. Asia and South America. And Africa. There you go. Oh, yeah, you got Africa. South Africa, that's right. I always forget that South Africa. I know. Because whatever.
Yeah. Donna has a question. Anybody know of a decent brand of rechargeable hand warmers? I didn't know there were rechargeable hand warmers. I didn't know anything about that. But...
Nope. can't help there, unfortunately.
Thanks, Second Star. You're very welcome. Yeah, I have run for 7 hours, 9 minutes already.
Well, you almost were running for 365, 24/7, a few hours, but about an hour ago when your browser froze up.
Yeah. My browser didn't respond, so I had to shut my browser down and restart it.
Oh, anybody that's interested in online security or communication security and stuff like that, Rob Braxman Tech is the name of the channel.
Yeah, I'm following his channel as well.
Yesterday a live stream about two-factor authentication.
Yeah.
His experiences with losing his phone and having a de-googled phone and all that sort of stuff. So it was interesting how he found a workaround on that one. But I think everybody who's interested in that might want to actually watch that and listen to it, because take notes, take a lot of notes, because there's a lot to be learned there, especially with the given day and age with what's going on with the use of phones and so on for many things.
Yeah, he has his knowledge is amazing.
Yes. And he knows how to relay the information in a way that a non-techie can understand, which is marvelous. Not many techies can do that. He can.
Yeah, he can. Most of what his topics is about is so much technological terms that a regular guy like you and me, we wouldn't understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know about them. I know about these chemical hand warmers.
Was it Hawaii that just had a blizzard? I think it was Hawaii that just had a blizzard. I think I read that yesterday or the day before. We had Texas freeze over last winter, and not last winter, not that long ago, whenever it was, and last winter, man, time flies. And now we had Hawaii up north.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, had a blizzard.
What Harvey says now. Homestead Oz. Link.
Homestead
Prepper, can you go
up
on stream? Talk about trip. Talk about trip.
Wayne and Linda here. G'day. Yeah, a lot of people are asking for Wayne and Lynn or Homestead Oz. They're all okay. Spoke with them 2 days ago, a couple of days ago, whatever it was.
And,
all good.
I haven't seen any new I haven't got any notifications about new uploads from them.
No, they've been busy.
Yeah.
But it's great to see a lot of people asking. You know, people are worried, concerned, which is understandable. You're in Victoria, and that state is in a lot of trouble when it comes to politics. A lot of trouble, to say the least. Not that the other states aren't. Yeah, don't get me wrong.
I guess the situation getting worse in Australia now.
I haven't really spoken much about it because there's so much information out there on especially on YouTube with live recordings live from the actual protests and all that. But for anyone who's not in touch with what's going on or what has been going on, the state of Victoria, their premier has literally put in laws which give him powers to do just about anything he wants, quotation marks, which resemble in nature the same types of laws that were voted in by the majority democratically voted in Nazi Party in Germany in the 1930s, which gave absolute power to the then Führer in Germany, now Dan Andrews, the Premier of the state of Victoria. And we're talking just on a legal / bill / laws, whatever you want to call them, policy level there. We're not saying, I'm not comparing him to Adolf as a character, but the fact that they don't see anything wrong with that, that's the scary part. To give that much power to one individual who has shown that he has no respect for the Australian Constitution whatsoever. It's crazy. It's literally crazy. So that's the frame of mind that's present in the Parliament of the state of Victoria among those representatives that we, the people, have voted in. That's absolutely frightening that humanity has gotten to that level again. And I know that I'm talking now something that's really deep, but it's that important that we realize what our reality is around us, what is acceptable, quotation marks, today, and people don't see anything wrong with it. It's like, time out. Don't you see it? It's right in front of you. You know? So that's where Wayne and Lynn are. They're in Victoria. That's where Down Under is from as well. He's from Victoria. He's in Victoria. So they're really facing a situation which is, I won't say unheard of since the 1930s, 40s, but just to see it happening in a Western nation, you know, after 70 years or 100 years, whatever you want to say, it's crazy, literally crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the state of mind of people and is, I won't say at a low, it's coma. It's almost as if they never went. It's as if that whole nation or the whole world has skipped that history class of what went on prior to the Second World War. What led up to, what happened, how was this person, one man, put into a position of that much power in a democratic country called Germany prior to, between the two wars? How did that happen? And I think everybody just skipped that history class.
Yeah, I agree with you about that. So
yeah, everybody knows, quotation mark, knows the general gist of things that went on during the war, but it's almost as if less than 1% of people in democratic countries know what happened and led up to the war. It wasn't just let's just invade Poland, and England saying, or Britain saying, if you don't leave Poland, we'll consider a declaration of war. It wasn't that simple. Yeah, and Australia's got its fair share of ups and downs when it comes to making mistakes, but this is something that is at a level which nobody ever thought was going to be seen again, especially not in any democracy, or quotation marks, real democracy. Liberal democracy, free democracy, what do you want to call it? I don't care what the technical terms are, the official terms. In a country where people respect each other's individuality and right to being unique. Or so we thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the country where the only nation / country in the world that has something along the lines of constitution that says no medical procedure shall ever be conscripted upon Australians, you know, or dental procedure. It's also medical, I guess. But you get my point. It's like, it's spelled out, literally spelled out, just like the Second Amendment in the USA is spelled out. Well, guess what? This in Australia is spelled out. So a lot of times when I hear people saying, "Oh, we got 2A, we got 2A," dude, we don't have an amendment. We have a point, a clause in our constitution that doesn't get any clearer than that, and it obviously doesn't matter to those we have voted, to those people that we have voted in. So I fear when I hear people saying, "Oh, 2A, 2A, 2A," all the power to you, but don't think for 1 second that anybody up there in those cushy little chairs or whatever the hell they are cares about the morality or the reasoning or the logic behind the 2A. It's almost as if I don't get it. People think that just because it's written in, it's guaranteed. No, it's not. It's not. We've proven that.
Yeah. Oh boy. Seven hours, 21 minutes, 45 seconds.
You're doing excellently. You've done an excellent job here.
Yeah, I do my best. But I'm not one of the best live streamers. I can't say that. I just do my best and do my race.
Yeah, but see, you're not. I don't know how to put it. I mean, it all depends. Like I keep saying, it all depends on the goals of the owner of the channel, or the owner, the person hosting the channel. Some people are clearly building a YouTube channel, and that's their goal, and there's nothing wrong with that. The person doesn't have to be judgmental about that. I've heard different points of views on that. It's like, well, if they want to do that, all the power to them. You know, there's people out there who are looking at it as a business. Fine, there's nothing wrong with that either. That's their choice. If you don't like it, don't go to the channel. Simple as that. If you disagree with their approach, don't go there. Why talk? Why talk smack about it? Why talk BS? You see my point? Why backstab?
Yeah.
At the same time, there's those of us who are reactionary, like myself, who just reacted to the current times and said, well, you know, with all the people talking BS about preppers being hoarders, and you know that basically they'll poke in the bear on that topic with me. I'm like, no, I don't see myself as a hoarder. I don't see my family as being a hoarder. We're doing things the way we've learned, and we're just adapting to a lifestyle. Not adapting, but we live a lifestyle that includes prepping. A normal life, normal everything. Just we are well aware that we don't want to be dependent upon politicians for our daily bread and water. It doesn't mean that we're conspiracy theorists. It doesn't mean that we wear tinfoil hats or anything like that. And that was what sort of, in many ways, started poking away at me. And then, again, you got two characters out there, which I reference often. Alaska Prepper, who has his approach to things, and Pinball. Very different types of characters, very different types of channels. And yet, both of them, I'm thinking to myself, they don't, let's put aside all the little fine, the finesses, but Pinball in particular was like, he doesn't need to put up with the BS. And don't forget, his channel's only now started to grow as far as YouTube numbers and all that stuff goes recently. It's not something that was happening months ago. He was growing, but he wasn't at whatever it is, 50, 60, I don't know how many thousand. Well, I really look at that, to be honest. I only look at it when I try to see what features are available at what level. Like, for example, the microblogging feature. I reckon that's fantastic. That's my personal goal, is to get there, and then I'm happy. I'm not worried about the features that much after that. The 1,000 and above features. But that's just a technicality. But again, it just depends on what your reason is for being here. So your live stream is excellent when you look at it that way. It's casual, it's open, people are talking without any agendas, without any hidden reasons to be here. There's no vote begging or subscription begging. There's none of this, my channel, I. It's just an open, comfortable, casual discussion, which is absolutely marvelous. And
that is what I would want to have it. I want it to have it that way. So,
and it debunks a lot of the rubbish out there about preppers being a certain niche of people. Everybody's a prepper, one way or the other. Just some people prep.
Some people don't know it yet.
Exactly. Yeah. I once said to a mate, I said, "Well, why do you have batteries in your pantry or whatever in the cupboard?" And he's like, "Well, when my batteries die," I said, "That's prepping, mate. You're prepared for when your batteries die and you have extra batteries in your cupboard, in your pantry."
Yeah.
And he's like, "I never thought of it that way." I'm like, that's it. Apply the same logic to other things in your life, and you'll see that you do have the prepper mentality. You do have the survivalist mentality, given your situation, where you live and your lifestyle. You're just adapting to your lifestyle.
Yeah.
But again, this prepper topic was not a problem up until the TP, the radical TP toilet paper, what was it, the panic buying and stuff a year ago. It wasn't an issue. Nobody thought of preppers as being anything positive or negative. It was just like, oh, those nutcases. And that's thanks to Hollywood. It's not thanks to reality. It's only in the last 1 year or so, 2 years or so, that well, less than 2 years now, almost 2 years actually, that people started noticing preppers, and there was the envy. It was like, it was literally the envy. People were out there panicking about toilet paper, and here's preppers who have a certain amount of preps, among which is toilet paper, obviously. And it was like, oh, these people aren't stressing out because they bought it all beforehand. Yeah, but it wasn't a purchase of like 10,000 rolls or anything like that. It was an accumulation of buying an extra packet every week or month or whatever and just putting it aside.
Yeah.
Instead of going to McDonald's or whatever, or buying the extra beer, you buy a packet of toilet paper. So that's something that we really have to look out for, because if you look on the mainstream, I mean, okay, go to Pixabay. I dare anybody to go to Pixabay, right, and to type in the word hoarding in their search engine. You will find toilet paper all over the place. Hoarding, the word hoarding on Pixabay brings out a result of like, I don't know, a dozen or so photos of toilet paper. And that's in the mindset of these people who are online. That is an excellent representation of what misunderstandings exist, or lack of knowledge, or exists, as far as a lifestyle in which you don't waste your money on luxuries. You invest them in, heaven forbid, but things that you need for when things go wrong out there.
Yeah.
But yet, here it is, hoarding. Because in the mind of the person who lives that I get whatever I want whenever I want it type of mentality or mindset, should I say, the spoiled little brat mindset, as I like to say sometimes, maybe not politically correct, but in my opinion, that's the perfect description. In their mindset is like, well, you should live life like I live it, because it's all about me, myself, and I. And if you do something different to the way I do it, or if you think differently to the way I think, then you're wrong. You're the enemy. It's like, what? You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's crystal clear. We're looking at a mindset, a mentality, and a lack of knowledge. Most of those people that do that, I can bet any money that the vast majority of people who consider prepping hoarding, or anything along the lines of hoarding, right, or that prepping is selfishness, are not aware of the fact that their grandparents grew up without freezers in the house. I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
They don't have a clue.
Yeah, I agree. And it's a difference between hoarding and be prepared. Hoarding is what do you call it? You collect things, and it's not organized, and it's mostly things that you don't need really. It's just for the collecting.
It's a
prepping
mini
is
chunk.
more organized. Yeah, and prepping is more organized. You have your food there. You have your water over there, and you have your gear there. So
again, there's absolutely no comparison at all, except in the minds of those people who have their entire lives not known anything different to a lifestyle of, if I want it, I go to the shops and get it whenever they want it, without even thinking about what if that isn't there. That's the type of people that chuck a tantrum when they go to the shops and they don't have their, I don't know, what they want. So why don't you have this? You should have this. It's like,
Renan says, preppers who prepare for something that might happen that isn't the OMG chips in bodies 666 number of the beast, Hollow Earth, reptilian leaders, Nazis on the moon, etc. Oh boy.
Well, you know what? Even if some of the preppers out there are believers of any one of those things you just listed, that doesn't make them nutcases, doesn't make them different. It's no different to a person who believes that nothing will happen, or that doesn't care about what happens and just relies upon going to the shops and getting what they need when they want it, or what they want when they want it.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing. It's just as extreme. Anybody that believes in conspiracy theories, as what the bad connotations to that are, is no different to the person who doesn't believe that anything will go wrong and that everything will be as they've known it for their lifetime. People who can't accept change are extremists. People who can't adapt to change are actually silly.
Yeah. And the problem is the the times are getting harder and more tougher and more difficult.
Yes, and you know what we're lacking? We're lacking those people who actually lived through hard times. And I'm talking about the Western world here, right? I'm not talking about other parts of the world, which I'm not talking about the former Eastern Bloc or the third world countries as people refer to them as. But we lack the generational knowledge, the hand-me-down knowledge of living people, witnesses, eyewitnesses of times like the Great Depression or times like the Second World War or the First World War. There's nobody there to say, I was there, I went through that, and this is what it's like. You know, when somebody comes over from, I don't know, I'll just say a third world country and says, oh man, this is excellent, you guys don't understand, you don't know what it's like. And they're right, people don't understand, they don't know what it's like because they've never, ever, ever experienced it. They may have seen it on their TV screens or computer screens or phone screens, but they've never, ever had to live without the luxury of being able to just hop into a car or go online and order whatever you want and get it immediately.
Yeah.
And like you said, times are changing. Things are changing.
Yeah. And the question is, will it be for the better or the worse? I don't think it will turn on the better. I think it will get worse. That is how I look at it, and my opinion.
Yeah, you could look through the pages of history again and see that there are waves of ups and downs, and it usually comes with the irony behind it is that what's happening now, like what I mentioned earlier in the state of Victoria, is nothing unusual if you look at the waves through the course of humanity's history, where what was considered good after about, I don't know, 50 to 100 years or 200 years is considered bad. And again, these waves are oscillating at higher speeds now because of the technology that's, you know, we're talking to each other all over the world here right now.
Yeah.
Back 25, 30, 40, 50 years ago, that was impossible for the average household. So, you know, that's why things are going at such a high speed now. It's because the tech is there.
Yeah. The prices are going up, and the fuel prices are insane here. And the electric costs is insane too. And the fertilizer costs are insane too. So,
Renon's pointing out a difference in opinion in the comment at 1:37 p.m. my time. Yeah, we can nitpick away at the reasons why some people are prepping, but my point was, it's an extreme reason for prepping. Just like there's an extreme reason, it's no different to the extremists who believe that nothing will change, who just expect things to remain the way they are, or the way they've gotten to know, or the way they've known them their whole entire lives. Now, extreme being that neither one is being realistic about what could, should, or probably will happen during their lifetime. That was my point there.
Yeah.
So I'm not being judgmental towards those tinfoil hatters, although I do have a good laugh at them. But at the same time, I'm not being judgmental towards, well, I might sound judgmental because of the way I talk, but I'm trying not to be judgmental towards those people that won't accept change, or the fact that change is a normal thing in life, and that things go up and down as far as, you know, quality of life or options, especially with this high speed changes that we're seeing today with the tech out there. So in my eyes, it's two sides of that same coin. You know, we're talking about the same coin of those who believe in, I don't know, doomsday alien invasion, and those that believe the rest of their life just go to the shops and buy whatever they want whenever they want it, but nothing will change.
Good to see you, buddy.
Yep, good to see you. Well, I've always been able to see you, so I can't really say anything. But yeah.
So how are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's good. But,
well, I'm honored that you would like to join us here.
Yeah, my mind went completely blank.
Yeah, I know.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I know.
Because I was like, what do I do? What do I say? But stupid Tourette's. But I'm just glad to see other survival people. To be honest.
Yeah, it's good people here.
My favorite knife? Oh, geez. Well, that depends on the fixed blade and folder. Folder would be the Kubi Flash. This thing.
That's a nice blade.
And where the hell? There it is. My favorite fixed blade is this one. Ontario 499 Army Air Force Survival Knife.
Nice.
It comes with a little sharpening stone.
Yeah.
Yep, that's my fixed blade.
Oh, now that you're here, I've got to ask you that Bear Grylls Gerber knife. Have you got one of those? Have you ever? And what are your thoughts? Yes, no, maybe.
What kinds?
That Gerber survival knife / the Bear Grylls knife. One of there.
Bear Grylls?
Yeah, that one.
Oh
Gerber.
my lord!
I know. I've heard so many bad things about it.
I haven't owned one, but honestly, everything I've heard is bad. I think I seen one review where someone actually got out of the woods and it broke.
It broke.
That's how soft of a steel it is. It uses. It doesn't use 1095 like this thing does. Oh, sorry, Harvey. This one's by Ontario. The Ontario 499 Army Air Force Survival Knife. I was going to show it again. People think that this right here, the sawback, is for cutting wood. No, it's for making little notches for a trap. And you can also turn it into a spear. Or by relaxing it with those holes. That's into a stick. This thing is not that pricey either. It was like $50.
I'm not a big fan of Bear Grylls survival knife. First of all,
it doesn't even look that good.
First of all, I don't like that the blade is half serrated. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Not on a fixed blade knife.
No, I don't like that in any knives. Like the serrations are getting in the way at this point.
I prefer just a plain edge.
Yeah.
On a Leatherman wave, for example,
yeah,
you have one plain blade, and you have one serrated.
Yeah.
I prefer that.
Yeah, like come on.
I prefer to have it that way.
Yeah, I've been trying to get the Leatherman Signal. But it's pricey, like $120. And that's the cheapest I found it for too. But yeah.
Hey, Big Small, welcome to the stream.
Okay. So Harvey, they are not blood grooves. They're called fullers, and they actually help with the integrity of the knife. Because, like, mainly for thinner blades, but I don't know how, but that little fuller right there helps make the blade stronger and less likely to break. I don't know that how that works quite yet, but yeah.
Welcome, Joe Smo.
Revenge legally. Okay. Now, I'm one of those kind of people that, like, a knife is a tool and only weapon and last, like, life or death. So I don't know how to answer that one.
I have this one.
What brand is that? Looks like a Mora, but too much of a clip point.
Nope. It's Fällkniven A1.
Nice. This is probably one of my backup field knife, the Mora Companion Mora knife.
Yeah, I have one. I have one too.
Yeah.
This will be my backup.
Yeah. People always okay. I'd say really any blade. Honestly. Like, it doesn't really have to be a specific thing. But yeah, like, a lot of people don't think that that thing right there is supposed to hook up to buckles. Actually, yeah.
I'm a little bit of a knife nerd.
Yeah, I have been collecting for about 3, 4, 5 years now. So yeah, heck, I'm
any SOGs
right now.
Do you have knives in that box?
Yeah, that's my knife box. I also have 4 machetes, one of which being that carnivore or machete. Where the hell did I put that thing?
Any SOGs in that collection?
SOGs? I don't like SOG. They are overpriced. Same thing with Gerber. Frick, is my Camilla's is one at? I don't want to do it. I don't know. Budget went. Anyway, I don't know what happened to it. Yeah. So, like I already showed mine, the Kubi Flash and the Ontario 499. But yeah, do you guys have a favorite? Hello? Yeah. I'm still wishing I knew where I put my Camilla's carnivore X anyway. I don't know what happened to it. But either I have 4 machetes. Only one of them I bought myself.
I have one machete, and that is the Colombian Raptor machete.
I haven't heard of that one.
I'm just going to turn the camera on for a quick moment. It's just to sing us.
Yes, you are. I obviously do.
On my what brand's that?
Gerber, but
that's the fallback, isn't it?
It's just look, mate. It's just a basic little pocket knife.
Yeah.
Right, but the reason I got it, A, the clip, well, B, the brand name, right?
Yeah.
The extra safety there because I've had other pocket knives that basically I wasn't impressed with. And this little added safety feature here, and I'm talking about everyday use. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm just talking about everyday use.
Yeah.
Keep it in your pocket. That, although I've never used the can at the bottom of the can and the screwdriver and I've never used those. I just like the fact that they're there.
I personally, I don't like Gerber. I find them to be overpriced too for the materials.
Well, that's fine. And the one that I have
personal preference
when going out is the Richardson Sheffield, the multi-tool / but this is not an everyday carry, right? This is definitely not for me, it's not an everyday carry. But in like, just as an example, right? It's just the excellent tool in general.
I've had a few Sheffields. They're pretty good. When I say that Gerbers are overpriced though for the materials, I mean it. Because, like...
I hear you. And here's a generic one that I bought on auction. It's basically just I just had to help out to get it. It's nothing special, but it has the Skinner on there, right? Has the serrators, and it has the regular blade. And this is something that's in the glove box of the car at all times. So it's just just the in case whatever, blah blah. It's not something that I carry on me. It's nothing worth bragging about because I do.
Yeah. But here's this by Gerber right here, the flat iron. $50 is what Gerber says it's worth. I don't believe that. HCR13 steel. No.
Yeah, I might as well come back. Yeah. We'll come back. I'm like, oh my gosh, I guess.
Welcome back, CR.
Yeah.
But what I just showed you, like my everyday carry as far as pocket knives goes, the Gerber. And sure, I can understand why you think the Gerber's overpriced. It is.
Yeah.
Paying for a brand name.
A lot of us nice people think that.
Yeah. So it's not a case of
as long as you get quality, right? Try to get quality.
Yeah.
Quality product.
Yep.
As much as you can, right?
Performance over form.
Well, that's why the Sheffield's there for the high-end quality, right?
Well, the Sheffield I've had is not very high-end.
Oh, this one cost an arm and a leg.
You know what's funny,
really?
Shadow? You know what's funny?
Yep.
I came in eating, and now I'm eating again. That's how long it's been that I'm eating again.
But
I'm like, well, I guess it's gone for 8 hours.
I did have a bench plate
In
556 mini griptillion. And that thing.
Welcome to the 8-hour club. Now, see, now you broke that kind of. Now you've done
okay.
It. Now you will.
So sorry, Jeffrey. Sadly I cannot join the military due to my autism. Oh. But I have a cousin, Navy. I have a big cousin, and I also have a couple friends in the Marines. I have the American flag over there, and I have the Air Force flag over there, and American flag on top. I have a scout flag. I don't have it on my door, but I don't have it there right now. I do have a point for every branch, so.
You know, I just brought out a pocket knife. Now I feel like sharpening it, like honing it, or like.
Okay, me.
I was just like, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm like, I just picked it up. I'm like, no, I get this Barlow, it's a 2-blade kind of folder.
Yeah. Also,
I got it for a buck. I got this for $1.
Nice. So I'm always doing that, right? I put out everyone sharpen immediately.
Well, I tried to.
That's what does he sharpen though?
I tried to strop or hone first. Because sharpening.
Well, the strop is the thing you should be doing last.
Well, because sometimes, you can sharpening or like because you're always going to remove material, right? Yeah. If I can hold strop first and still get something back, then okay, I'll do that.
The reason why the stropping is a thing is its purpose is to remove the wire edge so that it should be razor sharp. That's the final,
right?
Yeah,
the burr, right?
Yeah. That's what it's supposed to get rid of that, and then you'll be done. This is what it's meant for. Mm-hmm. It's meant to be a last step.
So I see Harvey's been busy. I see Harvey's been busy. I just looked back on the chat and I was like, oh yeah, Harvey's been really busy. See? Harvey, you listening? I know you're listening.
Yeah, Harvey's
you're like the legendary moderator right here.
Yeah, he is one of the best.
I'm waiting for him to put like this like wink face or smiley face or something like that. He's gonna write something in any second here. Any second here.
3, 2, 1.
Nah.
Dang it.
I guess he's not in the room.
It wasn't like I say something 2 seconds later.
There we go. See,
like I said.
I keep forgetting there's not a latency, there's a time delay from what he hears. Right.
I keep forgetting about the time delays. Those suck on Twitch too. On Twitch, those suck too. There too.
You gotta give it a good 15 seconds, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I think this is why I like to type in the chat too. Well, because typing in the chat is more instant. And I'm saying it right now.
Yeah. But
See, now I feel like doing an 8-hour stream. It's like, yes, I might as well do it. No. I've only done one. I mean, I've done like 4 or 5s before, but it's been a while. I've only done 1 8.
I don't know how long I'll be able to stay on this one because around
I can't believe you.
I have to be up around.
Has he? Hey, Oslander, has Shadow started yawning yet? No. I'm just asking because he actually looks pretty awake.
Well, I begin yawning soon.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll shut up about better not jinx it again.
Dang it. Okay, this is way off the prepper topic. So
everything we talk about is sometimes way off.
True. So this one a long time ago. Me and my sister were sitting outside. She was doing an art project for her class where she was drawing a tree. Every so often, I would just go 3, 2, 1, and then the wind would blow. And it would not blow until after I did that. Kind of weirded me out a little bit. And my sister was like, "Okay, stop making the wind come." I was like, "I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to mess with you. It's not supposed to work like that."
Well, Oslander, I know what you just put down in on the side chat. Yeah, price is an obstacle, but I mean that goes for anything, any piece of physical gear, right? Whatever, poncho, whatever it is, right? Poncho, knife, multi-tool, water filter, backpack.
Yep.
I mean,
it's not the deciding factor. That's my point. It's an obstacle, and that doesn't mean that I look at the price and say, "Oh, this costs $800. I'm going to buy that." No.
Well, I look at the materials. Look at some of the pre-made bug-out bags or go bags, or depending how you want to see it.
That's why I made my own. That's why I made my own.
I'm not saying they're all great, but not all of them are good either at times for what you're paying for. In my opinion, those are my opinions.
That's why I made my own.
People can agree too, right? Where you take a look and then people actually agree on the same thing, right? It's like, okay, I don't know about that.
Back on the next thing for a second. When I say something overpriced, I talk about the quality of how it's made and the materials that's made with.
Well, it's not only that, what you're getting for it too, right?
Yeah.
Remember, you usually with a pre-made kit, you're paying for the convenience of someone else bringing the items together in one package, tin, kit, bag, or whatever, and having it sent to you, or having you pick it up, right? Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, really, how far can you go with a $50 emergency kit bag, right?
Right.
How far can you go with that, right?
When I made my own kit, I think it took about well over, it was like 180 or so, a little over 180 in US dollars to make it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry if I'm yelling. I can't really tell if I'm yelling or not.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm yelling.
No, that's all good. And feel free to chime in on the side, people in the side chat or Shadow or Oz about it.
Yeah.
Your own opinions about it, right?
Yeah. But, yeah, like, I first made it,
I can understand like if you have time restraints or whatever, but another thing, I mean, doing it yourself doesn't always guarantee it, but you tend to learn a little bit more. You tend to use the gear when you actually put it together.
I turned mine into a survival / camping kit for scouting. So yeah.
I don't know. That's my opinion about it. I don't know about you, Osminder or Shadow.
But
no, it's what suits. Look again, what suits you, and I always go to the practicality and the purpose of it. Why are you procuring? Okay, in this case, we're talking knives. What is the purpose that knife will serve? Is it for hunting? Is it for everyday carry? Is it for out bush? It all depends on why you want to have it on you in on certain days, trips, or whatever purpose it may be. So
whatever, regardless if it's everyday carry or some get home bag or some go bag that you're using.
There are some knives I have that are meant for multi-purpose for almost anything. Like this. I use this as an EDC, as a camp knife, as anything knife. Even though it's just a survival knife.
Yeah, but see, in Australia, in Australia we have the. I'll just refer to it in the layman's terms, the 4-finger rule as far as the blade goes. So that your EDC cannot be, the blade cannot be from tip to the end of the blade, the cutting blade, longer than
3 inches. I know a lot of people.
Whatever it is,
3 inches or something.
Yeah, the 4-finger rule. That's what we call it.
Yeah.
Sometimes
it's like wonky.
We do the palm.
We do the palm. Remember, this is different in every area, right? Our areas this might be legal, but in our areas this might not be legal. So do your own research and all that stuff, right?
And another important thing, I got these pocket knives, so to say. Yeah. With a clip on it because I've gotten accustomed to it. But it also is no longer a concealed weapon because it's literally sticking out of your pocket, which means I can carry that legally and not get harassed for it.
Yeah.
Now, carrying something like this is illegal to carry because it locks.
Well, I mean, there's if it's assisted opening, spring opening, and all this other little minor things that may be technicalities.
Yeah, if it's a spring assist, if it's an automatic.
For me, I can get away with like a Victorinox, a Swiss Army knife.
I love
fairly easily, fairly easily, right? Most people consider it as a tool, right?
Yeah. Yeah, not everyone's like. It's how I think of it. Like, knife is a tool for its weapon last. I almost had that backwards. Almost. Look,
the fact of the matter is the following.
Okay.
In a SHCF situation, anything goes, right? But if we're living...
Well, and obviously in terms of survival, you
do anything you can survive.
That's not going to be as a big of an issue, right? People are not going to be like, hey, this is more longer than 3 inches. You can't carry this. Well, did you see what's going on out there right now?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Is, you adapt to the situation at hand, and you have to compromise. And when I say compromise, I don't mean going into something that won't serve its purpose or something that'll be inferior to your requirements. I'm saying you have to compromise and adapt and to the actual limitations that are set. But at the same time, you improvise and you get what will suit your requirements or your needs or wishes. Especially when it comes to going to the shopping center, shopping mall. You don't want to be pulled aside by a cop or a mall cop
or
and be harassed. Yeah, you don't want to. You don't need the harassment. And if they do, you tell them to go bugger themselves. You tell them to FO because you're complying with state law / common law / federal law. You're not breaking any of the rules or limitations that are set there.
Yeah.
Again, that doesn't apply to a SHTF situation.
No.
Heck no.
When that happens, I don't think anyone's going to care about any laws.
Well, I wouldn't say it like that, but I mean,
almost though.
Yeah, almost, right? Almost, like I said. It'll be
very close.
It'll be in the back of the mind, right? Because there's higher priorities at that time, whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
food.
No one's no one's gonna care that you use this really 4 or 5 inch knife to help cut this rope to help rescue someone. Well, that's the priority
or even one of
rescue
these.
someone.
Or
Right?
these.
Cut the, you know.
What the?
Harvey, look,
Are you
as far as
serious?
the plywood,
Am I saying?
a foldable,
Harvey's bringing it up.
foldable
There we go.
blade, you know,
I'll bring it up. Anyways, if you don't have an answer saw and need firewood, what knife would you recommend? That's what he's asking in the panel, and I guess everyone else in the side chat. Well, I mean, to be honest, if you can use the V in the trees, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't actually take any tools at all, right? That can work. It's not guaranteed, but it can work. I do know. Sometimes I've done that. Just because, and the other thing is, it tends to be safer, right? Because you're not actually swinging an axe at all, right? You're not actually you're not damaging the tool. You're not blunting it. You're not,
you won't risk breaking anything.
Yeah, well, yeah, pretty much. As far as I know, it's a fairly safe thing because you're going away from it too. The way you're doing.
Harvey, my answer to that question is very simple. It's my SOG Tiger Shark. It's there. It's reliable. It's high end, and it's a once-off purchase. It's not something that needs to be replaced.
I have a question for you now. What are the materials for that knife? I'm curious now because you keep saying how high end it is.
Off the top of my head right now, I don't know. When I purchased it in 1990, it cost over $300 back then, Australian, which today would be probably something along the lines of
factoring in inflation.
Yeah, probably $800 or $900 nowadays. Because with $300 back then, you could buy 3 to 4 times the amount of stuff that you can buy today with, I don't know, 3 times that amount of money. So it was a high end as far as back then. Are there better blades out on the market today? Yes.
I hope it's like at least S30V, at least.
It was a once-off purchase. It was like, okay, this was high end. It serves. Oh yeah.
I'm gonna look it up real quick.
It was the blade. No, it was the blade that was issued to the special forces and others, even during the Vietnam War era. It survived the test. I'm not talking about theory. I'm not talking about specs on pieces of paper, ink on paper, what it says. I'm talking about real human beings in an SHTF situation using it for everything and anything. And it survived a whole real life scenario known as the Vietnam War amongst the worst of situations. So SHTF, back then, you get it? So why would I want to reinvent the wheel or try and reinterpret something that is proven to be excellent? It's like the K-bar, which I got.
Yeah, true. Because I want the K-bar.
And again, K-bar, some people love it. Some people say have things to say about it that are not necessarily all positive. But again, why question something that's been proven to be reliable,
through experience, through actual experience, through actual experience, right? It's not just a theory.
Yeah. Correct. Now, if it wasn't proven, then I don't understand. Look at the specs.
Well, anything that's not proven is just a theory, then.
Yeah.
That's why I always say if it hasn't been proven or reproduced or whatever, it's just a theory.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like the old Gerber. Help me out here. The old Gerber boot knives, which I used to have one until it got
LMF. No, not the LMF.
This is
old
before that.
Gerber boot knives. I've heard that since then, the Gerber boot knife or combat knife, should I say? Not boot knife. Combat knife. Sorry, that's the right name for it.
Okay.
But it is ideal as a boot knife. You gators and wonderful. That the newer generations are not necessarily as respected as the first generation, second generation of it.
Yeah. I hear that the Gerber LMF and cards are good.
It confirms what you're saying about your doubts about Gerber, the current day Gerber production.
Yeah.
The
current ones, no.
But I had an old one. Which survived many years in my, in my pack and my gators out in the field. So,
that reminds me. I actually have an older Gerber multi-tool. I still like it. It's held up quite well. Actually, I've had it for a while now.
Some Gerber multi-tools that are actually issued to the army.
Yes, correct.
It's kind of heavy. It's kind of heavy. It's the slider. It slides out, so the tools. The tools.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Mid-90s.
Yeah. And
very uncomfortable in your hands when you use them. Very, very, very uncomfortable.
To get back to what Harvey was saying about the firewood. Well, I mean, if necessary, I'll have to just burn longer things in half.
Yeah.
Right. Use the fire as the tool itself. Right. People have used fire itself as the tool. Right. People have burned out like boats and stuff like that to do the work. Right. It takes time. It takes time, I guess.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Unless I got plans with her.
I'm just providing a no tool option, right? If providing you already have some way to ignite it later, ferrocerium rod, whatever, solar, whatever.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, then, a lot of time you plan for it, but let's just say you lose your saw, you break it, it snaps in the cold or whatever. That axe, well, something happens to it, well, then you don't have to get back to these other things to try to do. Batoning is one of those things, it's just like, I have my qualms about certain little things like that. Like, okay, it's one thing if you baton like a little 1-inch stick, okay.
If you baton something like this.
Like a 1-inch, 2-inch stick, maybe something like that. That's probably something like that. That's fine. I don't think.
Log.
That a steel knife is probably not the. Probably not the. I'm talking about like something like 4 or 5 inches. That's a little bit different.
Yeah. Some people
especially if there's not.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it can't be done, but what I'm saying is
you're not supposed to do it. That's the thing. You could break your knife doing it.
You take the risk, right?
Yeah.
That'd be the last resort, right? You're doing it because there's no other tinder around. You need to get to dry wood and stuff like that. But if you plan in advance, have the gear, the required gear per se, then you don't need to do that. Right. Because like a knife or an axe, you should be able to make feather sticks. But obviously, if the wood's wet everywhere and you decided not to bring something to help you start that fire, and you can't find birch bark, and
that's why I always find fatwood.
Yeah, or something like that, right?
Yeah,
that's my opinion on that.
But yeah, like I personally, if I can help it, I will never baton unless I necessarily have to.
Well, like I said, I'll baton something like a 1-inch, maybe something.
Yeah, but I'm talking about logs that some people do.
Yeah, like under 2 inches, I think
2 inches and lower, yes.
But yeah, something
I've done
under
it before.
2 inches. Yeah, under 2 inches, I don't think there's a big.
Or again, like this stuff.
Yeah, like something like that. You probably could do it. I'm not, obviously there's going to be a risk, but
yeah, if it breaks with fatwood, there's something wrong with the knife.
Well, I was saying this to someone else the other day, Osmander and Shadow, is like maybe even like just getting the split to start or like something to start with. Then you take like something else like a wooden wedge that you made and using that to split the rest, right? And like almost like a wooden wedge, right? And just not batoning, but mounting it down like a hammer, right? And using the wood to split it. I know it's possible to do that.
This is.
Would you agree with me on that one, Onslander? About something like that?
1 second. Just trying to find something here for Harvey. Oh, sorry.
My must have left my collection.
I don't know if you heard what I said. Sorry.
No, I was sidetracked.
I'm just saying, let's say you had you're batoning something a little bit bigger or whatever, and I was just saying, just starting the little slit and finishing it off with a wooden wedge that you made from something else and using that to wedge it through.
Yeah, that would be much safer.
I think I would maybe try that first.
Yeah.
If it comes back to, I broke the wooden wedge, well, okay, then
you make another one.
Or another one, right?
Yeah.
Because at least if you break the wooden wedge, that's the wooden wedge, and it's not your knife per se. And the thing is about something like that, if it's your only tool, and you start breaking it or you bend it, and for example, let's say it's a fixed blade, right, or a folder. If you bend it, you're not to be able to fold it back up. You're not to be able to get back in the sheath.
No,
probably not, right? If you start bending it, right?
Yeah, if you did have a torch thing and you start blasting it with heat, you'll mess the knife up because you'll mess with heat treat.
I mean, to a certain degree, you people that use their knives to strike for their ferro rod, well,
that's only if the I will only do that if I have 90-degree spine.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, I'll do it if I have to, but I rather have a dedicated striker and preserve the knife. That's like a last ditch thing, if that makes sense. It's just like it's when I don't have my striker, right? Because that way, the 90-degree spine on your knife, you keep it prestige or sharp still. Right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But like, in case you need to use it.
Yeah, in case you need to use it, right?
Yeah, if you have a striker.
I mean, it's not that much to get an extra hacksaw blade or piece of glass or whatever, right? Something else to strike with, right? There are certain materials you can use, right?
Yeah.
Ceramic too. Ceramic will strike your ferro rod because it's harder than steel. Well, yeah, ceramic is harder than your ferro rod.
Yeah, I get that, but I didn't realize it was straight ferro rod with it.
Yeah, because the ceramic's harder than the steel. The steel in the ferro rod.
Okay, that does make sense. Another thing about it.
It's just like glass, quartz, and stuff like that. Obviously, the quality of sparks might change, obviously, because but differs, and glass flakes off and stuff, and so does ceramic. But I mean, Hero and Outlander and Shadow, you'd be surprised what you can use to strike your ferro rod with. I mean, things you might not even consider. It just depends what you have access to, right?
I got to grab something, but I forgot what it was.
Oh, hey, Auslander. Here's something right here that I figured out. There is certain materials or metals that you might find in common things that will actually strike your ferro rod. I actually tried different metals out, just like from different things. It's like, oh, would this actually strike my ferro rod? I might not get sparks off it, and I'd be surprised. This works. What?
Some things work better than others. Like some things throw giant sparks.
Well, you can use the saw too. Like a lot of saws have the 9-degree spine on them too.
Yeah, true.
Right, a folding saw. I mean, I don't know if you noticed that. Some of those actually have a 9-degree spine on them, right? Not all of them, but
I didn't realize that. Mine don't have that. I don't think.
See, this is why I'm a big proponent of having the multi-tools. Like, let's say you have a flathead screwdriver, right? On mine right here, I reprofiled this one side of it.
My sister has my
so I can push it and strike the ferro rod with it. Yeah. So that way I don't have to use the per se blade if I don't have to.
Yeah.
Because I think they say if you do use the blade to strike your ferro rod, you're supposed to do it near the tip. That way you can still do fine tasks near the bottom of it. You just use the tip instead.
Things.
That way you can still do fine tasks like maybe feather sticks, for example. Yeah, that's why even when people use the file on their multi-tool, right?
Yeah,
I think I've done that before. Yeah, something like that. I'll use it for that.
Yeah. Also, talk about Bear Grylls thing earlier.
All on like a Swiss Army knife, we'll probably do that. Let's see what else. There's a lot of places you can put 90-degree spine, and I use that very loosely on different tools, and considering it more than just the back of your knife. Right?
Yeah.
When I started to do that, I'm like, oh, back of knife. Okay, yeah, I did that. Then I'm like, wait a second, why don't I actually put this on their tools? Then I can. There is places you can put them on multi-tools that are safe. That are relatively safe, and you won't per se even if it doesn't walk, right? Just because you're pushing it against the back on the opposite side, so it's not. I mean, I got something right in front of me. It's a flathead, but it has this spot on before the flathead that I can use. It's on the bottom of it, so I can strike, and that's just an extra spot for me. I mean, I carry this little folder that has a file on it, right? On the back of the file.
Yeah.
Well, at the bottom of the file, I reprofiled that grinder slightly. Now it's got a 9-degree angle on it, so I can strike a fair rod with it too.
Yeah. Here's the
So
spine.
it gives you options. Yes. All right. So I always have that extra option in there, right? So that way I don't have to dig to use the knife.
Also,
right? I think to me, I use the knife. The knife edge would be the last resort, and then the back of the spine would be the second last resort. I'll use air tools first if I can, and try to preserve that because those two things are important. Those especially the knife edge, right? I know you can get great parts, but don't get me wrong, but you do wear down the edge, right? There's not going to be an edge.
Big time, yeah.
I think that's why doing it. Yeah, I think this is why people say if you're going to do that, use the edge of your knife to use the tip part more and not the belly. Because if you still have to make fair sticks, you can still make fair sticks. But if you start to
use the belly, you're done.
Yeah, because you can't make fair sticks after. Yeah. You can't make fair sticks because it's not.
And you can't make wood shavings either.
Yeah, it's going to be dull, right?
Yeah. It's going to take a lot. Depending on how badly you did it, it will literally. It could become life death immediately if you mess up the knife too much. It will be a pain to sharpen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Something like that. Yeah, that gives you another option, right?
Okay. Trying to survive. The only Victorians I have, my cousin, no, my aunt has it. But my aunts have it. I have a little autism Swiss Army knife. A Victorinox Tinkerer. Yeah, Tinker. I have real on it, but yeah, that's my favorite. That's my third favorite knife out of my entire collection.
Well, another reason to have a 90-degree spine on, besides on your knife, is because you can actually make for what's that called, Maya dust, right, with fat wood and stuff like that, and use that, right. And again, preserving the edge on your knife, especially if it's the only thing you have, and especially if it's important, especially if you're really in a situation where you can't restock or, you're actually surviving, per se, right?
Which is why I have this.
I guess
it's literal flint and steel.
If I was lost in the outback and not sure how long it would take to get back or whatever, I mean, I'd be like, okay, I got to preserve what I do have as much as possible.
Yeah.
Just in case an extra day, an extra 2 days, whatever the amount of time.
Yeah.
You want to say anything, Shadow?
Steel?
You want to say anything in there, Shadow? You're kind of quiet.
Yeah.
He's just in deep thought again. It's just like earlier. He's in deep thought. Well, he's moving, so I know he's not frozen.
Yeah. I have to learn how to use this thing. The actual flint and steel.
I think this is why some people like to have even on their steel part for the flint and steel to have a spot in it, because then you can actually still stretch your ferro rod with that too if you wanted to, right?
Yeah.
And the reason why I like to do it like this is because it adds functionality without adding weight. You're adding functionality without adding weight, which to me makes sense. And you have backup sources of a 9-degree spine somewhere, right? Oh, yeah, I lost my striker. Oh, wait, I don't have to use my knife yet. I still have the multi-tool first, for example.
Yeah. Hey, just in case.
Yeah, exactly, right. And like I said, you can shave off my dust off and do stuff like that if you wanted to. Or let's say you got a magnesium bar or something like that, and you're trying to get magnesium shavings. Then you can do that.
I do have something.
Yeah,
like
you could do that. You could do that too, then, right? Yeah. I don't want to use the knife yet.
Well, magnesium rod. I love magnesium rod right here.
Yeah, right, and shave off some magnesium off.
Yeah,
Right.
Well, my ferro rod even has magnesium bar around it. It's all magnesium rod except for one little sliver that's a ferro rod.
Okay.
I think I have it in here. I have to find out his matches.
There is one thing. I'm not a real big fan of, and you guys can chime in and Harvey or whatever. There's one thing I'm not a big fan of. Is actually using your folder to strike your ferro rod with, not the edge side, but like the back side.
Yeah, you can mess with lock doing that.
No, because remember that's a hinge, right? And you're moving it to the side. You're moving your blade to the side, right? So there's some resistance in there, and it might start to wiggle more than you would like. If you have to, that's one thing. But I think I would avoid doing that. I would avoid doing that, in my opinion.
Fatwood is very easy to light.
Well, Shadow's gonna get a lot of watch time from this video. I was here for almost 8 hours.
Yeah.
It better count for 8 hours for me here. CR watched 8 hours out of 10.
Out of 100. No.
Yeah.
Oh, shite. I have to plug this thing in.
And that'd be a smart idea.
Yeah, it's almost dead.
Yeah,
the little light popped up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm good now.
Yeah. As long as it keeps going up or maintains it, you're still fine.
Yeah, I know.
If it goes down, then you know that you're still not good. That's still not good.
Oh, I was close. I was at 11%.
Oh yeah, I've seen people at 5 before.
Yeah,
as long as
I've been at 3% before. What they rate? It tells me about electronics. It says the battery is dead. There's 0%. When you go turn it back on though, and the when you plug it in and it shows the little battery thing, it says 3%, 5%. Even though at the beginning it says there's 0%. I hate it when that happens. It's seriously. But yeah.
I almost forgot. This reminds me here. Even some pair of scissors actually have a 90-degree angle in terms of their non-cutting edge side.
Yeah.
Not all.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, I've seen that before too, right? So that's another thing as an option too. So if you actually have scissors, let's say in your first aid kit, that could be an option, right?
Yeah,
could be an option if it's a team available, depending. I know some of those trauma shears or whatever might not have that, but
trauma shears I don't think do at all.
No, because I think they're supposed to be smooth for a reason.
Yeah, because you don't want to
pant leg, pant leg or something like that, or sure.
Yeah. So there's one rescue knife that it's actually Gerber made where they crossband with Hinderer.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how there was no sharp edge, it was all straight except for the tip without blunted? Someone left a bad review saying that they were being lazy enough to not sharpen the tip and that you can't do anything with it for ADC. So I'm like, seriously? This blunt on purpose because you don't want to accidentally stab the person they're trying to save.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, seriously?
I mean, this reminds me of having serrations on your knife or whatever, folder or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, there's pros and cons to it. There is pros and cons. It's harder to make feather sticks because it's usually the serrations are closer to the belly.
Yeah.
Or the fold, I guess, whatever. However, it is easier to tease something like a cotton ball or, let's say, a wax-coated type of fire starter because you got those teeth in there, right? Because usually you would have to use the tip of your knife to do something like that. Well, you have a lot of tips because it's serrated. So, yeah. There is pros and cons to having both. I mean, I don't usually like serrated knives. Or partially serrated knives.
For EDC and stuff like that, the serrations just get in the way for EDC. In my opinion. Yeah. I knew that was coming.
You're just showing every last one, aren't you?
No.
Yeah,
I was showing that it broke.
Okay. All I hear is this ting, ting, ting. It's like he's pulling it out of this box. It's like,
No,
like
that was that broke.
There's still more.
Yeah. But wait, there's more.
Yeah, there's still more.
If it is that, I have a lot of knives. I have like, I've been a little note before. I think I have like 32 knives. That's I checked. Hold on.
So, there is one more. If I remember, there is one other thing that I've tried as a striker before. You can't get sparks off a ferro rod with it. It's kind of really outside the box thinking, and it's kind of
32 brands, 23 brands, 32 knives in total.
Well, I've actually tried the this little piece of metal. Okay. This might be old school for you, Hero. I know Oz and everyone else is old enough to know what it is. But I actually took apart a VHS before. There is a piece of metal in there that you can actually strike your ferro rod with.
Really?
I tried that out. It was like you can't get a spark off it. I'm like, what?
I think I remember VHS.
No, but I didn't. It's just something I was just trying out, like just to see. It's like, oh, because these, I'm gonna say common everyday items, but just stuff like that, just to see. It's like and understand it, right? I'm like, well, okay, so this is actually harder than the rod, so I could strike it.
Yeah,
go figure. I mean, I've seen other things before too. Oh, here.
Did you know that Ferris frame was actually an alloy?
Here's another one, which is quite funny. You know those slap bracelets? You slap them over your hand.
Oh, the wire in them. Yeah, there's a wire in them.
That metal can actually work too.
Yeah.
Those slap bracelets that go around, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, the metal in there is actually hard enough to strike your ferro rod with, if you needed to. All right. Also the quality of sparks differs depending on what you use.
Yeah,
It's like, oh, look, it actually can have sparks.
The harder the material, the better the sparks, I believe.
Well, it's not just the hardness of the material; it's the quality of that kind of 90-degree angle, right? It's just like, and how thick it is too.
Yeah.
Something like scissors is probably a good option. I mean,
something like this, you're not gonna do it with.
I wouldn't
because like
I wouldn't want to.
Like look,
I wouldn't want to anyway.
It's all wobbly because of how it sits in there.
Shadow.
He's been silent.
Well,
I'm just making sure. Just making sure
you're not dead.
No.
Well, I'm tired.
It's your stream. Man.
Yeah.
I'm just here for just to keep it going for everyone.
Yeah.
I'm just here.
20-hour stream. No. 24-hour stream.
He's not gonna do that. I'm actually surprised he's still doing this.
I'm pretty tired, actually.
I've seen some streams go on longer than this on Twitch and stuff.
I know. Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I think YouTube only counts the first 8. You will only be able to see the first 8 anyways. Anyone watching can still watch it live because we're still on live, but after it processes, you're only gonna see 8 of it.
I don't know why it's like that. Probably for
they just do it like that.
Yeah.
So, it's up to you.
Yeah.
It's up to you, my
again,
friends.
you're like CR said,
this is your stream. This is your stream.
Your stream, you decide. That's how I go with streams. Even when I do.
I should check my phone and see what time it is in Sweden. It's probably like what? What time is it there?
Well, I can tell you that 4:33 a.m.
I was about to say 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's only 9 at night for me.
If we could go in here and in another 3.5 hours, you'll see sunrise.
Yeah, and It's guys being.
Yeah, but maybe not. I don't think he wants to go that far.
Probably not.
Well, he probably has to do stuff on it the next day.
Yeah.
Or today
It's
for
Sunday,
him now.
it's Sunday morning already.
Yeah, Sunday, Rich. Sunday on the rest of it, right?
So try surviving. Same with me.
So it's up to you.
Well,
I was playing with this thing right here, to be honest.
Pardon me?
Well, buckle.
Oh, look at who we got here. What's up, HB? Road Prepper.
Hey, Harold
What's
Prepper.
up, man? Actually, that's another reason why I was late earlier. Just because he did a stream earlier. I just dropped in for that one before I came into the stream. For the first time, I meant. This will be the second time I drop him back in.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So.
Oh Lord.
Harvey's actually got me looking at that that little machete that he put out there. This is the SOG one, the SOG one. So
I'm not really as concerned of machete just because for here, but I could see it being useful for some people in the cell, maybe for you, Osmander. It's probably a little bit more useful than an axe, maybe.
I find machete to be a mix between an axe and a knife for use purposes.
For me, Osmander?
Yeah, like I was saying, with the property that we bought up north, I'm not saying it's going to be ideal, but it could be a EDC around the actual property. It's 144 acres of bushland, so it's a mix.
Yeah, you might have to clear some brush, right?
Well, let's just put it this way: I'd rather carry $100 blade machete than to carry a $300 or $500 or $600 blade. Put it that way.
Okay. Take care of trying.
Yeah. If I've blunted something that cost me $100, not something that cost me $300 or $500 or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Okay,
yeah.
I see.
Yeah. That's what I keep saying. Practicality and price. You have to weigh them up. You know, will it serve its purpose? Well, let's hope so. You know.
Yeah. For like over $100, I'd hope it will. I'd hope so. That's good to look for.
Exactly. But at the same time, I'm not going to carry, my SHTF blade around the property. But
you still want something on you, right? Something just in case to use and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, around the property, don't get me wrong. We purchased a piece of bush,
okay.
And there's 4 acres cleaned out, right? Just under 4 acres cleaned out for the house site, right? But the other 140 acres is not cleaned out. So, I mean, I'm not going to carry my pocket knife in my pocket and walk around the bloody property with that, with that alone. Just to make sure that seeing things in perspective.
Well, because you can actually hold or use something a little bit more substantial.
Yeah,
probably a little bit more useful.
Yeah, I'm not going to carry it.
Let's clear all this bush with a pocket knife. That might take
I'm not going to carry a saw. No, I'm not talking about clearance. When clearance is being done, that's a whole different thing.
Okay.
But I'm talking about if I'm going out with the 22 to, whatever, to, let's say, shoot foxes, vermin. Well, guess what? I might want to boil up a cup of tea or something somewhere, and or there might be a piece of brush that I want to get rid of because there's a lot of invasive species that. Well, let's just put it this way: if I need it, I got it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna have to get going for a bit.
An axe, a foldable saw, a knife, and a pocket knife. Just put this machete, which is basically a saw and a machete, all in one.
I'm gonna have to go for a bit.
Okay, and you can and you can still more or less kind of do some other things if you had to.
If needed, it's there. The only thing it hasn't got is an actual skinning. It hasn't got the skinning option. See, that's something that a lot of these blades never, ever, ever forecast.
Well, I mean,
it's not meant to be used for that. But if you're going to use it as an all-purpose, like what I plan on using this one. I wish I did have the skinny blade on.
Well, I know. Really big monkey David Pearson. He likes to have a knife with his machete. I know he likes to do that. He's a big proponent of having a machete, and he has a knife attached to it.
And I've got my hunting knives. Don't get me wrong. I've got my hunting knives.
Okay.
All,
I mean, I guess that could be an option for you.
Yeah,
but I don't doing that.
If I'm not going hunting, I never carried them with me. If I wasn't going hunting, it was only when I went hunting that I had them on me. Mm-hmm. See what I mean?
Driven purpose. I mean, driven for it. Yeah.
But for an all-rounder, this. Yeah. But then again, it's not meant to be a Skinner. But I understand that as well. It's not designed for that. But me personally, shit. If I can fill the freezer up, I see the opportunity to fill the freezer up, I do. Well, I used to. Will again when we get to our property.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I mean, even even for me, sometimes I'm just like, I get even when I'm gardening or whatever, and sometimes I just need to prune something real quick, and it's like sometimes I do have the snippers on me, but I'm like, there's this. I use a knife that I have on me instead, right? Just because, well, I'm just pruning this one thing. Like, for example, in my for me.
I hear you, but I'm also interested because this. I know SOG is a brand name, and you're paying for the brand name, but
that's like anything. Like, oh yeah, that's like
they've also earned the respect. They haven't just gotten it, And not that I've been following the scene or anything, but unlike Gerber, where you can just Google it and find 1 million complaints about certain different blades or certain different knives. On SOG, I never really, you don't really see the complaints out there,
The overall consensus is generally good. It's just like with Mora. Generally, you ask anyone out there that does any, they generally, if they have one, they generally like it. They generally like it and would recommend it to people. I don't know about you, but I like them.
No, I don't have one. I've never had one. I don't have an opinion on it. That's the thing.
Fair enough.
I don't have an opinion on something that I haven't actually owned or used. Simple as that.
Yeah, fair enough. That's why, it's just like anything. I don't have a saw. I don't have a saw.
When I mentioned the Tiger Shark,
I can't say much.
Hey, when I mentioned the Tiger Shark, the reason I mentioned it is because it was just an example of it's a once-off purchase, boom, and it's there for a specific thing, and that is called SHTF. But my logic behind it was it's proven to be reliable. It does the job in the worst case scenarios. Asian jungles are not the prettiest of places. Wartime. If you can survive, if it's practical in wartime, meaning multifunctional, does the job. And with the worst of the worst, or the best of the best, depending on which angle you look at it, from the guys that were using it, it's like, I don't need to think about it. The homework's been done by the boys that make me look like a bloody Boy Scout. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you know how you said the work's been done and stuff like that? It's just like general preparedness. The work's been done beforehand. You did all the thinking beforehand, putting it together or whatever, and putting it together and having it fine-tuned beforehand, right? But with this, it's not like you're cramming for that test the night before kind of deal, right?
Exactly.
Right? You did the homework days in advance. It's just like, wait, your parents or whoever would say, hey, finish your homework on a Friday, and then you got the rest of the weekend to do whatever, right? That kind of thinking.
And it's not a
I wasn't always like that,
though. It's not a Rambo knife. Hey, it's not the Chinese copy of a Rambo knife. Put it that way. It's the real deal. You see what I'm saying? It's not the wannabe.
Imitation.
It's not the Hollywood stuff.
Imitation, some generic.
Exactly.
It actually.
Someone says Rambo. That's the thing. See, when someone says Rambo,
it's not a stage prop. It actually is legit.
Okay. This is the way I'm going to describe the tiger shark and that series of knives, right? When someone says Rambo knife, right? The Hollywood Rambo knife, you think of a serrated edge, this, that, blah, blah, compass, and I don't know what else on there, right? All that shit.
Yeah, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No,
yeah.
the real person that the movie was based on had a tiger shark or something in that series of knives. One of those.
Okay.
The real person that was out there and all his mates that were with him out in the field, they had that. And that was special issue only to those blokes that did those jobs that none of us regular grunts could do. Simple as that.
Okay.
You get the point? It's like that's the reality of the quality of that blade.
Okay, I see.
In comparison to what Hollywood showed us and what all showed up on the market in the 80s as quotation marks, Rambo knives. What a joke. And I'm not saying it's a Rambo knife. I'm saying it's special forces. Yeah, it's something that was out of the ordinary and proved itself to be.
Yeah, you're right, Harvey. It takes time to process it. I know it does. You can see how big the file is when you download it.
You can break it up into 3 or 4 sections. See?
Well, I guess if you re-upload, I guess you can always read.
Well, you know what? You guys have got me bidding on a knife on eBay, which I don't think I'm going to manage to purchase, right? Because it's eBay. And now I'm looking at buying this bloody machete. So it's like this live stream has cost me over $100 Australian minimum. Well, $95 Australian minimum. There we go. It's like jeepers.
Well, how badly do you need it, right? Is it done for a purpose, or is it just?
Well, it is. I just mentioned it earlier. Yeah.
Sorry.
It'll be the EDC on the property. You know.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry.
On the property. No, on my private property. Okay. Not to the petrol station, to the service station, or the gas station, as you guys call it. Man, I gotta translate. Or to the shopping center or whatever. I'm not going to go to buy milk and bread with that on me. Put it that way.
I see.
Not deliberately, that is. EDC on my private property, not EDC in society.
And how long were you guys talking about knives before I came in? Because we've been talking about it since I got in. It feels like the last 40 minutes. We're still talking about it. Oh, that's awesome. It feels like we can still talk about it.
No, Knife King popped in and it was all knives from there.
Wow. I guess. I know. I just he just messaged me and I'm like, oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, he hijacked the show with his knives.
Yeah, exactly, Harvey. Yeah. TBC. Yeah. I get it.
Hello, Tristan.
Interesting. You didn't miss much. I mean, we're still here. I mean, this is my second time coming back on panel. I ate twice already in this stream. That never happens.
No, I'm almost 8 hours, 47 minutes, and 45.
9, almost not. You're coming up to 9. I think top the hour is probably a good spot to end. I think maybe no. Yeah. He's getting tired. I can tell.
Yeah, I'm tired.
Hey, yeah, it was work day, mate.
Well, hey, Osminder, do you want to talk after? Still.
Why, you gonna start a stream, are you?
No, remember. Once he ends it, you can still stay in.
Oh, really?
You didn't know that?
Nah, I'm not.
I tried to ask you that the last time to stay in. I'm like, what? He took off. What? I wanted to. It's like an after. You can do it's not quite like a real after show, but people. It's like because pretty much when you end it, it starts broadcasting to YouTube, but we can keep talking. You'll see it. It'll change from live to broadcast as ended.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You didn't know what you do about that.
No.
I just like no, because I like the last time I was talking to him, I'm like, oh, hey, I was wondering why I didn't keep talking after that. I'm like, oh, he took off. Oh.
No, it was every time I say out, I'm out.
Oh, okay. You didn't know about that? Well, I guess now you do. I was just see.
In that case, you guys can do the outro, and I can make myself another coffee. Be right back. You all have a good one. Stay safe. God bless everyone in the chat. Out. But I'm not going out. All right. I'll say over.
Yeah. Okay. After what I just said.
Over.
So thanks for Shadow having me on the panel again for the second time.
You're very welcome.
In the same stream again. Yeah, I think you need to get some rest soon, or relatively soon, because you probably have stuff to do anyways, and you don't want to screw up your sleeping habits too much.
No.
Yeah. All right.
So
I can tell he'll be he'll be up by like noon, maybe 1. Hopefully. Because you don't want to scoot the day away either.
Thanks, Harvey.
Yep.
Well, guys, take care. Stay safe. I appreciate every one of you guys. So thanks for stopping by. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Bye.